morning to everyone, and welcome to another beautiful day. Commentary from the Windsor Park Stadium, West Indies versus India on another beautiful day. We now go across to Heston Charles along with the rest of the team who will just do some introduction before the
2023 Kyrie FM local broadcaster of the cricket. We are linking up to our broadcast partners in the region, Cotton Drive Network, that is providing live coverage of this cricket. And we Andrew McLean, my good friend. He's certainly becoming my good friend who has come all the way from beneath and to be here with us today. Performance, but it's still cricket. One have to lose, one have to win. All right. Okay. Those of you listening, West Indies versus India today being the second day. So we thank you for joining us, and we're going across to our main frequencies here on Kyrie FM. Thank you.
In Dominica, a little bit of cloud around, but it hasn't rained overnight, so no issues there with play getting underway on time. And the debutant, just the young 21-year-old Yashasvi Jaiswal, they saw their side comfortably through to stumps with 80 runs on the board of Alec Athanase on debut, the local Dominican boy, and he batted very nicely indeed for his 47 before just off Ashwin and fell just short of his half century. So that's the match situation. So let's get some thoughts now from Lockhart Sebastian and Cebu. How are you feeling this morning?
Good morning, Andrew. Morning to listeners. I'm okay. I mean, a bit disappointed what we saw yesterday. And as you rightly said, yesterday it was a tough day for West Indies. I think it's going to be tougher today. Andrew, I believe so. I believe the Indians will probably declare close. If they're not bowled out, they'll probably declare for half an hour before the close of play. I don't think they want to be there on Saturday and Sunday. They don't trust the weather. So the West Indies now, obviously, the first objective is to be looking to pick up early wickets today, Andrew. Try and put the Indians on the back foot a bit. 150 and the opposing team is 80 without loss. You are in a lot of problems. A lot of problems.
Yes, and players just making their way out onto the field now. Just a reminder too that the umpires for this fixture are Michael Goff. He's standing at the Botanical Gardens end, and with him Richard Kettleborough at the river end of Windsor Park. And so, all the players. He went off late in the day yesterday and only bowled the 4 overs. But he's coming out to the middle.
And Andrew, it looks like a beautiful day today. Lovely. We've seen blue skies, the sun is out. We've seen some breeze, the trees are moving, and it looks like a good day today. It looks like we're going to have no problem with the weather today.
No, we've been a bit lucky there, haven't we, Cebu? With Monday and Tuesday being exceedingly wet, but Wednesday and today just lovely, and there's a nice little atmosphere building outside. I saw I guess you would call it kind of like a drums orchestra outside as I walked in, and I really did enjoy the atmosphere outside the ground yesterday, or behind the stand I should say, behind the Clem John and Caleb Lawrence stand. Lots of food being had, maybe a few beers. Hopefully they're not drowning their sorrows, just enjoying themselves. Anyway, it looks like we've got opening up here.
Looks like Jason Holder.
Yeah, Jason Holder's opening up. So yes, so we've got Raheem Cornwall at first slip. Next to him is Jermaine Blackwood. We have Warrican at point. So those are the men behind the wicket. And then we've also got Hez Holder coming in now from the Botanical Gardens end, and Jaiswal just lets that one go through to the keeper. Cover, we have a mid-on, which is Kemar Roach, a mid-off, which into the field now. Alec Athanase is dropping back to a deep point. and Warrican's taking his place at a sort of a regulation cover, I guess, and then you've got a short extra cover. So there's a plan of sorts forming here. Reminds me a bit of the Ashes, Sebu, when they put it at a deep point on the first morning.
over.
First over of the first test.
First ball, in fact.
Yeah, here's Holder. And once again, Joyce will shoulders arm. So Holder's radar just not quite on here. It's a great way, isn't it, as an opener, first over of the morning, doesn't have to play.
That's all opening batsmen. It would be ideal. You're batting overnight in 40. Next day, if you don't have to play a ball in the first over, you're very happy. So you can judge the pace of the wicket.
Here's Holder, last ball of the over, and this time it's a better line on the line of middle stump, and Joyce will defends. So that's the end of the first over of the morning. India are 80 without loss here at Windsor Park.
It was a maiden over, and Andrew, we don't know if that's the plan today to bowl wide to prevent the Indians from scoring, but you have to get them out. I mean, if you keep doing that, they'll be happy to do that. So we would like to see the West Indies attacking the Indian batsmen, hoping that you could pick up a few wickets early, put them a little on the back foot, you would say. So it's important that the West Indies take wickets as well. You don't want to be giving away too many runs, but you need to get wickets.
So it's going to be Kima.
Ready to experience the next generation of foods? Well, come over to Crispies and select something from our delicious menu. Whether it's the juicy chicken breast or a fish sandwich laying on a seeded bun or our new crispy fish fingers, you will be spoiled with our choices. We also cater to any event, no matter the size. With Crispies, you will be crazy not to try. Our new opening hours are 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Crispies, we make food good.
And there's no run. So just the field here for Roach, with Chanda pulled out on the deep square leg boundary and Warrican at deep fine leg. So 2 men out. So a possible indicator there of what Roach's plan is this morning. He's got 2 slips. Sorry, in fact that's Joseph at mid-off and Jason Holder's at second slip. Here's Roach once again, past umpire Kettleborough, and Rowett just lets that one go outside off stump through to the keeper. No run. Are you surprised they didn't open with Alzari Joseph?
A bit surprised. I would think you'd have the quicker bowler. Very surprised. In fact, I was about to mention that.
Just see that last ball really struggled to get through to Joshua De Silva. Here's Roach, sun shining on his back, wide of the crease, and Rohit Sharma's cutting behind point. There's a chase out there towards the boundary. It's not going to make it all the way. It's collected well and restricts Rohit to just 2 runs.
We can hear the orchestra outside, Andrew. A lot of noise seems to be outside the ground.
Next ball from Roach is just defended by Rohit Sharma. So just looking at this field, so it's quite an interesting field. There's 3 men on the leg side, so we've got Craig Brathwaite at mid-on, Chanderpaul on the square leg boundary, Warrican at long leg, and on the offside 2 slips, Raheem Cornwell, Jason Holder, Marlon Blackwood's at point, and we have a cover, a short extra cover and a mid-off. Here's Roach. Steaming in, and very solid defence there by Rohit Sharma, picked up by Alec Avenaz at a shortish cover, a shortish extra cover.
Andrew, you said Marlon, Jermaine Blackwood.
Oh, I keep getting that wrong.
Yeah, you keep saying that. What is Jermaine
Why
Blackwood?
I'm saying that. Jermaine Blackwood, yeah. Oh, Blackwood. Here's Roach once more, this time closer to the umpire, and it's a full toss, and Rowett doesn't cash in. All he can do is find Ramon Rifa at cover, and there's no run. So that's the end of the second over here, just 2 runs added to the overnight total. So India stand at 80 without loss here at Windsor Park.
In fact, Andrew, you mentioned earlier in the over that Roach is a bit short on pace. Roach has been short of pace for a while now. In fact, yesterday I mentioned he doesn't have the pace he had years ago to put men on the back foot. In fact, if you look at most of the English batsmen are just coming on the front foot against him. And that's why I mentioned how long can he go on. He's been an outstanding West Indian bowler. He's taken what? He's gone past both Holding and Ghana in the list of all-time West Indies wicket-taking bowlers. So I think we don't know how long he's going to last to continue, but Roach now doesn't have the pace to more or less put batsmen on the back foot. He just come forward like playing him like a slow bowler.
So it's going to be Holder once more from the Botanical Gardens end. He's going to change his line here. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. Field change 2. There's 2 short covers now for Jaiswal. Here's Holder around the wicket, and it's left alone. So Holder just struggling to get his line right here. Although sometimes I have seen fast bowlers bowl it by 4 or 5 in a row outside off stump, then bowl one closer and find the edge. I remember Simon Dool doing it once to Navjot Sidhu in Wellington. He bowled basically 4 or 5 virtually wides. Last ball of the over, he nicks off to the keeper. Actually took 7 wickets that day. Boxing Day at the Basin Reserve, 1999 I think it was. So 3 slips now. So Alec Athanaze comes into second slip next to Cornwall to his right and Blackwood to his left. Here is Holder, and that's a better delivery on the line of off stump. That's defended to cover, where it's picked up by the captain, Craig Brathwaite. What have you thought of Brathwaite's captaincy so far?
Bit defensive. He's normally the defensive captain, Andrew. Normally.
Here's Holder, and once more it's outside the line of off stump, and Jaiswal lets it go through the keeper, and immediately after he let that go, he asked the spectator at the far end who was standing near the sight screen to move. So it's one thing that always amazes me, how batsmen can detect that. When they're focused on the bowler, they still see stuff out of their peripheral vision.
I always wonder about that myself. If you're batting and you're concentrating the bowler, how do you see people moving all over the place? And I've seen a lot of that recently in Test match cricket.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I haven't played cricket to any sort of level. I've never even played with a side screen. Here's Holder, round the wicket. And once more, Jaiswal just lets that go through to Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. So Brathwaite moving his men around here. He's taken out the slip, Athanaze. He's gone back into the cover region. I don't know why there's a deep point. I really have no idea why there's a man out there.
Well, only if he intends bowling wide outside the off stump. That's the only reason.
Here's Holder again. And this time Jaiswal's defending into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I just don't really get the... I mean, I kind of get it on the one hand, but it's not like he's going after the bowling. You know, Holder's bowling a line. He must have let, 7 or 8 balls go through to the keeper now. He's not looking to play that shot.
Yeah, I don't see the reason as well. I mean, they need to get wickets.
Here's Holder. Oh, and this time Jaiswal chases a wide one. Having just said he's not playing those shots, that's exactly what he does. but he doesn't make contact and it sails through to the keeper. So that's the end of the third over of the morning. It's a maiden from Jason Holder, and India are 82 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, they've bowled 2 maiden overs so far. Jason is concentrating on bowling this outside the off-stump length, hoping that Jack Joel can chase after one. And we saw that in the final ball of the over where he looked to drive one through the covers. He missed. As you said, maybe that's the reason why he has the man deep down on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm just thinking also, Jaiswal yesterday, the shot he played to get off the mark, it was a shorter ball and he played it in the air. So maybe that's also coming into their thinking. Okay, so it's Roach now beginning a new over from the river end. And he bowls to Rohit Sharma, who pulls that one away in front of square, but Chanda pulls out there. So just the 1 run to Rohit Sharma, which brings Jaiswal on strike. So this will be the first time he faces Kemar Roach today, who's immediately going to go round the wicket to Jaiswal, the left-hander. So it's interesting, to the left-hander, Roach doesn't have a man back on the leg side, and to the right-handed Sharma he did. So let's see what his plan is here.
Why is this noise here?
Here's Roach, angled run up, coming into the crease, getting close to the stumps, and Jaiswal plays that one off his legs, and that's going to run away for 4. So just straying in line there, Roach, and Jaiswal just got the faintest of leg glances and raced away to the boundary for 4. That takes him on to 44.
Well, Andrew, the umpire signaled leg buys. I thought I saw the umpire signaling leg buys.
I think they're pretty sure that came off the bat. Did he signal leg
Yeah, I
buys?
think he signaled leg buys, the umpire.
No, he did too. Okay, so Jaiswal's not on 44. He's on 40 still. Here's Roach. Bowling to Jaiswal. This time he works it off his pads into the leg side. There's a man out there who's Ramon Rifa. He comes in off the boundary to restrict the scoring to just the single, so Jaiswal moves on to 41. So that brings the captain, Rohit Sharma, back on strike. He's looked very good, Rohit, I have to say. He isn't, he's got the reputation of being a fast scorer, but he's played it beautifully so far. Here's Roach. And that one's outside the line of off stump. Rohit just shoulders arms, goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's interesting, isn't it, just with the field settings, Cebu. You look at the way Ben Stokes is captaining these days. He just comes up with these really creative fields and bowling plans. And, I know this is, still very early on in the day, but it just seems a little bit defensive. Here's Roach. Bowling to Rohit, who shuffles across his crease, but that's wide of the off stump. He's not tempted to take a dab at that or a drive at that, and it goes through to Joshua De Silva behind the stumps.
And as you said, very small crowd. The crowd obviously disappointed after yesterday's play, and let's hope we get a few more people coming in today.
Here's Roach, last ball of the over. Bowling to Rohit, and that's a short ball up around head height, and Rohit just guides it down to long leg, where it's fielded there by Rifa, and that's one further run to Rohit. He goes on to 34. India now are 89 without loss here at Windsor Park.
And the Indians going about it, Andrew, no problem at all. Both batsmen have looked very secure, both Rohit, and as you said, Rohit has played extremely well. The West Indian bowlers, on the other hand, bowling wide, hoping to catch one of the Indian batsmen playing at ball they shouldn't be. But again, West Indies needs wickets. They need to get a few wickets to have the Indian batsmen on the back foot. But if you keep bowling wide and you allow them to get in, to dig in, West Indies could be having a very long day in the hot sun today.
Yeah, we've just sort of seen the one false shot, haven't we? That waft outside off stump by Jaiswal and Holder's last over. So it's going to be Holder to continue. Of course, he's the former West Indian captain, very tall man. Turns at the top of his mark, just in front of the advertising. Comes in now. And Rohit Sharma's working this one off his pads down to fine leg. Fielded there by Jamal Warrican, and it's one further run to Rohit. It takes him on to 35. With him is Jaiswal, the debutant, on 41. The other thing too, of course, is the left-hand, right-hand combination. It does make it harder for the bowlers, doesn't it? You know, Holder's bowling over the wicket 1 minute, then he's coming around the wicket. But in theory, bowling round the wicket with the angle, he shouldn't be bowling too many balls for the left-handed Jaiswal to leave. Here he is, Holder. And Jaiswal's guiding that one to that man at deep point. That's Warrican, and it's just a one run to Jaiswal. Takes him on to 42, India 91 without loss. So I guess there's a potential milestone coming up here, or two actually. Jaiswal's half century, but also a 100 partnership with his captain on debut.
Yes, and the youngsters played well. I mean, he started slowly yesterday. In fact, he didn't get a run until his 13th delivery, but he's looked good since he played a few shots yesterday, Andrew.
Yeah, that reverse sweep he played off Cornwall, I thought was a magnificent shot.
Well, we see that in the IPL all the time, and from some people like him.
He just executed it absolutely perfectly. Here's Holder back over the wicket to Rohit Sharma, and it's drifting on towards his pads, but he just plays that defensively to mid-wicket. And there's no run there, so just looking at the field now, so there's a deep square leg for Rohit, long leg, short mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. As a drone goes flying past us in the commentary position here. Here's Holder once more. And Rohit's defensively forward. So a better line here from Jason Holder, making the batsman play. There just doesn't seem to be any indication of any movement or any assistance out of this wicket at all.
And you know, Andrew, I always wonder sometimes, in the Caribbean, we have, when I played, you go to Jamaica or Barbados, you saw these wickets actually shining hard and fast. But of late, in fact, the last few years, the pitches have left a lot to be desired, the quality of the pitches.
Here's Holder now. Bowling a shortish ball to Rohit, and once again he just finds the ball, playing right in front of his grill, and works that one down to the long leg for a single. So that brings Jaiswal back on strike. Just looking at this replay here. So a bit of an effort ball from Jason Holder, but Rohit just plays this absolutely beautifully, right in front of his eyes. Guiding it down into the ground, no chance of getting caught, and not trying to hit the ball too hard either, just finding the single and getting down the other end of the wicket. Rohit moves to 36. So now Warrican comes up off the deep point boundary for the left-handed Jaiswal, and Holder's bowling to him. He lets it go through to the keeper. So that's the end of the 5th over of the morning. India have added 12 to the overnight total. They're 92 without loss here at Windsor Park.
And no real alarms for the Indian batsmen. Both of them, they're going about their business nice and comfortable. The bowling doesn't seem all that threatening. Holder bowling very tightly, but the Indian batsmen appear very comfortable. And Andrew.
They do. They do indeed. You know, it's interesting, Seba, this whole thing about baseball, if you want to call it that. I personally don't like the word. But, you know, imagine if England were playing here today. Do you reckon there'd be like double the size of the crowd here? Here's Kemar Roach, bowling to Rohit Sharma. He's just defending that one into the covers. It's picked up there by Jermaine Blackwood.
Well, Andrew, we haven't seen basketball in the last 2 test matches, though. The first inning of the first test, they tried it again. It hasn't worked, but we didn't see that in the last test. The basketball, obviously, England looking to win the series, they claim. They said they want to come back and win after the second test match. So we haven't seen much of the basketball in the last test match.
Here's Roach again. It's a fuller length delivery to Rohit Sharma, and he just plays it up to Craig Brathwaite at mid-on, and there's no run. I think what I was sort of getting at is, so for example, when they England went to Pakistan last year and scored 500 on the first day, you know, it's just a complete, you know, on this wicket,
Well, that's
they
what I'm
would go
saying.
absolutely crazy.
Exactly.
On this wicket. Here's Roach, past umpire Kettleborough, and Rohit watchfully lets that one go through the keeper, and there's no run.
And this pitch is a bit slow, Andrew. It's not a pitch where you can play through the line. I mean, if you look at, and it spun yesterday. There are a few balls that spun. Even from Cornwall, we saw some spinning, and both Ashwin and Jadeja got the ball to spin. But it's a slow pitch. It's not a pitch where you can play through the line of the ball.
So yeah, look at this this TV, the snorkeling and all the diving and everything you can do here in Dominica. I might get to go on this weekend. Here's Roach once more. Oh, and he draws a false shot from Rohit Sharma, looking to defend that one. Definitely played at it, but he was beaten. And it just went past the outside edge to Joshua De Silva.
Well, Andrew, you might have enough time to do that. You say you want to go maybe Saturday and Sunday. You might be able to do that. Go around Dominica and have a good time, look at the place. And so when you get back to New Zealand, you can tell your friends.
Here's Roach, 5th ball of the over. And it's a short ball, and Rohit just rocks back and just guides that one down to Chanderpaul, just behind square, and it's one further run to him. He moves to 37.
And Andrew, you noticed today, Rohit normally when he hits the hooks at the ball, he hits it, try to go for 6 in the air, but you notice today he made the effort to try and get right over the ball. I mean, instead of looking for single, instead of trying to go aerial.
Yeah, he's an absolutely no danger of getting caught there. Here's Roach bowling to Jaiswal. He plays it into the gap at between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Alzari Joseph comes round to collect the ball. It's one further run to Jaiswal. He moves to 43. India are 94 without loss here at Windsor Park.
And yeah, Rohit is somewhat of a compulsive hooker, as you know. If you have watched him over the years, he's somewhat of a compulsive hooker. But today he's made the effort to try and hit the ball down most of the time.
Just wanted to go back to that snorkeling and diving, Cebu. My girlfriend is actually going diving this afternoon.
Where? In New Zealand?
No, just down the coast here.
Okay, all right.
And I must give a shout out to Freddo's.
Right, Freddo's, yeah.
Freddo's is going to be taking her down there and making sure she gets there safely, bringing her home safely. Great outfit, Freddo's. Here is Jason Holder.
Did he tell you he's a Calypsonian? Did he say that to you?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he picked me up from the airport and regaled me with all his stories about being a footballer and how he loved cricket, but then football took over his life. But yeah, Freddo's, if you want to get around the Caribbean, no job's too big or too small for Freddo's. They've got I think he said they've got a 45-seater bus, and then they've got like a small little van, so whatever your needs are, give Freddo's a call. Here's Holder to Jaiswal around the wicket, and Jaiswal just lets that one go through to the keeper, being very watchful. Hasn't hit anything down the ground yet so far today.
And his daughter is a Calypsonian as well. Did he tell you that? A very popular Calypsonian. In fact, she sings with a band.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did.
He told you that,
Yeah,
right?
he told me that.
Yeah.
He gave me his full CV actually. was starting to feel quite inferior. Just a humble cricket commentator. Here's Holder. And Jaiswal just plays that one on the line of off stump into the covers, and there's no run. But yeah, she's going diving with Nature Island Divers.
Okay.
And it's actually quite hard to get a trip because it's very quiet here at the moment. But they managed to get her in this afternoon. She's doing a couple of dives down in Soufrières.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
Soufrières.
In fact, it's straight up the south. As you look towards the south,
Right.
this area, straight to the south. You have Point Michel, then you have Soufrières and Scott's Head towards the south.
So, based on her report, I know they have space on Sunday, so I might go there myself. Unless the West Indies have an amazing second innings. Here is Holder bowling to Jaiswal, and he plays that firmly just wide of mid-off. It's picked up there by Roach, but Jaiswal goes through for a single. It takes him to 44, and the Indian total to 95 without loss. Yeah, from what I've seen, and definitely those images on the television monitor there, the diving looks absolutely brilliant. So I reckon I might.
Well,
do
it's
it.
something for you to go there. Lots of things in Dominica you can do, Andrew. Lots of things. So if the match is finished early, you have plenty of places you can go before you leave here to go to Barbados.
Is this putting like a commentator's curse on my diving plans? Here's Holder bowling to Rohit, and he's defensively forward, just pushes that into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, you said unless West Indies puts an amazing second inning, well, two batsmen will have to get hundreds, and big hundreds for that to happen.
I'd probably go more like 3 or 4.
Yeah, well, if two, 160, 170,
Yeah,
and
true.
other people can chip in, you can get to 450. And if West Indies could do that, it put them in pole position to probably win the game. But
Well,
we will know that in the next 2 hours. We will have a fair idea of where that match is going.
Here's Holder bowling to Rohit, and he's beaten outside the line of off stump. It goes through to the keeper, so well bowled Jason Holder. Very tidy figures. He's got none for 10 off 8, and India here 95 without loss at Windsor Park.
Yeah, he bowled very well this morning, Jason. He's bowled very, very well, tightly. He's been miserly. He's bowled, 8 overs for probably like 10 or 11 runs. So he's beaten the bat on a couple of occasions. So he's done a very good job for Craig Bradford, the captain of the West Indies team. And what the West Indies really need now is a wicket and 2. And maybe as Andy Carter comes in, probably he might bring some luck to the West Indies team, Andy.
Good morning to you, Lockhart. Good morning to all listeners. It's a bright and sunny day here at Windsor Park. India beginning on 80 without loss of 23 overs with Sharma not out on 30, Jaiswal not out on 40. Jaiswal has moved on to 44. Sharma has moved on to 37, and India, they have moved from 80 to 95. A slow start for the Indians, but they're not bothered. The line of the West Indies bowlers, especially Holder, seem to be outside the off stump, and the batsmen not forced to play in the early overs.
Yes, yeah, but they were bowling a bit wide. I don't know that that was part of the plan, Andy.
So we have seen some 7 overs bowled. We're into the 8th over of the morning, and just 15 runs added to the Indian total. But they won't be too bothered by that. Their captain is there, he's on 37. Jaiswal is on 44. And they've put on a good partnership, 95 without losing a wicket. Remember that yesterday the West Indies dismissed for 150, really setting them back. As Roach bowls to Jaiswal, delivery, poorly directed delivery, and the ball going down the leg side, well gathered there by the wicketkeeper De Silva. So it's strange that we did not see Alzari Joseph opening this morning. They've decided to use maybe more economical stuff by Jason Holder and Kemar Roach. But It's felt that if you want to get wickets, you go with your most aggressive bowler. Here is Roach. Bowls outside the off stump. Jaiswal judges this one well and allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. So the crowd building up. Earlier coming in, there was the pan in a harmony, playing some sweet pan music, and the good culture being exhibited here at Windsor Park. The crowd building up. Yesterday for Wednesday, it was a fairly good crowd as Roach from around the wicket goes to the left-handed batsman. He drives pleasantly, well knocked down there by Afanaz there at short extra cover. Lovely work there, good drive, a good powerful drive, and he got the left hand down and knocked the ball down and prevented what looked like a certain boundary.
Yes, a lovely stroke and well fielded by Ali Afanaz at extra cover.
So the slip with the Cornwall there at first slip, at second slip Jason Hoder, the captain is at mid-off, Zari Joseph at mid-on, Alik Afanaz there at short extra cover. As again he gets a delivery pitched up, he's going for the off drive, the ball peeling off the inside portion of the bat and going down to the man at the backward square, and he gets a run. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, India 96 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and both Indian batsmen, Andrew, I mean, Jaiswal is just playing, trying to play every ball on its merit, looking to get to his first half century in Test cricket. The captain himself, Sharma, has played very, very well. He hasn't looked in a lot of problems, and the West Indies bowlers really have their work cut out for them today, Andrew.
Well, yesterday we saw Cornwall just bowled a few overs, 4 overs for 17 runs.
To experience the next generation of foods, well, come over to Crispies and select something from our delicious menu. Whether it's the juicy chicken breast or fish sandwich laying on a seeded bun, or our new crispy fish fingers, you will be spoiled with our choices. We also cater to any event, no matter the size. With Crispies, you will be crazy not to try. Our new opening hours are 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Crispies, we make food good.
One run is Jaiswal. He moves on to 46, but certainly not getting hold of this ball as you would have liked.
Well, this pitch is not a quick pitch, Andy. Not a quick pitch. We've said that since yesterday.
So it will be Rohit Sharma. Has faced 86 balls so far for his 37. Jaiswal on the other hand, 46 up 101 balls. Here is Hoder with 2 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Bowls delivery directed on the off stump. Sharma covers up, comfortable in defense, and there is no run. Bright, sunny conditions. Really lovely day for cricket. And I dare say had the West Indies performed and scored a few more runs, we would have maybe seen many more people here in attendance. But Jaiswal is there on 46. Yashasvi Jaiswal plays for the same side like Jason Hoder in the IPL, the Rajasthan Royals. As Hoder bowls one which Sharma covers up, plays it to Brathwaite at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Hoder and Jaiswal playing for the Rajasthan Royals. Jaiswal will be familiar with the bowling of Hoder.
Yes, they would have probably practiced a lot in the nets, Andy.
So Hoder has bowled quite economically so far. This morning not many runs coming off him, just about 6 runs as bowls a delivery on the off stump. Sharma is equal to it, plays it on the offside, straight there to mid-off where Alzari fields, and there is no run. So yesterday, Alik Afanaz making his debut and batted quite well. He was batting comfortably till he played a forced shot and was dismissed for 47. But We expect good things from Afanaz as he continues his journey in Test cricket. Gets the delivery on his legs, he works it down to the backward square. Warwican will come off the boundary and Rohit Sharma will add one more to his total. He moves on to 38 and the Indian total advances to 98 without loss. So, Oda looks like he's going to bowl over the wicket on this occasion. All along this morning he was bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Seems that he has decided to go over the wicket. 2 slips go down as Oda from the Botanic Garden end bowls a short rising delivery. Jaiswal handles it well, plays it down to the fieldsman coming off the deep backward square leg boundary. Shandapol, and Jaiswal adds one more to his total. He's 47. India 99 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and Jason Holder has bowled 9 overs so far, and it's been a long spell. In fact, if you look at him going up the field now, I don't know if he'll probably get a change of shirt or what. I don't think he's injured, so we'll see how long he stays off the field. But he seems to be going off the field now. He's had a long spell.
Yes, 5 overs this morning and only conceded 7 runs. As figures now of 9 overs, none for 13. So here is the bowling change, much anticipated, and it's Alzari Joseph to replace Kima Roach, and he'll be bowling from the river end, the media center end, northern end if you like, and he'll be bowling to Jaiswal, who is on 47. India 99 without loss. They trail by 51 runs. So West Indies looking to make a breakthrough this morning. Haven't been able to do so. India, on the other hand, would want to compile as many runs as possible. Here is Alzari Joseph. Runs away from us now. Bowls to the batsman who drives straight to the man at short extra cover. Looks like Rifa, and there is no run. In fact, it looks like a substitute because the holder has just left the field. So there is a substitute fieldsman fielding there at short extra cover. Alzari Joseph from the river end, the fastest bowler on the West Indies side, runs in, bowls from around the wicket, and he's pulling this one, and the ball goes into the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, short delivery, batsman getting into his wicket, and that brings up his 50. 51 there for Jaiswal. 51 he is, and certainly has batted quite well. 51 off 104 balls, and just Yashasvi Jaiswal is his maiden half-century. As I welcome to the microphones Heston Charles. Good morning, Heston.
Good morning to you, Andrew, and good morning to the listeners of Cotton Drive and all our listeners in the region and those listening locally on Carry FM. It's a beautiful day. Jaiswal scores his half-century at the Windsor Park, looking good.
Gets a ball which he opens the face of the bat, steers it down to Shandapol coming off the squarish cover boundary and gets another run. He moves on to 52. The 100 has come up for India of 32.2 overs. The 50 came up in 12.2, and now the 100 for India posted in 32.2 overs.
Yeah, Jaiswal is certainly a dangerous batsman, and he scored 197 in his under-19 debut against. He scored that in India against South Africa, and so he'll be looking to make a statement there today. A young player, 21 years old, Andy.
One slip, a gully, go down as here is Alzari Joseph. Bowls to Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma gets a delivery slightly back of a good length, covers up and pushes it to Blackwood at short extra cover. So the field is one slip, a gully, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep square leg, and a man deep down on the long leg boundary. So making his debut. The last 10 batters to score 50 on their test debut, and you can see Jaiswal is one of them, Sonda, and a few others who have done well, as a delivery there once more from Azari.
Yeah.
He covers up and plays it to the captain there at mid-on, and there is no run.
I understand that the sun is very hot today, Andy.
Yes, well, you've got to keep hydrated. Don't get cramps. So here is Azari Joseph once again. Yesterday he bowled 5 overs, which was a good delivery. Batsman covers up, pushes it to the mid-wicket. He picks up. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 33.
Because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily.
The first test match, and they have really played quite well, and the Indian batting, good batting lineup. We've got people like Virat Kohli, Ajinkya Rahane, long batting lineup, I can tell you, and West Indies need to make some inroads. There's Ishan Kishan, who is making his debut, Ravindra Jadeja, no slouch with the bat, and Ashwin is there, Shardul Thakur has got some runs behind his name, and it's a long road for the West Indies team as we see the introduction of Rakim Cornwall from the boot. There is the delivery, which the batsman on the back foot punching it down to the man deep at mid-off. Roach comes in but can't prevent the run. Jaiswal gets another run. He moves on to 53.
He's playing, he's a more experienced player, and he's ensuring that he keeps encouraging Jaiswal, being the younger player, Andy.
Gets a delivery there from Cornwall. Sharp turns it.
Changes mode of delivery, Andy, I notice. It's coming.
Bowling from
Around
over the
the wicket.
wicket.
Oh, yeah.
Bowling from over the wicket.
Yeah.
Bowls, batsman covers up, pushes it to the man there at straightish mid-wicket. He moved to his left, moving in a mid-on area, and no run. And immediately Brathwaite takes the role of being in that position there at wide-ish mid-on. Blackwood, the vice captain, is at slip. There's a short leg, a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, and a loud appeal, and
This one looked a little bit high, Andy. Looked a little bit high from my vantage point. I don't know what you saw, Andy.
well, the timer is still on, and the fieldsman there, Blackwood, holding on to a catch, but certainly hitting the pad, and the West Indian players, the captain, not even going for the review. The end of an over from Cornwall, and at the end of it, India 104th without loss.
Yeah, very good going by India, and you could see that they're showing Cornwall some respect, and the appeal was for LBW, and this one seemed to have been going down leg. So we have a very good session there by the Indian batters, and we look into the stands and we see the Grayson Shillingford and Irvin Shillingford stand, and the crowd is trickling a little bit, and we really hope that probably later in the day that more persons will come to the Windsor Park.
So slight corrections, actually 105 without loss, 45 runs adrift. Bright sunny conditions prevailing here at Windsor Park. Yesterday, barring just a slight interruption, which didn't cost too much. And today, again, another bright and sunny day, good day for cricket. Crowd building up in high anticipation of the West Indies performing well this morning as Azari bows to Jaiswal. Jaiswal covers up and he can score as the ball is played to short extra cover.
Yes, and the Windsor Park, playing area has proven to be a batsman paradise, and over the years, and in India will look to make good use of this batting pitch that we have here at the Windsor Park.
Well, it's a good batting pitch, but yet still the West Indies could only muster 150 runs after having won the toss. Here is Azari Joseph from around the wicket. Bows a delivery which is directed on the off stump. He plays it well. Skipper Brathwaite is there at mid-off and prevents any chance of a run. So Jaiswal 7 fours in his 50, 7 fours, and batted quite well, 7 fours, and he has faced 104 balls. Raises his bat, and a very happy man. On your debut, you make a half century. Here is Azari bows, the batsman drives, finds Brathwaite at mid-off, and he can score. So Jaiswal is kept on 53 of 109 balls. Rohit Sharma, the captain who began today on 30, has just added 8 runs to his overnight score. Has moved on to 38. He has faced 98 deliveries.
He's playing the senior role on there, and just encouraging Jaiswal to go out there and look good, and making his debut there today, and he's looking in good form, good knock, and
Here is Joseph. Bowes is driving gloriously. The man there at backward point will come off the boundary and limit the batsman just to 1 run. But he was coming forward, driving pleasantly, and in the end, just 1 more to him. He moves on to 54, and the Indian total moves on to 106 without loss.
He's not phased. He has been settled from since earlier this morning, and glorious drive there, and certainly he looking very well set, Andy, to get a high total there at the Windsor Park.
Azari Joseph decides to go over the wicket to the right-handed batsman Rohit. Bows a well-directed delivery on the stumps, and Sharma there in defence, solid in defence, pushes it to short extra cover. Jermaine Blackwood is in the way, and there is no run. So very quiet period for the Indians. The West Indies looking to make a breakthrough, which hasn't quite materialized so far.
Yes, it's a long walk in the tunnel.
Azari bows a delivery just slightly outside the off stump, and Sharma was thinking of playing, withdrew the bat at the last moment, and the ball going through to the wicketkeeper brings about the end of over number 35, and India 106 without loss is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Azari looking to get that one into the batsman, and batsman Rohit just watching this one go by, playing cautiously and just ensuring that no loose stroke, and that is very important. The loose stroke, why get yourself out? Just stay there and frustrate the bowling.
Well, 12 overs have been bowled this morning. Only 26 runs conceded by the West Indies bowlers. You had Jason Holder, who had a fantastic spell. He bowled 5 overs this morning, and only 9 runs came off his 5 overs, and really kept things tight for the West Indies. But what they need is wickets. Can Cornwall produce a wicket for the West Indies. Here is from around the wicket, draws Jaiswal forward, circumspectly forward, and there is no run. So Jaiswal making his debut and batting quite well. India trail by 44 runs. Here is Cornwall. Coming forward is Jaiswal and pushes it there to the captain at short extra cover, and once again there is no run. Floats this one, and it is a loud appeal, and umpire Goff is unmoved, and the players, they consult. It was a good delivery. It spun away from Jaiswal. Umpire Goff did not give the affirmative decision. The West Indies.
The batsman is touching his elbow, and he's touching his elbow, like almost indicating that the ball took his elbow.
Well, you can't rely on that. You've got to go. The West Indies, they have gone for the review, and let's watch it on the monitor. Good ball pitched and spinning away, and we need a better view. Not quite clear there, but certainly at that point, I'm not sure when they higher up. So you've got to watch it on ultra edge now. Going, misses. So a flat line, and the decision will remain not out.
Yes, it's not out.
So
Andy, you would have been a good third umpire, Andy. Good television umpire.
Well, remember, I did some umpiring in my early days. We didn't reach any high degree of umpiring, but the point is, once you know the game,
yes,
you can you are in good position to make certain decisions. But a good decision there by the umpire, Michael Goff.
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
De Silva not gathering the ball cleanly, but this.
My health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
A good over in the end from Cornwall, and at the end of over number 36, India 106 without loss. Jaiswal is on 54, Rohit Sharma is on 38, and that's the latest score here at Windsor.
Yes, Andy, you were certainly right. You did indicate earlier on that, racking Cornwall may make the difference in the bowling department for West Indies, and clearly, since he came on, he has been troubling the batsmen, and so you call it right. Racking Cornwall would have to make the difference in the bowling department for West Indies, because he certainly at this point is giving the Indian batters some trouble, Andy.
Well, in that over, he looked quite good. He spun the ball, did something similar to what Ashwin did, getting the ball to leave the left-handed batsman. But it's Alzari Joseph from the river end once again, bowling over the wicket, and this one is played, beautifully off his legs there, and the ball going down to the boundary. The umpire will wait his signal, not too sure what he's going to signal. Wait for his signal. The ball was hit, just coming forward and flicking the ball high, and at the cow corner position, wide-ish mid-wicket, and still awaiting the decision from umpire Kettlebrough. One has to watch it, it's going. In fact, clearly looks to me, with the umpire signal, I don't want to preempt his decision, but he's still watching it on the monitor. Did it hit the boundary board full? Not too certain as yet. Still awaiting, but it was a beautiful shot, pitched up on the legs of Sharma, and he just clipped it to the cow corner region.
And that's an interesting situation there. It appears that the ball probably did not hit the boundary ropes. from my vantage point looking at the screen, I don't know what you're saying, but it appears that seems to be a very interesting situation right now there.
Well, it's left to the umpires. I hate to make the decisions which I am not entitled to make.
From my vantage point, it didn't seem to hit the rope, Andy.
Well, I'll await the umpire. You have the TV umpire. The TV umpire, Marius Erasmus, is the one making the call, and it's 6 runs. So you can't rely on Heston Charles's decision and information.
It appears.
It's 6 runs there.
It appears on me.
Here is a delivery outside of the off stump, and the batsman Sharma allows it to go. But it was a beautiful shot, pitched up on his legs, and he just clipped it. And to clip a ball forward of square in the mid-wicket area, cow corner as they call it, is really a fantastic shot.
Very, very good shot. He looked very composed, like I indicated earlier on. His on fails, and very well settled. And this opening pair, and they're looking more and more dangerous out there.
Here is Joseph. Bows to Sharma. Sharma is covering up, opens the face of the bat, steers the ball down to a third man. The first man is giving chase. He can give it up now. There's 4 runs there to Rohit Sharma. He moves on to 44. 48 he is. 116 without loss. And certainly in full command there, India. Just opening the face of the bat and guiding it. No problems whatsoever from Sharma, and getting a boundary. So overnight he was 30. He has added 18 runs this morning. On the other hand, Jaswal, who was on 40, has added 14. So they've really added good bit of runs, 80 and 36 runs so far. Here is Joseph, bows to Sharma. Sharma is driving, finds Roach in the way at mid-off, and he can score.
This two more to get a half century, and he looks very well destined to get it, Andy. Unless something strange happened, but he's well settled there at the crease, and he looks very destined to get that 50 runs.
So after this over, we'll have Andrew McLean coming back. Let's see if he can change the fortunes. Here is Joseph. Bows to Sharma. Sharma is working this one delightfully off his legs once again. Shandapal will come off the deep square leg boundary and will limit the batsman to just 1 run. Sharma moves to 49. Has faced 105 deliveries so far. 117 without loss, India. In reply to 150 scored by the West Indies. Remember, it's the Cycle Pure Agapathi series. First test, the 99th test, and the 100th will be played at the Queen's Park Oval as Alzari Joseph from around the wicket to Jaiswal. Pitches this one up, he drives elegantly, forcefully, but can't beat Captain Brathwaite at mid-off. The over comes to an end. At the end of over number 37, Drinks has been summoned onto the field. Rohit Sharma is on 49, Jaiswal is on 54. 37 overs have been completed. The Indian total 117 for no loss, and certainly a good morning cricket has been intriguing. West Indies, they have contained India somewhat, but they have not taken a wicket. Drinks are on the field. I will leave you with Heston Charles, and then to carry the commentary so not quite ready. So I'll just go through what has happened this morning. India resuming on their overnight score of 80 without loss of 23 overs, with Rohit Sharma on 30. He had faced 65 balls yesterday, 3 4s and 1 6. Jaiswal was on 40, he faced 73 balls for his 40, and he struck 6 4s. This morning we saw Jason Holder beginning from the Botanic Gardens end, the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end, and he directed
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
Thank you very much, Andy Carter. So it's nice to be back in the commentary box, and I'm joined by Raunak Kapoor, who's out here doing television. Good morning, Raunak.
Yeah, morning, Andrew. It's good evening in my part of the world, so it all works.
So how are you finding your time in Dominica so far?
It's a pretty place, isn't it? I'm not used to 70,000 people in the entire country.
Yeah.
Where we come from, we can squeeze those many into one of our stadiums and still have room for a few more. But I know the Indian boys are really enjoying it. A month off in Indian cricket is a rare thing. And this team, to resume business in the Caribbean is not a bad place. They've only played the one test match here in 2011, and only Virat Kohli survives from that team. So too Rahul Dravid in a non-playing capacity. So it's a rare thing for the Indian team to have time off, be away from the crowd, just relax, and it's helped. You could see with the ease with which they've controlled and dominated day one and half a session on day two, in a position now to dictate terms.
It's interesting what you're saying, Raunak, and because I distinctly remember when Sachin Tendulkar was playing, he loved coming to New Zealand, which is my country.
Yep.
I think it was Hamilton. He used to just walk to the game each day, and he just loved the freedom without all that pressure and stuff. And whether that translates into runs and wickets is another matter. But just being in a place where it's very relaxed must make the players more relaxed, but just their minds must be more relaxed.
100%. And Sachin was still at a time where the camera phone was just about becoming a thing.
Yeah.
Right? So even though he had fans come to him all over the world, it's probably for a handshake or sign something, but it's a different beast today. Yeah. So these guys with the IPL, the kind of paparazzi and the kind of attention that they caught back home, very young, that too. When Sachin was young, he played in a different time, a different team. These guys get that wherever they are. So I can almost sense the calm. A number of the Indian players have their families with them. Kids are here as well. So I guess it can only be a good thing with the magnitude and the quantity of cricket that the Indian team plays. So just think a month off. Will India take a little time? Are they rusty? Time off is a great thing.
Yeah. And so where in India are you from, actually?
Mumbai.
Oh, right.
Same town as Sachin.
Yeah.
Same town as Yashasvi and Rohit, batting together.
Yeah. Well, I'll come back to Jaiswal. So I was reading up about him last night, just kind of the background to how he got here and stuff. Bearing in mind he's only 21. But anyway, play's about to resume out in the middle. It's going to be Raheem Cornwall coming in to bowl his 7th over. He's not got none for 18, so the right arm off spinner. Bowling this time to the Indian skipper Rohit Sharma. He just works that one away behind square. And it's picked up there by Roach. There's one further run to the total. And that takes Rohit through to his 50. You'd have to say 50 off 106 balls, a very measured block, but he just hasn't looked in any danger at all, has he?
Yeah, that pick up in the last over of Alzari just tells you that Rohit's in that mood now. When I want to hit it for 6, I will.
Yeah, as Cornwall bowls that next delivery to Jaiswal, and it's through to the keeper. So there was a nervy moment in the previous over when there was a big appeal against Jaiswal. Here's Cornwall to Jaiswal. That's a little bit shorter of a length, and just defends it away. Yeah, huge appeal with the ball sailing well and truly past the edge of the bat. All right, here's Cornwall once more, bowling to Jicewell, who drives that one up to long on. And it's picked up there. I think that's Jason Holder down there. And there's further run to Jicewell. He moves on to 55. Have you ever seen a shorter run-up than Cornwall's?
I'm trying to think.
Oh. So that was an interesting one. Rowett played it into the covers. Jicewell remained in his crease. Rowett ran halfway down the wicket. He wasn't moving. And the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva ended up doing the fielding at cover.
I think that was closer to Cornwall than it was for Joshua De Silva.
Here is Cornwall once more to Rowett. It's played into the leg side. Alec Athanade's there, fielding the ball. There's no run. That's the end of the over. And it's 119 without loss here at Windsor Park. I know one person who's got a run up about the same length. It's me. But other than that, I've never seen it. But it is interesting, isn't it? With different, bowlers who bowl the same type of delivery. Look at Nathan Lyon. He's got quite a long run up.
Yeah.
Ish Sodhi, the New Zealand leg spinner, he's got a long run up.
I think towards the end of Chris Gale's career, when he had given up bowling, but occasionally, just to please the crowd, because the universe demanded it, said, all right, I'll bowl, and he bowled in between the umpire and the stump. So he started off in front. That doesn't happen. It's also posing a problem for the umpire. Sometimes you have to stick your arm out if you want a bowler to hold on or a halt in play, and the bowler's in front of you, so you have to almost grab him back.
We're going to see a change in the attack now. It's going to be the left-arm spinner Warrican. He's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, none for 20 so far. He's coming in to bowl round the wicket to Jicewell, who's defensively forward, and there's no run. It's going to be hard to get a story in during the middle of an over with 2 spinners bowling, but Jicewell, just his path to get to this level. Here he is, cutting this time behind point, and there's a man out there, does the fielding, loses, I thought he had lost his sunglasses, but he hadn't. And that's Chanderpaul out there. So here's Warrican, wide on the crease to Jicewell, and he's defensively forward to a ball on the line of leg stump. It's picked up at short leg, and there's no run. Dreadlocked man, Warrican, here he is, and it's Jicewell now looking for a run as Craig Brathwaite comes across from mid-on, but he's sent back by his captain, and there's no run. So Jicewell on 55, Rowett with him there on 50. There's Warrican again, and this one's just outside the long off stump. Jicewell's cutting, but with no real power. It's picked up by Chanderpaul at point, and there's no run. So Jicewell's bowling with Rakeem Cornwall at slip, and a man at short leg. 3 on the offside. Here he is, last ball of the over, and it's defended by Jicewell. So after 39 overs of this innings, India is 119 for 0 at Windsor Park. But yes, with Jicewell, I read that he's not originally from Mumbai.
Yep.
But I believe he was sleeping in Oval Maiden and selling food, basically to sustain himself while he was developing his cricket career.
Yeah, it's a heartwarming story. It's be careful to romanticize the struggle, but I think it sets the precedent to how cricketers in India reach this level. Many of them come from nothing. He was a boy in Uttar Pradesh who moved houses at 11, an 11-year-old taking a different city to try and pursue some form of livelihood, and of course cricket was the first of those. His uncle, as Rakeem Cornwall will continue through a defence, his uncle was running, he's one of the groundskeepers at the Maidan, and our oval Maidans, for those who are familiar, you've got about 100 pitches in about the same acreage of land as Windsor Park and Dominica is. You have to watch out for cricket at the other end. So that's how we invariably have our school and local club cricket going on in Mumbai. So while he was assisting his uncle, he got a few games.
Here's Cornwall once more, and Rohit's down the wicket defending, no run.
And because there was at times no place for his uncle to keep him, if say his uncle had someone else staying there, he had to sleep in the tent at the ground itself. And when cricket didn't give you any kind of daily allowance, if there was no cricket 4 months in Mumbai, you don't have cricket because of the weather.
There's Cornwall, and this time Rohit's sweeping. It's a top edge. There's a man running back, and it's just landed over his head. It was Roach, so mistimed there, mistimed sweep shot, and Rohit shows his disgust with himself, swinging his bat as if to say, why did I play that shot, or why did I not play it better? But anyway, it's lobbed over short fine leg's head, and he's single for Rohit. That brings Jaiswal on strike. Cornwall bowling round the wicket to him. He's defensively forward, and there's no run.
He's asking questions, Cornwall, and yeah, just to complete the Jaiswal story, from there he speaks of it now and says it's that sort of hardship that reminds me of how good I need to be and value the experience, as he defends another one from Cornwall. He's rushing through this over, 4 balls already, that he had to be extraordinary, and that's what his first class journey has been in. 15 innings, we all know now, average of 80, 900s, 250s. He's cut the queue.
Here's Cornwall to Jaiswal, and he looks to sweep, but it balloons up off his pad. Oh no, it looks like it's hit him in the helmet. I think they're calling, saw the umpire gesture towards the helmet. No, maybe not. Anyway, that's the end of another over. India are 120 without loss here at Windsor Park. Yeah, magnificent story, isn't it? I mean, you know, when I started reading about him, first thing I did was check out his first class stats. I was like, wow, 915 matches.
Yeah.
This guy can play.
He doesn't like 50s. Yeah, he doesn't like 50s. So watch out. I mean, he's 55 now, and you're right. It did take his helmet the last ball of Cornwall's over. There is a quick check from the physio, which is mandatory. Even if you bowl at Cornwall's pace, that hits you almost, it kisses you with kindness on the helmet. But protocol is that he gets the check, all good.
Actually, we had Curtly Ambrose on commentary yesterday when, I think it was, who was it? Was it Reefer maybe? Anyway, it was one of the left-handers, and there was a glance to the helmet.
Right.
And I said to Sir Curtly, I said, just out of interest, did you hit many guys when you were bowling? He said, actually, I hardly ever hit anyone in the head. He said, I was more focused on taking wickets, you know?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, I'd rough them up a bit, but I never tried to hit anyone in the head. He said, some of my predecessors might have, but not me. Here's Warrican beginning a new over, bowling to Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain, defensively forward, playing from the crease, and there's no run. So, just a reminder, the commentary position is at the river end of the ground here at Windsor Park. And runs away from us. Bowling his left arm spinners. Oh, that one bounced and turned a fraction. Rohit was prodding forward, and I think it just jumped a little bit. Maybe it hit a foot mark or something.
Yep.
Oh, it turned. Well, that's an encouraging sign for the West Indies. They just need to persist with these lines and keep asking the questions, I guess. This time Rohit's forward to a ball that doesn't turn and probably a bit flatter, and there's no run. And just going back to that previous delivery. Oh no, that wasn't the previous one. That one just went straight on. But yeah, the thing, that's a good move now, bringing the short leg across to the offside, so sort of a silly mid-off, I guess you would say. And this next one to Rohit is defended, but it's defended behind square. Gives Rohit the time to go through for a single. He moves on to 52. India 121 without loss. I guess the other thing too is that, you know, getting 100 partnership with your captain on debut's got to help as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't take long to make an impression. That's what's happened in first-class cricket, in IPL cricket, and you say, oh, international cricket's the big step up. Not everyone who gets runs in first class can do it. As he just plays the 5th ball of the over to the man at short leg, Jaiswal. Warrican continuing to bowl round the wicket to the left-hander. But look at how easy he looks. He looks at home.
Yeah.
He looks at home in Test cricket.
It's been quite interesting, this match, in that sense for debutants, as Jaiswal defends to Warwick, and again that's the end of the over. India 121 without loss here at Windsor Park. It was interesting watching the West Indies innings yesterday. The guy who looked most comfortable was the guy playing his first test. He just did not look in any trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, we had a chat with Alec Athanase at the end of the day, and Bish asked him a really good question. Where do you rate Test cricket, given what we know of the modern day cricket and what his aspirations and ambitions are? Nothing wrong with that. He said, I don't even like white ball cricket. I think he just got a record recently with the joint fastest 50 in one-day cricket, and here you got Athanase saying, I wanted to be a Test cricketer, and you could see once you value it, you set your targets there, you could come here and look terrific. Maybe the West Indies need more of that.
Here's Cornwall beginning a new over to Rohit, and that one bounced, and Rohit managed to defend it off without bringing the short leg into play. But yes, just looking at the replay, this really bounced. Oh, it hit him on the thigh pad actually. So it's probably about now Craig Brathwaite was thinking, why did I sky that ball yesterday when I was on 20? Why did we capitulate like we did when there's so much assistance for the spinners now? There's that next one from Cornwall to Rohit is defended once more. Yeah, things are starting to happen on this pitch, that's for sure. Here's Cornwall to Rohit, and this is just defended, and there's no run.
Yeah, I just think he's getting a little eager now, Rohit Sharma. Those kind of balls that kick up, one's hit him, he's seen at the other end too. Jaiswal's been tested. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on. Rohit won't care.
Here's Cornwall to Rohit, and he's just defending that to a leg gully position, and there's no run. There's a massive gap on the offside too here, huge. There's a man at deep points, Chanderpaul, and there's a mid-off and there's a slip. Well, it's defensively forward again. Cornwall getting through his overs very quickly, so this is looking good for a maiden so far. If he can bowl this last ball with no run conceded, he comes in now. And Rohit's defensively forward. So yeah, very tidy over there from Cornwall. One bounce quite sharply. India 121 without loss at Windsor Park. Well, interesting question for you. What's your view on the decision to move on, it seems, from Cheteshwar Pujara?
Yeah. I think it's triggered a lot of conversation, given that it's not like Pujara alone was responsible for India's defeat in either the WTC final, and otherwise outside of that they have a proud record in Test cricket. But I think it's now a long-term plan that we use this word transition a lot now in India. This is a team in transition, and you'd rather ring in the changes one by one. So it's a hard place to get into, as Warwick continues from the commentary box end that we're from, as Jaiswal defends to short leg. It's a hard team to get into. There are a lot of people knocking on the door, but instead of having to have 3 young guys come in to replace 3 seniors in Kohli, Pujara and Rahane, or potentially even Rohit Sharma, brings out the paddle as Jaiswal will get at least 1, maybe 2 full ball that he picks up, and they will run back for 2 before the fielder a deep square returns. So 2 of the second ball. So I think they've just decided we're going to try and give someone else a go. I mean, if you have Jaiswal coming in, there's Gaikwad waiting, there's a lot of KL Rahul will return from injury at some point. So yes, they've just decided that, yep, we're going to try something different. Pujara has been a great servant of Test cricket, of Indian cricket, and he's just gone back to the grind. He's already scoring runs in domestic cricket all over again. But I like the change. I know it's harsh, but it's a tough team to get into, and sometimes you got to take tough calls when you plan for the future of your team.
Yeah, I quite like the way you described that then. It kind of reminds me of football in some senses. You know, you look at Manchester United and the success they had.
Yeah.
Alex Ferguson was very good at moving players on as Warwick comes in again, bowling to Jaiswal, and he plays it into the leg side and there's no run. But he just knew when to move players on.
Yep.
And that was a hallmark of why they were able to keep succeeding for so long. Here's Warwick. This time Drysdale's down the ground, but it's well stopped by the skipper Craig Brathwaite at mid-on, and there's no run.
And I think Andrew, now Test cricket's been looked at from the lens of a 2-year cycle, right? India have made 2 WTC finals. As Warwick continues, Jaiswal defends. You think Pujara's not capable of getting runs? Yeah, sure he is. Maybe he would have in this position got you 50, 100. He's still more than capable. But in 2 years' time, if you find yourselves in another WTC final, possibly playing in Australia or in England or a South Africa in foreign conditions.
Here's Warwick to Jaiswal, and he's working that one behind square, and they think about a run. They have a mid-pitch conversation, and then they say, oh, maybe just go back. And there's no run. So that's the end of another over from Warwick. He's got bowled 9, none for 23. India are 123 without loss here at Windsor Park.
That throw was so wayward, it hit Cornwall on the foot and he wasn't pleased. He hit so wide on the keeper, he's not going to get the ball in hand. But that's exactly the point, that in 2 years' time, would you like to have a Yashasvi Jaiswal who would have played maybe 20 tests and bossed it if he does play as well as he has today and as he has in his first-class career? That just gives you a different dimension. A left-hander at the top, something India desperately missed against Australia in the WTC final with 6 right-handers, one after the other. So I guess it's just looking ahead, and full credit to the selectors because it's a tough call, and it reminds the senior players in the team too, to be honest, to continue delivering.
Well, there's another reason too. Is like if Rohit gets injured, for example, right, then you've got another opener there available. Here's Cornwall bowling to Rohit, and that turns past his pads on the leg side, and there's no run. And as you say, KL Rahul can come back. So it's just building depth, and I think it's a great tour to start him off on.
Absolutely.
You know? Here's Cornwall to Rohit. He plays that one into the covers. There's absolutely no one out there anywhere near the ball, but they just amble through for a single. And there's no 1 run further added to the total. Rohit moves on to 53, 124 without loss. Yeah, and what a great place to start.
100%.
You know? This is where Virat Kohli started his career in the Caribbean in 2011. Although it must be said Jaiswal's doing a little bit better than Kohli did at that time.
Sunil Gavaskar started here in 71 under very different power equations from who the stronger team was between the West Indies and India. But yeah, some all-time greats come from the West Indies when they start here for India.
Cornwall to Warwick, and this time he's driving, and he can't beat the man at extra cover. That's Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. So Cornwall round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal is defending. So Cornwall not able to extract the same turn that he managed to get in the previous over to the right-handed Rohit Sharma to the left-handed Jaiswal, but let's see what he can do here. And having just said that, beats the outside edge of the bat with one that turned sharply, but Jaiswal wasn't good enough to connect with that one. As we just see the replay on the monitor here, missed it by a long way. So at the end of the over now, it's 124 without loss here at Windsor Park. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I was doing my homework on this, and I just had a funny feeling. I thought, I wonder if Kohli played here last time. You know, I guessed, you know. So I looked it up, and sure enough, he did play. And in fact, at that time his highest Test score was at this ground actually.
Correct.
He got 30.
It was his debut series.
Yeah, and he actually got 76 runs over the 3 matches.
Yeah, it was a tough tour.
Fair to say he's improved a bit since then.
That was the only time, Andrew, in his career that he was dropped. He was dropped after that, after that West Indies series, and then found his way back a few months later, and the rest, as they say, is history. So the only time Virat Kohli's tasted the bitter feeling of being dropped from the national side was after West Indies in 2011.
Well, I saw his next match was actually against the West Indies in Wankhede.
Yeah.
So his first 4 matches were against the West Indies, but I think he scored a half century in both innings in that match in Wankhede. Here's Warwick beginning a new over from the river end. It's outside the line of off stump. Rohit lets it go through the keeper, and there's no run. But yeah, that's it was fascinating. And then of course there's this amazing story that. Just come back to that. Here's Warwick bowling to Rohit Sharma, he cuts that one. There's no one out there. That's racing away to the point boundary for 4. But yeah, there's an amazing story that it's believed, and I don't know if this has been verified, but I heard it from a reputable source from India, that Kohli is the only person to play against a father and a son on the same ground.
On the same ground?
On the same ground.
Yeah, I think that narrows the bubble a little bit. Yeah, because we know Ashwin's played against them. Rohit Sharma too has played against Chandrapal. So, yeah.
Yeah, so here is Warrican, and Rohit's defensively forward. But yeah, that's because Chandrapal Shivnarayan, that is, made 100 here in 2011. Of course, his son's playing here now. He's still got a chance to make 100, perhaps, in the second innings. Here's Warrican bowling to Rohit, and he's defensively forward, and there's no run. And yeah, Virat Kohli played in both those fixtures. So that's a story I heard from an Indian journalist. He told me.
We find our ways to like make the most exclusive stat for Virat Kohli. So that Chandrapal equation, which is lovely for Ashwin, no, let's find a way for Kohli to be exclusive again, king of that stat. So at this ground and nowhere else has there been a player who's played against the father and son. So.
Same location. Yeah, here's Rohit driving the next one from Warrican's, fielded by Craig Brathwaite at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, so I'm trying to get an interview with Kohli while I'm here, and I know it's going to be pretty much impossible, but I've got to try and think of like some unbelievable story, and I think I might just have it. Here's Warrican bowling the next one. It beats the outside of Rohit Sharma's bat through to the keeper Joshua De Silva, and there's no run. So at the end of the 45th over, it's 128 without loss here at Windsor Park. Actually, what's it like from a media perspective with the Indian team when they're abroad, in terms of trying to speak to them and get stories, compared to say when they're in India or the IPL or?
Well, traveling Indian journalists this time. Caribbean's an expensive place to come to these days. Beautiful place. But
oh my goodness! I cannot believe how much money I'm spending. Go through to the keeper. So Cornwall bowling well here. Not going for too many runs, getting some to turn. That one's on the line of middle stump and defended by Jaiswal, and there's no run. Here is Cornwall, and that one turns sharply once again past the outside edge of Jaiswal's bat through to Joshua De Silva. So yeah, Cornwall definitely extracting turns, getting good revolutions on the ball. And in fact, that just straightened slightly. It didn't turn too sharply. And the next one to Jaiswal is defended. But yeah, just the ball, things are starting to happen. But he's up against a very capable batsman in Jaiswal, and of course Rohit at the other end, as he defends the next one. So just the one ball left in this over, and after this over I'll be handing to Andy Carter, and Lockhart Sebastian will be taking our places. So thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And hope we'll have you again sometime.
Yeah, look forward. Cheers.
And it's 128 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Ready to experience the next generation of foods? Well, come over to Crispy's and select something from our delicious menu. Whether it's the juicy chicken breast or fish sandwich laying on a seeded bun, or our new crispy fish fingers, you will be spoiled with our choices. We also cater to any event, no matter the size. With Crispy's, you will be crazy not to try. Our new opening hours are 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Crispy's, we make food good.
Yes, Andrew, was India now 128 runs without loss. Very strong position. They've added 48 runs for today. A bit slow, but both batsmen have tried to consolidate. Both on 57 And Andrew, things don't look too good for the West Indies.
Definitely not. Overnight, 80 without loss of 23 overs. They have now moved on to 128 without loss. Yeah, Shazvi Jaswal has moved from 40, he's now 57. Both batsmen, in fact, are on 57. Overnight, Jaswal was on 40 and Sharma was on 30. As the first delivery from Jomel Warrican is met with the full face of the bat by Rohit Sharma. Started off quite slowly, Rohit Sharma, but slowly get into his spaces, drives pleasantly, and straight to the man at the cover position. Looks like
My health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
And again he can score. So India trail by 22 runs. Overnight 80 without loss. They have added some 48 runs in this morning's play so far. Drives pleasantly, finds Mackenzie in the way. And we look around and we're not seeing, it seems Cornwall is off the
Cornwall
field.
is off, he just left the field after he bowled the last over.
Bowls a full toss with drives powerfully, beats Mackenzie to his left and goes into the extra cover boundary. 4 runs, a gift of a delivery there, and Sharma said, thank you very much, stroked it pleasantly down to the boundary.
A full toss from Warrican, and when you get gifts like that, you have to put them away. And that's what Rohit Sharma did.
So, bright sunny day here, no problems with rain whatsoever. As we approach lunch, it's 25 minutes to go before lunch on the second day, and already India in a very commanding position. Here is a delivery from the left arm orthodox bowler, Warrican. Sharma comes forward, pushes it on the offside. The 47th over has come to an end. Rohit Sharma is on 61, Jaiswal is on 57, India 132 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Well, Andy, with Cornwall off the field, maybe you might see Craig Brathwaite bowling a few off spinners, because Azari Joseph and Jason Holder, as well as Rhodes, all three had spells this morning. So, in fact, as I mentioned that, Andy, we're seeing Craig Brathwaite handing his cap to the umpire and probably coming in to bowl in place of Cornwall, who's off the field.
Yes, so we're about to see Captain Craig Brathwaite. He has bowled before, and he has taken a 6 wickets haul at some time in his career.
Yes, he has.
And in fact, 6 for 29 is his best bowling figures. So the Indian batsman will be well aware of that, and he gets a delivery here from Brathwaite, drives it up to the deep cover. Warrican is there, and the batsman cross for 1. So Jaiswal moves on to 61. In 58 is Jaiswal. Rohit Sharma, who comes down to face up to Brathwaite, is on 61. 133. Just 17 runs behind the West Indies total of 150. Here is Brathwaite. Right arm off spinner bowls. Ball is played there to mid-wicket. Kirk Mackenzie is on the field for Cornwall. Fields, and there is no run. So a solid continuation there by the Indians as he works this one delightfully off his legs. He loves it there. Plays it to mid-wicket. Warrican will come across to his right. Sends in the return, but the batsman cross for 1. So easy going there for the Indians.
Yes, and with that long batting lineup, and the West Indies could be in there for all day long today on the field. You have Thakur batting at number 9.
Brathwaite bowls, the batsman gets a well up delivery, plays it to cover, and there is no run. Brathwaite from around the wicket bowls a flatter delivery, but once again Jaiswal is equal to it, pushes it to cover where Mackenzie fields, and there is no run. So 2 runs Having come off the over so far from Brathwaite. Was about delivery, tossing this one up. A good piece of fielding there by the man at squarish cover, Kima Roach. A good drive by Jaiswal and well cut off there by Kima Roach, preventing any chance of a run. The over comes to an end, the end of over number 48, and the partnership now 134 in there without loss. And that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, obviously the Indians looking to bat once. They bowled out the West Indies for 150. It's 134. Obviously by tea time, they should have a sizable lead. And West Indies, well, obviously they would have been looking for early wickets this morning. They didn't get that, and now they're chasing the ball game, Andrew, as they say.
Yes, difficult moments for the West Indies, but you consider the Dominican public, they've come out, they've seen these great players on television, Rohit Sharma, they've seen Jaiswal in the IPL, they've come out there to see Virat Kohli and a few others.
Shubman Gill.
Yes.
Rahane as well.
Right. So still that level of interest in seeing the great players.
Yes, and I mean, you want Virat Kohli, you can't miss not seeing a class batsman like that, a world-rated batsman.
Warrican begins his 12th over, gets one to spin away from the right-handed batsman, goes through to the wicket-keeper, but Rohit Sharma showing just a little bit of concern there at that delivery from Warrican, a good one.
And a few balls have spun like that and bounced as well, Andy.
Warrican bows and forces the batsman on the back foot, punches it to Brathwaite. They're at short extra cover, and again there is no run. So failing to get a wicket so far in the morning session, and on the back foot is Sharma playing this one back to the bowler. So apart from a few deliveries which have spun away, we had one review of Cornwall, but it was a judge not out, it remained not out. Here is Warrican, bows, good delivery, good length delivery. Batsman comes forward in no difficulty whatsoever.
Yes, and this is a pitch, Andrew, you have to fight till you run. Not a pitch you can just come and play stroke all over the place. Slow, some balls are bouncing, some are keeping low, so the batsmen are prepared to wait for bad balls.
Warrican draws the batsman forward, he plays it past short leg and gets a run, an easy one at that. And Rohit moves on to 63. Jaiswal is on 58. It looks like an Andrew affair, Andrew Carter, Andrew McLean, and over there in Barbados, Andrew Mason.
Yeah.
I will have to change your name, Lucas, to Andrew Sebastian. Here is Warrican. Bows the delivery, the batsman essay in there, sweep. I don't think he made any contact. We will await the umpire signal, and he will now signal byes. So 2 byes taken there, and it reduces the amount the Indians trail by to 13 runs. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, India 137 without loss is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And then the West Indies, one wonder where the first wicket is going to come from. The batsmen, although they have played very well, so the West Indies, we wonder where the first wicket. Cornwall is off the field. You see Craig Brathwaite continuing to bowl. Obviously, I'm sure the West Indies don't want Cornwall off the field for too long because it's supposed to be the main spinner. So it doesn't look good for the West Indies. They need a few wickets. The Indians are just prepared to bat and bat very long until they declare, Andy.
Well, they have Raymond Rifa, but this pitch is not conducive to swing bowling, and Raymond Rifa is a line and length bowler who relies on a bit of swing as Brathwaite bowls the first delivery, which Sharma plays and gets a run for it.
And in this hot sun, you're not going to get much swing, Andy. I mean, this
at all.
Definitely not going to get much swing.
So you might just be used as a stock bowler, just to see if they can keep down the runs. But here is another delivery from Brathwaite. Cut nicely by Jaiswal, but once again Kimaruj there, shot backward point, fields well. Showing you the map of Ashwin yesterday, and you cannot really compare Ashwin. Ashwin has much more variety. He has the Dusra, as we see Brathwaite bows another delivery. Jaiswal plays it quite easily there to Mackenzie at short extra cover. Here is Brathwaite. Floats this one up, opens the face of the bat, guides the ball to Roach at backward point, and again he can score. Ashwin has the quicker one, the Dusra. He has a whole variety, and he is one you would have to contend with. But we'll get back as Brathwaite bows another tight delivery, once again played to Mackenzie at short extra cover. Your comparison, if there's any, with the bowlers of India as he goes back, trying to force off the back foot, the over comes to an end. It's the end of over number 50. India won 38 without loss, and look at it's really, I don't really want to say chalk and cheese, the West Indies spinners in comparison to Ashwin and Jadeja.
Well, Ashwin and Jadeja are world-class bowlers. World-class. One has, what, 470 odd wickets. The other one has close to 300 wickets at Jadeja. They have proven all over the world that they can bowl on any surface. They have been outstanding. So really there's no comparison between Cornwall and Warwickon and Ashwin and Jadeja. But I just want to mention both debutants, young Afanaz and Jaiswal himself, have made very good debut. Ali Afanaz yesterday played very, very well. Unfortunately, he didn't get to a half century. And Jaiswal, the young Indian batsman, has gone past 50 and he's played extremely well.
What does the West Indies have in the cupboard in terms of spinners?
Well, you know, what's his name from Guyana hasn't played for, he has been injured.
Which one, Permaul?
Not Permaul. What's his name now? Can't remember.
Oh, Moti.
Moti. Gudakesh Moti
Yes.
has been injured. I think he might come back for the one-day games, but he has been injured, unfortunately. And I'm sure West Indies have missed somebody like him.
Yes, indeed. He bowls quite well. He has good variation, good flight, and he's a wicket taker.
And he gets bunks as well.
Yes, I think on that pitch there, he would be a good proposition.
In fact, as I said, I saw Permaul making some comments that what have he got to do to get back into the West Indies team?
Well, Permaul has dominated the original scene for a number of years.
He's always high up in the averages after first class season.
Where they had 2 wrongs and he was almost over 50 wickets, you know. So that's a good question. What does he have to do? Warwickon, what does he have to do? Try to get a wicket for the West Indies now. Try to get a breakthrough as he bows the first delivery to Sharma, who drives straight to the man there at short extra cover, Brathwaite. He's sending back Kirk Mackenzie a bit there as Warwickon bows, and looks like Sharma is intent on getting a big one. There is the opportunity to get a century, and these great batsmen, they don't let it go begging. Here is Warwickon. Drives pleasantly, beats the man, the captain, but Mackenzie backs up and
to the stuff and then looked probably, I hope he's not going to the hospital or something. We'll just see him exiting.
Yes, and that's not good news for the West Indies.
Yeah, we'll see him going up maybe the first aid center. Yeah.
Well, let's hope it's not too serious. The West Indies can ill afford to lose a bowler in this situation, and especially a bowler of his caliber.
A spinner, yeah, that.
And on this pitch. Here is a delivery once again from Warwickon. Jaiswal meets it with the full face of the bat and plays it back to the bowler. Jaiswal on 58 has faced 158 deliveries so far. Here is a delivery, comes down using his feet quite nicely, plays it to the left of the captain and gets an easy run. So he moves on to 59. Rohit Sharma is on 65, and Rohit has passed him. He was ahead of Rohit by some distance, but now Rohit has got things moving and he knows what he's capable of doing. He comes forward, plays it to Silimidov, and the over comes to an end. Over number 51. Rohit Sharma is on 65. Jaiswal is on 59. 140 without loss, India. As we approach lunch, it's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And both batsmen have been very comfortable on the wicket today. They've played very well. They've started this morning. A bit slow, but I don't think the Indians are concerned about that, Andy. I think they only want to bat once.
Well, 28 overs have been bowled in the day so far and just 60 runs, so the West Indies containing but not getting wickets. It's important to get wickets. Here is Brathwaite. Bowls from around the wicket. Jaiswal is driving to find Warrican on the deep cover boundary and will get just one run. He moves to 60 and India 141, just trailing by 9 runs now. So it's just a matter of time before they will surpass that 150 scored by the West Indies. Floats this one as if to tempt the batsman Rohit, but not to be tempted. Rohit is looking for a century here. If you can get it here on this pitch, you can't wait to when you reach to the Queen's Park Oval. Here is a quicker delivery and played there to short leg, and once again there is no run. So Brathwaite in his third over, just 4 runs coming off his 2.3 overs so far. Bowls one, the off break, you could see it clearly spinning into Sharma. Plays it to the straightish mid wicket. Mackenzie is there and there is no run. So just one slip, short leg, as flighted delivery there from Brathwaite. And batsman Sharma just playing it easily back to Brathwaite. Doesn't seem that the Indian batsmen are in any sort of problems at the moment. As he goes on the back foot and plays it, the man coming out from squarish cover runs across Shandapal and limits the batsman to 1. The over comes to an end. The end of Brathwaite's third over. 5 runs has come off his 3 overs, and at the end of over number 52, the Indian total 142 without loss.
And the Craig Brathwaite not posing any problem for the batsmen. Both of them are very comfortable. Obviously, they're not taking chances. I don't think they want to give away the wicket to Craig Brathwaite, who's really not a frontline bowler. So both of them are prepared to wait and bat delivery. As you said, Rohit Sharma looking for a century. Young Jaiswal himself, who has had a very good record in first-class cricket, looking for another century as well. In fact, he has 1,500s in first-class cricket. Now 9, I think, in 15 matches, averaging over 80. So he's probably looking for a century here in his debut.
And when you are in, you can't throw it away. You've got to capitalize and ensure that you get a big one, because you don't know when you're going for a bad patch. So when you get it good, you've got to take it.
Because the next inning you have to start with knock.
Here is a quick flat delivery from Warrican, the left arm orthodox spinner, and is met with the full face of the bat by Rohit Sharma in no difficulty whatsoever. And I dare say that at a certain time Rohit will accelerate his scoring. Here is Warrican from around the wicket, draws the batsman forward, plays it to Silly mid-off. Afanaz is there and there is no run. So just one slip deployed, backward point, short extra cover, deep cover, mid-on, and a man deep on the mid-wicket boundary. And the Warrican so far has bowled 13 overs and 2 balls, none for 34. Oh, the West Indies would want a wicket just before lunch. Comes forward, meets the full face of the bat, no difficulty whatsoever for the Indian batsmen. Comfortable. Waiting for service as Warwican again. Left arm. Bowls, batsman comes forward. Rohit not willing to give his wicket away. When these good batsmen see an opportunity to get runs, they try to take full advantage of it. India trail by 8 runs. Warwican once again driven straight to short extra cover where Captain Brathwaite fields and there is no run. So some 62 runs scored in the morning's play so far. And India resuming on 68 without loss after 23 overs. As Warwican bows another delivery, the batsman plays defensively forward. At the end of the over, India 142 without loss is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Was it 68 or 80?
80, sorry, 80, I beg your pardon, 80. So they have added some 62.
Yeah.
So 62 runs added.
A bit slow, but I don't think they've bounced the ball that early. They're not looking to bat and bat and bat and grind the West Indies to the hot sun. That's what they obviously is their objective.
So 30 overs bowled in this morning's play. The West Indies, they have contained them somewhat, but unable to make any breakthrough.
Very good over rate though, 30 overs so far. Very good over rate.
Here is Brathwaite from the Botanic Gardens end. 5 more minutes to lunch. And can the West Indies make a breakthrough just before lunch? Goes on the back foot, punches straight to the man at cover, Mackenzie Fields, and there is no run. Brathwaite once again. Jaiswal takes a walk, trying to ensure that he stays there till lunch.
You're listening to Curry FM for ball-by-ball cricket commentary of West Indies versus India, live at Windsor Park Stadium. Compliments the following.
Ready to experience the next generation of foods? Well, come over to Crispy's and select something from our delicious menu. Whether it's the juicy chicken breast or a fish sandwich laying on a seeded bun or our new crispy fish fingers, you will be spoiled with our choices. We also cater to any event, no matter the size. With Crispy's, you will be crazy not to try. Our new opening hours are 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Crispy's, we make food good.
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
Watch Rohit Sharma in his 51st test. He has 9 centuries so far and 14 half centuries. So you'll add this one. You want it to be 15, but rather you would prefer that he gets another 100 to add to his 9. High score of 212. Certainly West Indies wouldn't want that kind of a score on them. Here is Brathwaite, gets up at one slightly short of a length. Jaiswal was trying to force it past the cover, and Mackenzie does well to field. Final delivery of the 54th over to be bowled. But you can see Jaiswal walking away after each delivery. Forces straight back to the bowler. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 54. India 144 without loss. They trail by 6 runs. Rohit Sharma is on 67. Jaiswal is on 61. And that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and the Indian batsmen, Andy, 1 over to go before lunch. They're looking to probably just block out the last over, come back to settle again after lunch, As you said, both batsmen looking to get hundreds. Both of them, Joshua in his debut. He's played extremely well. The captain himself, Sharma has played well, and we see, I think it's Alik Afanaz, Andy, I think coming to bowling over before lunch.
Yes.
Yeah, who knows? Probably could be lucky and pick up a wicket.
Yes, the final over, and you can hear the screams from the crowd. Local boy, Alik Afanaz on debut, and can fault Brathwaite for trying something different. It has brought in Alik Afanaz, who bowls a bit of off spin. Can he be the one to make the breakthrough for the West Indies? Final over on this, the second day of the Pure Cycle Agapafi Test Series, and Brathwaite trying to see if he gets a wicket. Brings in Alik Afanaz, and he will bowl to Rohit Sharma. Here is Afanaz. Bowls a delivery on the legs of Sharma. Strikes it powerfully, hits the man at short leg, and there is no run. So it's the Cycle Pure Agapafi Series, the second day of the first test match in this series. It's a two-test series. The next test match will be played over at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. Here is Alik Afanaz, flights this one. Sharma is using his feet to delivery, finds Kirk McKenzie at a straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Here is Afanaz, right arm off spinner. Again, he draws the batsman down the track. Sharma with the signal, if there's any, as he came down the track, and no signal from the umpire, so he must have got some bats, but deceived slightly there. Coming down the track, Sharma, and he gets another run, and he moves on to 68. Jaiswal is on 61. Alik Afanaz, not afraid to flight the ball. He's not a regular bowler, but he can hold his end. And Brathwaite making some adjustments to the field for the left-handed batsman Jaiswal. He brings in a slip, he sends McKenzie to slip, and the captain comes to short extra cover. There's Alzari Joseph at mid-off and Kima Roach at mid-on. Bowls a delivery outside of the off stump, and Jaiswal allows it to go through to wicketkeeper De Silva, standing up behind the stumps. So two more deliveries in this over. Here is Afanaz, flies this one and he drives. Beautiful shot. Chandapal moves across to his left, gathers, and the batsman can only cross for one. So one to Jaiswal. He moves to 62. Rohit is on 68. India trail by just 4 runs as the final delivery before lunch, and it will be faced there by Rohit Sharma. Looks around, sees there's a leg slip, comes forward, plays straight to refer there at short leg. The end of the play before lunch on day 2. India end on 146 without loss. Jaiswal is on 62, and Rohit Sharma not out there. 32 overs were bowled, 66 runs, and the West Indies did not get a wicket. So overnight, 80 without loss, with Sharma on 30. Jaiswal on 40. They have gone to lunch and
you want him? Okay. I will come.
very delighted to welcome the Prime Minister of Dominica to join us in the commentary box as the players go off for lunch. Thank you, sir, for giving your time. Are you a big cricket fan?
A big cricket fan. A pleasure to be here. Thank you, and of course, welcome to Dominica.
Oh, thank you. I'm enjoying my time in your country. Very nice weather you have too. You turned the rain off for the cricket.
Excellent weather for cricket.
What's your impression of the match so far?
Well, a little bit disappointed in the first innings of West Indies. I think we should be now maybe 340 or so thereabout. But that's the game of cricket. You know, we now have to try to get a breakthrough against the Indians and going into Tiwi for a couple of wickets down.
Yeah, I think the second innings is going to be very important. Craig Brathwaite and Chanderpaul well capable of making big double hundreds. But you must have been impressed with young Alec Athanaze yesterday.
I think he anchored the team with 47. I think he played with poise, and he was deliberate with his shots, he was careful. Unfortunately, there was an error in the stroke, which he could have avoided. But again, these things happen. But he played very well, and we were very pleased with his performance.
And what's it like for Dominicans to have one of your own, representing the West Indies?
It's a source of pride for us. I mean, we've been knocking at the doors of the West Indies selectors for some time now. There were quite a few pretty good cricketers prior to Alec Athanaze who were not recognized and selected. So we're very happy that finally Alec, who has been performing pretty well at the regional tournament, has finally gotten the favor of West Indian selectors, and I'm sure that his performance here today would reinforce our view and our call that we've been making for a very long time, that he would have scored 47 out of 150 or so, as a debut. Certainly is a clear sign that he has a possibility of cementing his position on the West Indies final 11.
Well, based on the way he batted yesterday, I thought he looked the most comfortable out of everyone, actually. Timed the ball beautifully. As you say, he just mistimed that attempted pull shot to get out, but he looked very, very impressive. Prime Minister, I just wanted to ask you another question. I flew over with British Airways to get here, and at the start of every film or every TV series, there was a big thing about Dominica. So there's just a coincidence that I happen to be coming here about your Citizenship for Investment program. Are you able to share a little bit about how that's going?
It's a program that's about 30 years old, where we offer an opportunity for others to have Dominican citizenship. It's an important source of investment and revenues for the government. We use those resources for the economic and social development of Dominica. We have been able to build several hotels and houses, and of course we have a plan to become the world's first climate resilient nation, and this requires significant sums of money which are not available at the international financial institutions, and therefore we utilize this as a source of funds to help us build that resilience within our country. The impacts of climate change, it's a major threat to our existence, and so it is a robust program which goes through a very detailed and robust due diligence process, and we ensure that those who end up being part of our country and being our citizens are reputable individuals.
Well, Prime Minister, thank you very much for coming to join us here on the Cut and Drive Network. And to our listeners right around the Caribbean, we'll join you about 5 minutes before play resumes in about half an hour from now.
Sure. Thank you very much, and all the best. Thank you. Sorry I have to rush again.
Commentaries on the West Indies India series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.
You're listening to Kari FM for ball by ball cricket commentary of West Indies versus India, live at Windsor Park Stadium. Compliments the following.
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
excited you are, how excited the people of Dominica are to have international cricket back again?
Well, we're very happy. The last time I believe we were here in 2011, I believe so. So we're very happy to have it back, you know, and hosting the West Indies and India. We built the stadium, we maintain it in good condition, and Dominica has become an ideal place for cricket in the West Indies. So we're very excited about this, and especially with Alec making his debut.
Go a little deeper with that for me, and the general feeling of a young man growing up in Grand Bay now and getting to this stage, Alec Afanaz, and what this means for him, what this means for the people.
Well, for him, I mean, I think he's a great example. As you know, his story after Hurricane Maria in 2017, you know, he lost everything, like most of us did during the hurricane. But he persevered. He never gave up. And even speaking to him, he said to me that many times he felt like giving up, but there was something within him that kept him going. You know, and I think he's a good example for young people, not only in Dominica, but throughout the region, that you must not allow, you know, circumstances, negative ones, to determine your future, and set yourself on a goal. And so we're very excited and happy that finally the West Indies selectors were able to give him the nod and say, you're selected, and again, coincidentally, here in Dominica.
I think to give Alec credit, he created that opportunity through his very hard work himself. For other young cricketers, you've got Kavem Hodge, Abini St. John, Ernestine Fontaine of the West Indies under-19, two female cricketers, in addition to Kavem, who's come into the system and been around. What is in place to further develop and enhance the skills of these young cricketers and others who are coming behind?
Well, first of all, I would have thought that Kevin would have made it on the side.
Okay, well, neither of us are selectors.
But yes, Kevin, we provide him a scholarship to go to UWI, to get a degree, of course, because academics are also important, but also to play cricket. You had folks like Oscar George, who is the current Minister of Sports, was one of the recipients. We have an academy in Portsmouth. That's one of the first indoor. We also have an indoor practice pitch with artificial turf, where Calvin Hodge came from. And so he's been able to get that level of discipline and commitment to the game and to enhance his skills. So we have a number of systems in place to provide the support to them and encourage them to them. With regards to Calvin and Afanaz, we just appointed them as sports ambassadors. It will be a paid position, but it's also to let them be examples of motivation. We have some very talented youngsters on the 19. I think West Indies need to look at them. And I think my suggestion to West Indies would be to capture them from now and bring them into the environment that you would like to bring them in, to really help them mold their skills and turn that natural talent into professional talent. And that's where I think we need to get these youngsters into, rather than just having these tournaments off and on, and there's a huge break in between with no professional guidance and help. And I mean, we have talents within the West Indies, former players who can provide that leadership and that experience to the players that are so much needed now.
In the couple of minutes we have left, and I'm sorry if I'm going to have to cut in here, but time is running out, Dominica has quickly become one of my favorite places in the Caribbean to come to share with our global audience why they should come to Dominica.
It's not only for you, but for all Trinidadians, eh? They love Dominica. Dominica is an unspoiled beauty. We promote ecotourism. We encourage people to come in to take advantage of our national trail. We have a trail that traverses the entire country, from north to south and from east to west. Waterfalls, lakes, you know, you're talking about hot springs, and the real beauty and the cleanness of our country. You know, this is what we offer, and hospitable people. We're building our tourism program. We've been receiving international acclaim for what we're doing in Dominica, and it's just we're continuing. We're now constructing an international airport that will make traveling to Dominica much accessible and less hassle. and this will be completed in the next 4 years or so. So we are moving up, and so Dominica is a place to be if you really want to rejuvenate and to relax and to immerse yourself in nature. And when you live here, you certainly feel much younger and more relaxed.
That's my experience, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much for sharing with us. I hope that we can continue developing this conversation around sport in future.
Of course.
Thank you for educating us.
Thank you very much.
The Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit of Dominica. So we've heard about the development of this young man, Alec Athanase, and his rise to international cricket. On the other side of the break, we'll have that story of his journey and the other people who have impacted that walk with him. And here's a little glimpse of what we can expect after a short break.
I want to play cricket for a long, long time. I want to be one of the best, if not the best in the world. I definitely want to put in the work. I'm not a crier, but I may shed a few tears because I want to play cricket so bad and I want to do so well. You know, so I've been one of my biggest ambitions. I mean, I just want to be one of the best in the world, to be honest.
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I drink Daily Fresh because I support local.
I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
You're listening to Carry FM for Ball by Ball Cricket Commentary of West Indies versus India, live at Windsor Park Stadium.
All stations stand by for live ball-by-ball cricket commentary from the Windsor Park Stadium, Roseau, Dominica. West Indies versus India in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies India series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
I'm Andrew McLean. I'm Andrew McLean, and the players are making their way back out onto the field now. Of course, it was a very successful first session for India. They progressed their overnight total of 80 on to 146. So 66 runs added in that first session without the loss of a wicket, and so at the moment we've got their captain Rohit Sharma on 68 and the debutant Jaiswal, who's batted extremely well on 62. So a total of 55 overs bowled so far, so India scoring at less than 3 and over. You're going to see a bowling change of ends here. Jamal Warrican is going to be coming in from the far end of the ground, which is the Botanical Gardens end, in front of the Billy Doctrove Pavilion. Just a reminder, my name's Andrew McLean, and alongside me after a rather tasty lunch is Lockhart Sebastian.
You enjoyed it, Andrew? Good afternoon.
I did. I enjoyed a little bit of rice and beans. And, you know, here's Warrican coming into Jaiswal, bowling round the wicket. Jaiswal's watchfully forward. It's a very interesting field he's got here. So you've got a left-arm orthodox spinner. You've got a mid-off, and the only other man on the offside, apart from a slip, is at deep backward point.
I suppose that feels very good for the reverse sweep, the backward point.
So here is Warrican bowling to Jaiswal. Yes, so he's got 3 men catching. You've got Blackwood at slip, you've got Athanaze at leg slip, and there's a man under the helmet at short leg. This time Jaiswal's down the wicket, playing the ball into the offside, just to the right of mid-off. And that's Jason Holder up there wearing a floppy hat after lunch, and Jaiswal adds 1 to his total. He moves on to 63.
And West Indies without their main spinner, he's not on the field, Andrew. Rakim Cornwall. We don't know what's the problem. We wish we had somebody to tell us what's wrong with him. Still off the field, Cornwall.
That's a good point, yeah. Well, when I was on commentary earlier with Ranak Kapoor, he noticed that when one of the West Indies fielders threw the ball in, it hit Cornwall on the foot when he was fielding at slip, I think, and that may have been the problem.
You think so?
But he limped off yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know, with about half an hour to go. So here's Warrican again, bowling left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Rohit Sharma, and he just plays that into the leg side, where it's picked up by the local boy, Alec Athanaze, and there's no run. Young Athanaze made the Prime Minister very proud, as he mentioned to us just before lunch there. Here's Warrican. This time he's driving Sharma, attempting to drive, and not really timing it. Eyeing up that big gap at mid-off, so they've got a silly point and a short cover for Warrican, and this time Sharma hits it straight to the man at short cover. That's Craig Brathwaite, the captain. So after 56 overs of this first India innings, they are 147 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, and Andrew, you notice the Indian batsmen have not been taking any chances. They're playing every ball on its merit. Both batsmen appear that they want to make hundreds. They're prepared to wait for the bad balls, and obviously they're looking to bat once. That's what we see from the approach of the Indian batsmen.
Well, I remember yesterday, Sebu, you talked about some of the West Indian shots being ill-advised. So there's a marked contrast in styles. This is the same pitch, you know, there's no tear. Well, actually Cornwall in particular was getting the ball to turn. So actually if he's not able to bowl, that's a big blow for the West Indies. And it looks like Athenaeus, who bowled the 1 over before lunch, and Brathwaite, the skipper, bowled 4 overs, so they might have to do quite a bit more bowling. Right, so from the river end of Windsor Park, it's going to be Jason Holder, who's bowled very, very well so far. 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 13. He comes round the wicket to Jaiswal, who's driving. Crowd catch there, hit the ball straight into the ground, and it was collected on the full there by
Reefer.
But the ball was straight into the ground. So Holder here has a slip and probably a sort of a finish gully as he comes in now past umpire Kettleborough. And once more Jaiswal's driving, but this time it's straight to mid-off where Brathwaite does the fielding and there's no run. So we've got a bit of a crowd building up here, Sebo.
I think you're a good judge on crowd. How many people do you think are in the ground now?
I'm not a very good judge of crowds, but I'll just say there's a few less than yesterday. The Norbert Phillip and Adam Sanford stand had a few more people yesterday.
So you think there are about, what, 200 people in that stand?
Come back to that. Here is Holder, and Jaiswal's guiding that one out to point. And it's picked up there by, I think that's Kirk McKenzie on as a substitute fielder, I believe. And one further run to Jaiswal. He moves on to 64 off 173 balls. With him is Rohit Sharma, 68 off 166 balls. So now Holder will be bowling to Sharma, and immediately Chanderpaul drops back to deep square leg. We've seen Sharma today playing the hook shot or the pull shot with relative ease, not necessarily trying to hit the boundary, but he plays the short ball very well, so the West Indies has dropped a man back there. Here he comes, Holder. Over the wicket to Sharma, he's defending. Collected by Reefer, coming across from short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, you spoke about the McKenzie. I don't see McKenzie on the field for sure. I'm looking there, I don't see him. I mean, Cornwall is off, you have Chanderpaul, you have Brathwaite, you have Reefer. Blackwood is at first slip, Afanaz.
So then it must be Gabriel then?
No, it's not Gabriel. It might be Akim Jordan that's on the field.
Oh, okay.
Akim Jordan. Mackenzie definitely not on the field. I don't see him on the field.
Yes, I think he was before lunch.
Yeah.
He was wearing the sunglasses, but I'll bow to your superior knowledge, Sebo. Here is Holder, and Sharma's looking to pull that one away, but doesn't time it, hits it straight to Reefer, and there's no run. Trying to pick up the shirt number of the man down at fine leg. He's not wearing a hat. That's why I thought it was McKenzie, because McKenzie wasn't wearing a hat before lunch. Here is Holder once more up to the crease now, and Sharma's driving, but he hits it straight back to Holder, who stops it with his boot. That's the end of the over. India trailing just by 2 runs now on the first innings. They're 148 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yes, as we said, Cornwall is off spinner. We saw the Indian spinners taking 8 wickets between them. Obviously, the West Indies will miss Cornwall a lot. And the problem is, Andrew, the longer he stays, you have to wait that amount of time when he gets back on the field before he can bowl. So if he stays up for an hour, that means he mightn't be able to bowl till after tea, and that might be a problem for the West Indies team.
Indeed, yeah. So it's going to be Warwican again from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to Jiceville. So the same field as the previous over. We've got Blackwood at slip, got a man at mid-off, which is Holder, and got a man out at deep backward point. Here is Warwican, and this time Jiceville's down the wicket, driving. You can only find Holder at mid-off, and there's no run. I do like seeing Warwican bowl. He's impressed me actually. Here he is again. Oh, it's an inside edge this time from Jiceville. And it's running down towards the boundary in front of us. Will it make it? No, it's well stopped. Very well stopped by Alec Azanade. And he restricts the scoring to 2.
Poor running though, that was easy free runs, Andrew. Very poor running.
So just having a look at the replay here. So he went for a big shot and was it...
Well flighted delivery.
He hit that or was that a bye?
Almost knocked himself.
That either turned extremely sharply.
It's the vibes. Dash one.
He did hit that, yeah, he's on 66. So inside edge. Here's Warwican round the wicket. This time Jiceville's down the wicket to him. And
he's the
can
type
only
of
find
player,
Warwican on his follow through.
To go on the attack.
And Warwican was getting a bit of turn before lunch.
When he's playing that
yes,
way.
Correct.
Here he comes again. Oh, and that one is struck Jiceville on the pad. There's an appeal.
The ability
half-hearted, it must be said.
To play long innings as well.
And not calling for a review. I think that was just turning down the leg side, of course, with the natural spin of the left arm orthodox
Warwican
spinner.
And one or two others. Nothing very convincing.
It's Warwican again to Jiceville. This time he beats the man at short leg. They have time to run through.
You lead by one.
Single as Brathwaite picks up the ball.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player. We saw that for his 625 runs at 48.
Yesterday
strike
and
rate
today.
163 in the IPL, but we've often talked about his first class, I think, run-up for articulated the versatility of those hundreds that he has scored.
Coach of the India
cricket.
side on the screen. Of course, he played here. And the last time India was in Dominica in 2011.
In addition to list day cricket.
Completes his over, tidy over,
as
just
well.
3
Come
runs
back to
from
that.
it. India now 151 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yes, tidy over from Warwican. As you said, he seemed to be getting some turn. In fact, since yesterday, Andrew, the first day we saw both Ashwin and Jadeja getting turn from that Windsor Park pitch. A bit slow, but they also bounce on the pitch. And tomorrow, or maybe on Saturday, if they play on Saturday, the Indian spinners could pose a lot of problem for the West Indian batsmen.
A lot of problems indeed. I think Ashwin's going to be a real handful.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
And you're leading by 1. Jason Holder going over the wicket now as opposed to around or round.
So it's going to be Jason Holder to start a new over. Love how they've got Dominica written on the West Indies shirts. Looks very nice. Here's Holder, the right armour.
So we articulated, Sir Kirtley, and you made the point about Jaiswal. So 15 first-class games.
And there's no run.
Well, maybe the Ministry of Tourism might have been involved in that. I've seen it myself, and I don't think it would be just the players would be wearing the shirt without Dominica, just like that. So I think it had to do with some advertising stuff between the Ministry of Tourism and the West Indies Board.
That's interesting, isn't it? Normally you have a shirt sponsor kind of for a year or a couple of years or something, but in this case it's Dominica itself. Here's Holder, and this time Jiceville's driving out to point as a substitute fielder on. 31 or 81, number 81.
Yeah, it could be Akim Jordan.
Is he a local?
No, he's from Barbados.
Oh, right. I didn't realise that he was in the squad.
No, well, he himself and Imlak from Guyana, they're travelling reserves.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Akim Jordan.
Yeah, and Tevin Imlak. It looks like him.
Thank you for that, Sebo. That's helped me out for sure. Here is Holder. And this time Rohit Sharma is defending. And there's no run. Right, let me just have a look here. So 152 without loss. Holder into his 11th over, none for 15, so very, very tidy indeed. Yeah, you're right. Akeem Jordan, number 81.
I know I'm right. Yeah, they both travel with the team as reserves.
I see.
Himself and Tevin Imlach, the wicketkeeper batsman from Guyana.
Oh, right, okay. I was amazed when, when I was a kid growing up, and it would have been the same for you, commentating without players' numbers on their shirts.
Yes. In the days gone by, it was a bit of a problem. If you didn't know the players.
And also, like first-class cricket, maybe no monitor. Here's Holder. Coming in once more from the river end, and this time Rohit Sharma is playing a lofted shot over mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. Always in control, but in the air, and Holder concedes a... But yeah, that was beautifully played. Perfect straight bat from Rohit Sharma, and raced away to the boundary. Here's Jason Holder once again, bowling to Rohit Sharma. That brings him to the end of his 11th over. He has none for 19, Jason Holder, and India are 156 without loss at Windsor Park.
And batting is looking very easy at the moment, Andrew. Both batsmen have come back after lunch and continue from what they left up before lunch. And Rohit, we just had that lovely straight drive from Rohit Sharma in this over. Joshua himself has been playing a few shots, and Andrew, it looks ominous for the West Indies.
Yeah, I think it was looking pretty ominous for the West Indies at lunch yesterday. But, it's just, I don't know, maybe it's the calibre of the batsman, but, I think what disappointed me yesterday, Tangarayan Chanderpaul got out to a good delivery, but other than him, any of those batsmen were they really threatened by the bowlers yesterday?
In fact, we saw some reckless shots yesterday, really reckless. We saw Blackwood before lunch playing this shot. We also saw the captain himself trying to loft the ball over mid-wicket. We saw Azari Joseph himself.
Oh, Joseph's shot was appalling, yeah. But I thought Blackwood's Brathwaite, yeah, I could kind of understand it, but, his job's to be an opening batsman. Not to be hitting out in the first hour of a test match before lunch. And, India's just come out here with a very measured approach. They haven't taken risks. Yes, the odd ball's beaten the bat. Jaiswal's been beaten quite a few times earlier by Cornwall. I keep thinking of Raheem Sterling, the footballer from England. Here's Warrican bowling to Jaiswal. And Jaiswal's defensively forward, but yeah, Raheem Cornwall was getting considerable turn, and it didn't manage to find the edge. Here is Warrican. Once more, Jaiswal's watchfully forward. There's no run. So there's a huge gap on the offside here. So West Indies are wanting to tempt Jaiswal into playing an expansive drive. This time he's down the wicket and drives the ball up to long on. That's Alzari Joseph coming in off the fence there, restricts the scoring to 1. It takes Jaiswal up to 69, and Sharma, who's on 72, brings him on to strike. Warrican, and Sharma's working that one away to deep square leg. It's Kemar Roach out there who does the fielding. And one further run to Sharma. He goes on to 73, the total on to 158. No, not a lot to cheer about today for these Dominican fans. Is Drysdale's down the wicket to Warrican, playing almost like a one-day shot up to mid-on. Joseph does the fielding. No run. See, I don't really understand why long on's up back actually. What is the point in that? It's just a simple single. You know, if the batsman's going to use his feet, let him try and hit it over his head. Just giving away one run like that doesn't make sense to me.
I concur.
It's Warrican again. It's a defensive shot by Rohit Sharma. So at the end of the over, his 17th for Warrican, he has none for 41, and India are 159 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Of West Indies versus India, live at Windsor Park Stadium, compliments the following.
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
He's around the wicket and Jaiswal is driving and he's not running, so that means it's gone away for 4. Down to backward point. And so Jaiswal moves on to 74. Yeah, it was nicely timed behind backward point and raced away to the boundary for 4.
We've seen more urgency after lunch, Andrew. We've seen both batsmen are playing a few more shots.
Yeah, indeed. Well, they're probably also thinking the fact that Cornwall's not on probably is factored into their thinking. While he's not there, let's try and make some runs because he was looking the most threatening. Here's Holder, holding to Jaiswal. Can only find Chanderpaul at cover, and there's no run.
We hope our producer can try and find out what is wrong with Cornwall because we haven't seen him since lunch. He went off yesterday, he went off before as well. And it's a problem for the West Indies because when you go off, unless an external injury, you have to stay the same amount of time you were off the field before you could bowl. And he's the main spinner, and he's not on the field. We haven't seen him since lunch.
Here's Jason Holder, tall right arm bowler, and Jaiswal's defensively forward, and there's no run. You know, I just think, I don't like that rule.
Well, this rule
if he's genuinely injured or going for treatment, let's say, why should they be punished for that?
Well, that's the rule. That's the rule.
Well, I know it's the rule. I'm just saying I don't like the rule.
That's the rule. He has to stay, if he's off for an hour and a half, he has to stay an hour and a half before he can bowl.
Here comes Holder, bowling to Jaiswal. He's defensively forward, no run. Ball on the line of the stumps. Yeah, it just seems to me a bit unfair. I mean, I know players take liberties as well. You know, they just go off for a rest, and so I kind of understand that. Or like a batsman who retires hurt, they get hit on the head or something, and then they have to wait.
No, with an injury like that, you can bat anytime, even if you're off the field. If you're off the field, you can bat. If it's a hit on the head or something.
Here's Holder once more. It's true. Yeah, it's a good point. Like if you have to go for an X-ray or something, you can go in next. Yeah. That's right.
And if you're off the field and you have to bat in second inning, you can bat in the normal position.
Yeah, that's true. So it's now Holder's changing his line. Holder's changing his line, and he's bowling over the wicket this time to Jaiswal, who cuts and cuts beautifully once more behind backward point, races out to the boundary in front of the T advertising hoarding there, and 4 further runs. So as you said, Cebu, there's a lot of intent here after lunch, because that's the end of the over.
And there's more urgency, Andrew. Since lunchtime, we've seen what? Four boundaries since lunch, and both batsmen are prepared to really attack the bowling. So obviously India, like we said, probably don't intend being here on Sunday, or maybe even Saturday as well, Andrew.
Right, so we're going to see a bowling change here at the Botanical Gardens end. It's going to be Joseph, who surprisingly hasn't bowled at all today yet, I don't think. I don't believe he has. Double check that. No, he hasn't. This will be his... Oh, sorry, he's bowled 3 overs today. 3 overs today. He's going for a few runs though, Joseph. His economy rate of 5.25. 42 runs off his 8 overs so far. And a little bit expensive.
I don't think he's enjoying that surface, Andrew. He would have rather if there was more bounce and a little more grass on the pitch.
Well, we can see the plan here, Cebu. West Indies have got 4 men on the boundary, on the leg side, starting from mid-wicket to fine leg.
Well, Andrew, that field suggests we're going to see a lot of short pitch bowling now. Because if you notice, there's a deep point, deep third man, deep square leg, deep fine leg, deep mid-wicket. So we're in for some chin music now, as they call it. So we expect a few short deliveries.
Here comes Joseph round the wicket to Rohit. That one's short of a length, but down the leg side, and Rohit lets it go through to Silva.
And I'll be very surprised if Rohit falls into the trap. We know he's a guy who likes to take the short ball on, but with him being on 73, I think he's only going to probably push the ball and get a single on the onside. I don't think he will take the chance to try and hook at the short ball.
So just looking at this field here, we've got four men on the boundary behind square, 2 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Here is Holder to Rohit, and he looks to pull but doesn't time it at all. Almost played it a bit like a tennis shot back to Joseph. I said Holder a minute ago, I meant Joseph, and there's no run. Just having a look at the replay of that ball. He went to pull it, but he got it right on the toe of the bat, actually. So, I don't think Rohit's going to be too worried, but as we've seen, he's a very good player of the pull shot. Hits the ball into the ground. Here's Joseph, and this time Rohit tries to pull it, and it runs past first slip. I think he's just got a fine edge on that. And it was picked up at deep third man by Alec Azanay. So we see the replay. Yeah, very fine nick between the keeper and first slip. So now Jaiswal comes on strike. Let's see what sort of field Craig Brathwaite's going to set for him. So still the 1 slip, which is Jermaine Blackwood. We've got Reefer at a deep leg gully. Leg gully you would say Reefer is. Yep. Alec Azanath at fine leg. We've got 2 men out on the leg side. Here is Joseph. It's a short ball which Jaiswal ducks underneath it through the keeper and no run. And the leg side field's an interesting one. You've got 2 guys not actually on the boundary. We've got Akeem Jordan, the substitute, probably 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, and then Chandapur about 10 metres in from the boundary at square leg. I just don't understand this field, Seba. You've got a deep point, deep backward point, and 2 men on the leg side deep. I mean, it's like they're having a bet each way on the horses. Here comes Joseph, and it's another short ball which Jaiswal ducks under very comfortably, and there's no run.
Well, obviously Jaiswal knows the plan. He knows that they're going to be testing with short ball. He's not going to probably take the bet and probably just allow them to go to the keeper.
Here's Joseph once more. It's another short ball, and Jaiswal sways out of the way of it. So just one run off that over from Joseph. India 168 without loss here at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, if this hits, I don't know how many overs and Azari Joseph will be able to bowl if that plays bowling on the short ball, because it does take something from you bowling the short ball on a piece like that. So maybe it might be a short spell, 3-4 overs. Let us see if we can get a wicket by bowling short pitch balls at both batsmen.
Have we got a microphone right next to these drums up here?
Yeah, we can hear it right in our ears.
Definitely a good atmosphere here. So the umpires have got the dreaded rings out, inspecting the shape of the ball. So it looks like the ball's going to be replaced here.
You know what I always find funny, Sidhu, is when I saw it on TV the other day. It must have been in the Ashes, I guess. And England had just taken a wicket. Like the previous ball, they'd taken a wicket. Then they said the ball's out of shape. Let's change it. I'm like, why would you do that? It worked.
Well, the umpires, if they have, there's this little thing they use, and if the ball cannot go through it, then you have to change it. We need to find out what's wrong with Rahim Cornwall, Andrew. No signs of him. If you look towards the pavilion, no signs of him. And he's been off the field for a while now.
Just sending the West Indies media man a message to see if we can. Right, so after that little break in play, I'm just going to hand over to Andy Carter, who will take you through the next passage of play. So welcome back, Andy.
Yeah, well, I think Andy had a good lunch. He was snoozing at the back since lunchtime. I think he's refreshed and he's ready to go, unlike some of the West Indian bowlers who look like they're a bit tired, Andy. I mean, 62 overs, not having gotten any wickets. You see Cornwall off the field. The West Indies trying to ploy now of bowling short pitch deliveries at the batsmen, hoping they can pick up a wicket. Warwick has now moved again back to the northern end, so skipper Craig Bradford is trying everything to see if he can pick up a wicket or two. As I welcome back Andy.
Thank you very much, Lockhart. We see Warwick was the first delivery there to Sharma. Sharma plays in front of him and there is no run. So overnight, India 80 without loss. Rohit Sharma was on 30 and Jaiswal was on 40, and there was a ball there getting the outside edge of the bat but just dropping in front of the slip fieldsman. Watch it on the monitor. Ball getting the edge and falling short there of Blackwood. So So it's not a catch by any means. And we'll get to the starts after this delivery, goes back, plays it to squarish cover, and he can score. So overnight 80 for 6, Jaiswal 40, and Rohit Sharma 30. They went to lunch without losing a wicket. 146 without loss at lunch, with Jaiswal on 62 and Rohit Sharma on 68. Since lunch they have moved on to 168 as Warrican bows to Sharma, plays to Silly mid-off, and there is no run. So they've added runs rather quickly after the luncheon interval. 22 runs have been added so far after lunch as Warrican draws the batsman Sharma forward, opens the face of the bat, guides the ball down to the backward point region, and gets another run. So easy, comfortable going for the Indians. They lead now by 19 runs, 169 without loss. And it's bright, sunny afternoon here at Windsor Park. Saki's band there, but not playing with the sort of tempo that they had yesterday.
Lacking energy. Deflated there.
Indeed, indeed. Jaiswal 50, came off 104 balls. He struck 7 fours. Rohit on the other hand, 50 of 106 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Here is Warrican. Draws the batsman forward. Jaiswal plays it to short leg, and there is no run. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 63. Rohit Sharma is on 75. Jaiswal is on 78. India 169 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Well, and obviously you can't blame the guys with him, because obviously with the state of the game now, they're obviously very disappointed. Well, no energy at all. West Indies are struggling, so you don't expect them to have the energy of yesterday when they were blowing the trumpet when Ali Kafanaz was batting or was playing very well.
Lots of energy yesterday.
Yeah, but absolutely none today. You look at them over there, they look very disappointed.
And deflated, as you quite rightly mentioned.
They look dead. I feel sorry for them, really. And most of the crowd, if you look at the crowd, people are very quiet now. They are very quiet.
Well, I observed there are 2 US flags there, so maybe your friends from St. Thomas and St. Croix are in the
I think a few guys came down from the Virgin Islands, yeah, but I'm sure they're not enjoying what's happening now. I mean, in fact, no Dominican really can be enjoyed, or no West Indian, in fact, can be enjoying that.
Here is Alzari Joseph from the Botanic Gardens ends. Bowls there to Rohit Sharma, plays it down to long leg. Roach is there, and they will just get a single. Moves Rohit to 76. Jaiswal is on 78, and India going on their merry way, 170 without loss.
Well, you're right. They are really merry way. In fact, since lunch, I think they have speeded up. We have seen a few more strokes, and they're really enjoying themselves, and the both batsmen.
Yes, and the West Indies searching, but can't find a way to dismiss any of these 2 batsmen. And I dare say it looks quite ominous for the West Indies team. Zari Joseph is into his 10th over, and he's an attacking bowler, so sometimes you see more runs scored off an attacking bowler, but he's their main wicket taker. And in the absence of Rakim Cornwall, they're searching for someone to make the breakthrough. Here is a short delivery. Jaiswal plays it down to the fieldsman there. Looks like Hoda. It's not normal to see Hoda fielding right down on the fine leg boundary. Usually you associate with Hoda with a slip position.
Correct, very correct.
So I was a bit wondering who was that person there, only to find out it's the tall figure of Hoda. And Alzari Joseph, there is Blackwood trying to spur on his bowler. It's there at, call it a third or fourth slip, a huge gap between he and the wicket keeper. Here is Joseph from around the wicket. Shot, rising delivery. Rohit thought of playing he's a compulsive hooker, and he thought of playing the shot, but it was definitely much too high.
And I'm really surprised he's trying to take on the bowling with the field that's set. You have a deep long leg, deep square leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket on the boundary, and I'm very surprised that he's still trying to take on, as you said, he's a compulsive hooker.
Bright, sunny conditions. What a lovely day we have here for cricket. As Alzarri Joseph goes a shot delivery, the batsman gets into his wicket, plays it down to long leg. Roach is positioned right there, fields well, and 1 run more to the Indian total, moves on to 172 without loss. They lead by 22 runs, and between the opening moments of this morning and lunch, 32 overs were bowled and only 66 runs, but importantly for India, not losing a wicket.
Yes, they're in a strong, and we cannot keep emphasizing that, and they're in a very strong position, the Indians.
Alzarri Joseph once again runs in, bowls, well up delivery, drives, splendid shots, past the bowler. The fieldsman will get onto it. They run 1, they come back for 2, and they settle for 2. And a good shot there, firm shot, ball pitched up, and easy as you like, just easing into the ball and playing it delightfully for 2 runs.
And it will be very disappointing for, depressing for the bowlers. The team is 170 without loss, and you think of the people to come. You have Shubman Gill, Kohli, you have Rahane, Ishan Kishan, Jadeja. It must be very depressing as a bowler. When you look at the score, 174 without loss, and you think of the people to come, and you having made 150, cannot be more depressing than that on the cut.
Most definitely. Joseph goes to Jaiswal, gets a wide delivery, trying to force the batsman into error. He allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. The over comes to an end. At the end of over number 64, India 174 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
In fact, if you look at the body language of the players, it doesn't look so good. Some of them you could see shoulders are drooping. They look like they're wondering where is the next wicket going to come from. How are we going to get this batsman out? The pitch is slow, the ball is turning, yes, but both of them looking total command.
To add to your point, Lockhart, to think of Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Ajinkya Rahane, and not even going down to Jadeja, because I think that they might send Jadeja up to up the tempo if really needed, if they really need to up the tempo. But certainly not a very good position to be in, and just the thought of who to come really is frightening.
And it doesn't look like they're not even close to getting a wicket. That's the problem. So you are wondering when is the next wicket go, or when are you going to get the first wicket?
Warwickon begins his 19th over. Batsman is driving gloriously, square of the wicket. They'll run 1, they'll come back for 2. That's all they'll be. But in full control there, the batsman. And 2 more to Rohit Sharma. He moves on to 79. And the Indian total moves on to 176 without loss. Easy going for the Indians. Pitch not doing much. It never did much even yesterday. But the West Indian batsmen, they threw their hands away, and now they're feeling the scorching sun, and India not relenting, keeping on the pressure on them.
Yes, and as you said, a few batsmen gave away the wickets yesterday, I think. A few reckless strokes.
Yes, the West Indians should still have been at the crease, occupying the crease today, and we would have seen a much larger crowd as Warwickon draws Sharma forward, pleased to seal him off, and he can score.
And as we talk about the crowd, most people felt you'd have been getting a full house at the Windsor Park, but we haven't seen that at all.
Warwickon, left arm orthodox, bowling around the wicket, bowls a flatter delivery. Sharma opens the face of the bat in full control, guides it down to third man and sets off for a run. and the score has moved on to 177. 177 without loss. Shama on 80, Jaiswal on 81. And these two, they're quite intent on making the West Indies pay. They want to get to their century.
Well, we don't want to use the word like Tony Gregg used years ago when he wanted to make West Indies grovel.
Here is Warrican. Batsman is driving, beats mid off, using his feet and driving elegantly, beats mid off, and another boundary there to Jaiswal.
And that could be the shot of the day. He used his feet and elegantly, as you said, drove that ball to the right of Jason Holder at mid off. A lovely stroke from this young 21-year-old boy from I think the Rajasthan Royals he played for in the IPL. Looking very good, this youngster.
On debut, we must remind you, and batting like a man who has played several tests before. Here is Warrican from over the wicket, draws him forward. Ball is played on the onside, and there is no run. The over comes to an end. End of over number 65. Jaiswal is 85, Rohit is 80, India 181 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, and this guy, he's made what, 6 900s already, 15 first-class matches. So getting 100 is something that comes easy to him. I mean, and the way he's batting, he looked like he could make a big score. I think his highest first-class score is 212 or something like that. So the way he's batting, we could see something like that again.
And we expect the Indians to accelerate their scoring. They started off slowly this morning, but they're in command now. They have a good lead of 31 runs on first innings. West Indies just managing to get 150 runs. And now India lead by 31 runs without having from the Botanic Gardens end. Here he is. Just one slip. And Sharma is pulling this one down to backward square. And the fieldsman holds the ball, looks like Rifa, and just one run. Rohit moves on to 81. So we see the second test begins on the 20th of July, 20th to 24th, over the Queen's Park Oval, and then there are 3 ODIs, 2 in Barbados and 1 in Trinidad. Then we have a T20 in Trinidad, and then 2 T20s in Guyana, and the 2 final T20s on the 12th and 13th of August over in Florida. So a packed itinerary for the Indians, but the attention is here at Windsor Park. Alzari Joseph with one slip, extra cover, man at leg gully, mid wicket, mid on wideish, man at fine leg position, and a man deep down on the square leg boundary. Here is Alzari. Goes a short delivery. The batsman is pulling this one and it goes down to the backward square leg boundary. 4 runs there to Jaiswal, and certainly Jaiswal and Sharma putting their foot on the accelerator now. 89 Jaiswal is of 200 balls. As I say, good afternoon to you once again, Heston Charles.
Good afternoon to you, Andy Carter, and good afternoon to the listeners of this broadcast. Certainly Jaiswal look very much settled, Andy, and he look very composed.
Composed indeed. As a batsman we've seen on television representing the Rajasthan Royals, and he has really put on a good show in the IPL. But it's Test cricket now, and he's looking to get his maiden Test century on debut.
Yes, I just had some good lunch and compliments my boy Kitchen.
Here is Alzari Joseph from the southern end. Has the batsman uncomfortable on this occasion, pounding this one in the turf, and you could see the discomfort there by Jaiswal, just fending it off his body, and luckily for him, there wasn't any player stationed there. He gets away with it. You could see the extra effort following him there, Alzari Joseph, and discomforted there by that delivery, but in the end he gets another run.
Yeah, Joseph is trying to, get that one to his body, And rightly so, he played it down and he's playing safe. And our bowlers trying to intimidate the batsmen there.
Well, they've got to get a way to make a breakthrough this afternoon. Bright, sunny conditions as Alzari Joseph bows to Sharma. Sharma is getting a short delivery. He's playing it down backward of square. Refer comes off the deep backward square leg boundary and sends in the return, but not before the batsman cross for a run. 82 to Rohit Sharma. Jaiswal is on 90 and the Indians 188 without loss. And you could see the ploy there by the West Indies trying to intimidate, as you quite rightly said, intimidate the Indians, but I don't think you can intimidate a veteran like Rohit Sharma.
Certainly not, and we're looking like we may have a record opening pair partnership at the Windsor Park, and with the Indian pair doing so well, Rohit Sharma and Jaswal. They certainly have settled themselves there, Andy.
Short rising delivery, and he steers it down to backward point. Chandapal comes across, picks up, and there is only one run. It's already the highest opening partnership in the West Indies by the Indians. This is the highest. So
we have record in the making.
They have made a record already, and India have visited the West Indies several times, and this is the highest opening partnership by the Indian team ever.
Are you surprised that they have settled there so well, Andy?
Not really. There's no devil in the pitch, and you can see a delivery there from Alzari, pounding it into the turf, not getting much assistance, and you could hear as the over comes to an end of over 66, 189 without loss is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, the West Indies team look very dejected, and they look low on energy. They're moving like an old Volkswagen. You know those Volkswagen vehicle, those vehicles that last very long, and the engine is at the back. You know those vehicles, and
well, these were durable vehicles. They're very good vehicles. But Curtly Ambrose yesterday on air was lamenting the pitches in the West Indies. You've come in there, not a blade of grass on the pitch, a bare strip, and really more suited to the Indian spinners. Whereas the West Indies, they won the toss. In years gone by, there would be some lively pitch. There would be no doubt in people like Clive Lloyd's mind or Vivian Richards that he would have to insert the opposition because he knows that he would get some assistance from a pitch. But we get back to that. I'll get your comments as Warwick and Bowe's delivery there. Jaiswal plays it back to the bowler and there is no run.
Well, I would be thinking that if the fact that West Indies won the toss, they should have sent India to bat.
Driving to the right of Holder at mid-off. They run one, they'll come back for two. That's all there'll be. And 2 more runs to Jaiswal. He moves into the 90s. He's on 93. And India now lead by 41 runs. But you could hear in the pre-match interview that Captain Craig Brathwaite felt that the wicket would take spin, so he was a bit skeptical about batting last, as there is a delivery striking the batsman, stifled appeal from the players, but certainly more optimistic of getting a wicket, but he did not carry it on for too long.
But if you bat first, you need to have a plan, and to stay there throughout every session.
Most definitely, as he's driven there, Jaiswal, Root will come off the long on boundary, and Jaiswal will move ever so close to his 100. He's on 94. India moving closer to the 200.
Yeah, and both batsmen looking very close to the century, and we have Jaiswal on 94, and we have Rohit on 82 only.
So the 50 for India of 12.2 overs, the 100 of 32.2, the 150 of 57.2, and now they are approaching the 200 mark. Delivery draws the batsman across, plays it on the onside, the bowler picks up and they can score. So once again Jaiswal has gone past Rohit. He's on 94, Jaiswal. It's Rohit who is on strike now. Right-handed batsman, waits for Warrican. Warrican bowls a flatter delivery, plays it in the vacant backward square leg position. Blackwood gives chase and they run one, they come back for two, and that's all there'll be. So Rohit gets 2 more. He's on 84. Jaiswal is on 94. The end of over number 67. India 194 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
India is in cruise control, and you were asking about the batting at the Windsor Park, the straight. And you have been doing commentary here on this island for many years, probably half my age, Andy. And the Windsor Park have always been that type of flat wicket, and generally you get life from it from the first day, and after that it is basically dead.
But if you are concerned about batting last and you go and make a paltry score of just 150, you may well be batting last, because if India scores 400 runs and have you with a 250 lead, you may well be decide batting last. So
are you saying that we may just have India batting one innings in this?
Well, they most definitely would want to bat once. India with that kind of batting lineup, they wouldn't be looking to bat twice. We've got
is he the man with the golden hand?
Well, they've got to try something. He bowled 1 over, looked a good over before lunch, the last over before lunch, and only 2 runs came off it, and he was flighting the ball, getting the batsmen to use their feet. So here he comes, a flatter delivery, and he's cutting, edging, the ball flying over the man there at slip, but certainly creating that sort of opportunity there. Ali Kafana's delivery outside the off stump, flashing blade from Jaiswal, flying over the fieldsman, looks like Hakim Jordan there at slip, and the batsman crossed for 2, but certainly something created there by Afanas.
Yes, something created, yes, certainly.
Here he is again, outside the off stump. This one is pleasantly driven, straight to Chandapal at the deep cover boundary, and Jaiswal moves on by 1 to 97. So he is moving together with the Indian total as they approach the 200. Jaiswal is approaching his 100. India lead by 47 runs. And Craig Brathwaite, the captain, in the absence of Cornwall, has decided to use the homeboy Ali Kafanaz, and that brought the crowd to life.
Yes.
Floats this one, he turns, finds the substitute fielder, Hakim Jordan, who is at leg slip, and there is no run.
Yes, as I indicated earlier, India is in cruise control, and winning Afanaz may just cause something to happen.
Afanaz right arm off spin, goes the batsman Sharma, works it down to the man coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, Chandapal, and he gets another run. Sharma moves on to 85. Jaiswal is on 97, and India now 198 without loss, a lead of 48 runs on first innings.
Yes, certainly well put together lead by India, surpassing West Indies' first innings of 150.
Afanaz from around the wicket pose a delivery wide of the off stump, trying to tease and tempt the batsman Jaiswal, and maybe thinking that he is approaching his 100, he may play a rash shot, but on this occasion he kept his cool. He's driving through the cover region. Chandapal will move across to his left, and the batsman will cross for another run. Jaiswal moves on to 98, and India 199 without loss as the 68th over has come to an end. 199 without loss, India, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
199 without loss. This opening pair, Andy, would have gone through at least 4 sessions and they are still there to this point. And to those of you listening to the cricket, I mean, West Indies won the toss yesterday, elected to bat, and they were bowled out for 150. And here we see India putting on an exhibition, if I should say, as to what is required. I mean, this ground there at the Windsor Park has always produced runs, and there was no need for West Indies to just throw. There are some reckless shots being played yesterday. Many of the batsmen went out very cheaply, and hence we see West Indies facing what they call a tall order. As I indicated, it's a long journey in the tunnel. And here we have joining us in the commentary booth. I should say right now he's slowly becoming part of us here in Dominica. Just 2 days and he seems like a citizen.
Very kind of you.
Mr. Andrew, it's good to have you.
Yeah, very kind of you, Heston, and you've just triggered my memory that you were very kind to organise me some accommodation at the Sutton Place Hotel, and I have to say that they've been absolutely fantastic. I know they've given me a script here that I should read, but I'll just summarise it in my own words.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's right in the centre of town, just on the corner of Bow Lane. It's about a 5-minute walk to the ground. Nice comfortable rooms, there's a good desk, really nice bed, TV with all the channels. But what I really liked was the small touches, like left me a lot of things for breakfast and way more than I would normally get even at, well, I don't stay at 5-star hotels, but those sorts of places they want to sell you stuff, whereas these guys make you feel really at home. And yeah, so very happy with the Sutton Place Hotel. Highly recommend it to anyone that needs to who wants to spend their time in the capital in Roseau. And yeah, I think that the rooms are very stylishly furnished. The ambience is great, and the warm hospitality is just fantastic. So very, very helpful. So yeah, thank you for organising that for me as well.
Yes, indeed, my pleasure, Mr. Andrew. I'll say good afternoon to the manager of Sutton Place, Mr. Christoph, offering us this very kind courtesy. Here you could enjoy yourself in the lovely ambience of Sutton Place Hotel, right in the city, and it's just about, say, for you look like an avid walker, so probably a 10 minutes walk from Sutton Place to the stadium. So Sutton Place is right in the city. You have most of the shopping facilities, the grocery stores, right around the area of Sutton Place. So you don't have far to go.
And the other crucial thing is that you can walk just a couple of minutes and you're on the waterfront. So if you're taking a ferry to Guadeloupe or St. Lucia or somewhere, not a problem. So that's we're just coming to the end of the drinks break here. We've got the unusual sight of one of the Indians non-playing squad walking along with an umbrella. I can assure our listeners it's not raining here in Dominica. I think it's just more the Indian batsmen wanting to have a bit of shade during the drinks break. And wow, look at the...
It may be raining, Andrew, it may be raining runs. India. But anyway.
Well, the other thing too, of course, is we've got 2 milestones coming up here.
Yeah.
We've got Jaiswal on 98, but they're 1 run short of a 200 partnership. And if you wanted to impress your captain in your very first match, getting a 200-run partnership is not a bad way to do it.
Certainly, Jaiswal, I was reading up on his stats, and in an under-19 match against South Africa, he scored 197. So this man certainly has been showing a lot of promise, and here he is at the Windsor Park Stadium, looking very mature, and he's getting good advice from the moment experienced Rohit, and they have been there together for more than 4 sessions, almost 4 sessions going now, and they have a 199 partnership with just needing 1 run to have 200 partnership.
Well, of course, he's doing no damage to his first class average either, which is 80 before this match.
There you go.
So his first class average is going up as well. So starting up from the river end after lunch, it's going to be Kemar Roach, who's bowled tidily so far without really looking threatening. He's bowled the eight overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. So he's got a slip, a deep point, a extra cover, a deep cover, an short extra cover, and a mid off on the offside as he comes in now. Joseph, angled run, and that ball angles down the leg side, taken by Joshua De Silva, and there's no run.
Yeah, some persons would not want to be in a hot sun, and Andrew, the sun has been hot. I mean, unbearably for some persons, you know, and to see West Indies have to be out there fielding at this point in time, I know it's not easy.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those days where the tea break, they don't go to the tea room, they go straight for a cold shower.
Yes.
Here's Roach once again, bowling to Jaiswal, who's watchfully forward, and there's no run. So just describing the rest of the field for our listeners, we've got a long leg, but a deep square leg, mid wicket and mid off. Of course, that's we've got substitute fielders on as well. So just to make things interesting, we've got Akeem Jordan on in the place of Rakeem Cornwell. Here is Roach. So a good line. Right on the line of off stump, defended by Jaiswal, who's really not looked in any trouble whatsoever today. Although Athenaeus got him to edge one just an over or so ago, and flew over second slip's head, or between first and second slip, but well over their heads. It's probably about the only false shot he's played in this whole entire innings, which is up to 213 balls now. Here's Roach. It's a full-length delivery to Jaiswal. He works it off his legs, but there's only going to be one run. As
inches closer to the century, yeah.
What's that, sorry?
Inches closer to the century, 99.
Yeah, so he moves to 99, and that takes his partnership with his skipper to 200. So very, very impressive. So they've surpassed the West Indies score of 150 and then raised them an extra 50.
Yeah, they're looking very composed, as I indicated earlier. It's like should I say a walk in the park? I don't want to say it, but it appears so, because these guys are very comfortable, they're on phase, and they're just going about it without being threatened by the bowling.
Here's Roach over the wicket this time to Rohit. That's wide outside off stump. It's left alone through to De Silva. They've still got one slip here. Jermaine Blackwood, he's at first slip. But otherwise a very defensive field.
Yeah, did you ever play cricket, Andrew? Because Andrew Carter played cricket, and I think he's still playing.
Well, if you were a betting man, would the answer be yes or no?
I think yes.
Yeah. Here's here's Roach, and Sharma chases that one, gets a very thick outside edge, but no danger of being dismissed, and it races down to the boundary for 4. So that's the end of the over. Sharma moves on to 89. India 204 without loss here at Windsor Park. Yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine there being any cricket commentator that hasn't played cricket in some capacity.
Somewhere or the
What
other.
about Tony Cozier? How much cricket did he play?
I don't know much of it. I don't know if he ever played. Did he play? I'm not sure. I don't have any record of Tony Cozier.
But I get the feeling what you're saying, Heston, is not can you hold a bat and bowl a ball. Did I play at any sort of level?
Yeah.
I think that's your question.
Yeah.
The answer's no.
No. Oh, I see. But you can hold a bat.
I tell you what, I have done. I've played at Lord's.
Oh, there you go.
In a corporate match.
So you have played the game.
Well, you could say that, but I don't really want to tell you what happened when I played there.
Why
I think
not?
I got more obsessed with walking down the steps and through the long room, and then kind of forgot that I was actually supposed to bat. So, yeah, I actually ran myself out off the first ball I faced for a 0.
You run yourself out?
Yeah, I called for a run, I got sent back, got run out. So it's going to be Athenaeus, their off-break bowler, right arm round the wickets. And here it is. It's 100. It's 100 for Jaiswal, and look at the celebration. Man's worked so hard to get to this position. Raises his arms in the air, salutes his teammates, bows his head. He's only 21 years of age, and he's done it, and he's got to run all the way back now because Rohit's still waiting on the pitch, and he comes down and Rohit gives him a big hug. Of course, both from Mumbai, and Jaiswal, what delight. So 100 not out, maiden test century on debut, and it was a little dab, a little paddle round the corner. And he just took off down the wickets, jumped in the air, took his helmet off, and he's got Dream 11 written on his shirt. And I think he's probably going to be dreaming at the moment.
Yes, he is dreaming. You know, young man, 21 years on his debut, scoring 100 runs in his first test match. That is the dream of any young player.
Yeah, incredible. He used to sleep in a tent on Oval Maiden, which is this massive ground with loads of pitches in Mumbai. Here is Rohit working the one off his pads. Down to Roach at long leg. That's one further run. Yeah, amazing story. He moved to Mumbai when he was 11.
Wow.
So 10 years of really hard graft. So the last time an Indian batsman scored 100 on debut was Sarish Iyer. That was against my country, New Zealand, in Kanpur in 2001. Here's Athanase round the wicket to Jaiswal, and he punches it off the back foot down to long off. It's picked up there by Joseph, I think that is down there.
Yeah.
And one further run to the total, one further run to Jaiswal. So yeah, remarkable story. And you know, you can't be exactly sure what you read online, whether it's accurate all the time, but it was confirmed by our colleague from the television, Raunak Kapoor, that he did sleep in a tent at times.
Wow.
Here's Rohit working Athanase off his pads, down to Roach for one, takes Rohit on to 91, and he was actually selling street food as well to sustain himself. You know,
Interesting upbringing.
Yeah.
Humble, very humble upbringing. I guess that's what contributes to who he is today. Understands the tough life in the hot sun, and he can stay there and score 100 runs.
Wow, that's what he's probably been doing day in and day out since he was 11 years old on Oval Maiden. Here's Jaiswal, this time cutting one from Athanase. Warrican's out there with the dreadlocks hanging out of the back of his hat. Returns it to the keeper, and there's one further run to Jaiswal.
And the way it's going, Andrew, if he continue this way, they may just name him the Wall, Jaiswal, the Wall, because the bowlers can't penetrate his defense at this point. He looks very composed. He looks, and with the experience of Rohit, you can see Rohit has been guiding him, so he has the required environment to take him to where he wants to go.
Here's Athanase, this time Rohit just works it away to leg slip. That's the end of the over. Athanase now has bowled 3 overs, none for 12. India 209 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, excellent going by India. Cruise control. They have made good use of this batting pitch. I can tell you the reputation of this pitch, Andrew. I mean, for over the years, this pitch has been proven to be a batting paradise. I was a bit surprised that West Indies chose to bat first, because generally on the first day is when you get more assistance. On the first day, a little bit of moisture in the pitch, so you get a little assistance for the bowling. But West Indies right now are facing a very high mountain. Dominica is filled with mountains, and they're facing a very high mountain. Mount Jablote, we call it, or highest mountain, Andrew.
Right, I see. Yeah. I was thinking maybe more something like Everest, given that we're playing India, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard slog for them for sure. Here's Roach coming around the wicket to Jaiswal, and he's playing it off the back foot. up to Reefer at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a hard slog for sure, and you can just see it in the West Indies body language as well, can't you? There's no one clapping, there's no one cheering them on.
Nobody has.
There's no encouragement.
Nothing. They're deflated. They're dejected, and they tried early on to allow Rui to get to hit, but he never fell to the trap.
And this next one from Roach is a fuller ball on the line of the stumps. It's dug out by Jaiswal. Played out to cover, and there's no run.
So they tried to make him hit the hook shot. They sort of set a trap for him to hit the hook shot, but he never fell prey to that.
But also what you were saying about the pitch, I mean, I think Brathwaite would have looked at it and just said, look, this pitch has got nothing in it, so there's no point to bowl. Here's Roach. Bowling to, it's a crowd catch there. Jaiswal hitting the ball into the ground, straight to Athanaze at cover. Crowd erupts, thinking there's a catch.
Spectators catch.
But yeah, I mean, you couldn't bowl first on that wicket. There was not. I mean, maybe there might have been some rain, but the pitch looked to be pretty well covered, So. Here's Roach again, bowling to Jaiswal. He's driving this time behind point. There's a big chase around. Will it be cut off? Yes, it is. Well done by Chanderpaul out there. Cuts it off and restricts the scoring to 2. So that's the sort of thing that will lift your team a little bit. In fact, that was Blackwood, sorry. Blackwood cut that one off, showing great pace and great commitment. He could have easily just let it run for 4, but he did well and just restricted the scoring to 2. So, well done.
He covered a lot of ground.
He did. It's quite quick.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, they've just been called by the third umpire. Blackwood may have touched the boundary line.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. You think it may have touched it, or after, or before?
Yeah, I think it's just after. No, it's 4. Oh, that's so unlucky. I think that's going to be given. Yeah, it's given 4. Right.
In the local parlance, they say he burst my bubble.
You were on air earlier when Sharma hit that one that hit directly onto the little. We used to call it a boundary rope, but they're kind of like boundary rubber now, isn't it? Here's Roach bowling to Jaiswal. He's driving up to mid on where Reefer does the fielding, and there's no run.
Much to the disappointment of the spectators on West Indies, is a boundary.
Yeah. And the bowler, of course, who gets a boundary against his name. So here's Roach. And Jaiswal is driving once more, timing it beautifully, but straight to Brathwaite at mid-off. That's the end of the 71st over of the innings. It's 213 without loss, India, here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, Roach being, I should say, a very brave soul there. He has been around for quite a long time. And I think he's about 35 or 36. Roach.
Right.
Yeah,
36.
Yeah, so we could call him a veteran at this point in time in his career. And he has to be the one to try to lift the spirit up for West Indies at this time, because the bowlers are not troubling India at all. No.
Oh, sorry, you mean Roach?
Yeah, Kima Roach, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's about 35 years old.
Yeah, 35.
So we can call him a veteran, I mean, because he has been there for more than 10 years and counting, playing for the West Indies. And
I just feel sorry for him, though, getting to bowl on such a dead pitch, I mean, we don't have a speed ball radar on the television monitors. We can't see how fast he's bowling, but he just hasn't looked threatening at all. Actually, well, not really any of them have.
Any help, he's not getting any help in the pitch.
Here's Athanaze starting a new over, bowling around the wicket to Rohit. He's watchfully forward, plays it to short leg where Chanda pulls under the helmet, and there's no run.
Yeah, no runs at all. And they're like in the living room. When you sit in your living room, Andrew, India is sitting in the living room now.
As Rawat picks up another single to square leg, takes him on to 92, so another milestone coming up here in this CG United, well, that's the broadcast, the name on the broadcast. Seems to be multiple sponsors around the ground. I'm never quite sure who's sponsoring what. Here's Athenaeus bowling to Jaiswal. He drives that one out to the extra cover area where Warrican runs around the boundary, picks it up, and one further run to Jaiswal. That takes him on to 107.
107. I would have loved to see the Fiesman chain on Athenaeus. You know, it's his debut, it's his first match. Chain on. Make him feel encouraged.
Here is Athenaeus. And Rohit's working this one off his pads. Out to that man again, the dreadlocked poet. Warrican.
Yes.
And one further run to Rohit, moves on to 93. And thank you very much, Heston, for your comments. So we're just about to be joined by Darren Ganga, who's one of West Indies' famous cricketers, of course, and now a TV presenter. Welcome, Darren. Welcome into our broadcast here on the Cut and Drive Network as Athenaeus sweeps us, Warrican's Jaiswal sweeps this time to that delivery from Athenaeus, and he takes an extra run, and that takes him through to 108.
Thanks for having me. Good afternoon to all your listeners, those in this part of the world. I know it might be early morning in other parts of the world, but clearly this test match heading in one direction. India in full control thus far, opening partnership of 217 built on the backdrop of solid test match batting from Sharma and Jaiswal.
Here is Sharma, and he's punching that one up to mid-off. It's fielded up there by Joseph, Holder in fact that is. And there's no run, that's the end of the over. It's 217 without loss here at Windsor Park. Yeah, so Darren, I mean, as a opening bat yourself, what have you made of this rather impressive debut by Jaiswal?
To be fair, he's dominated the lower tiers in cricket at the domestic level in India. He's walked into this test match after having played 16 first-class matches with 9 first-class hundreds behind his name. So that in itself gives us an inkling that he has a great appetite for run scoring. He's also dominated in the recent IPL, 5th on the list of leading run scorers in this recent season, just completed. So it's not only in the longest format of the game he's dominated, he's even dominated in 50-over cricket. So I think he's shown that he's got all the credentials to play test match cricket. And in his very first test match, he's shown that inclination to adjust, to adapt to conditions which are a little bit slower, very helpful for spinners. And his concentration powers, I expected to see him be a little more aggressive in his approach, but all credit to him, the way he's tempered that aggression, it's been really special to look at.
Yeah, hard to remember a false shot. I think the one off Athenaeus a couple of overs ago, you could argue was an edge, although it flew well over the keeper's head, or the slip's head. But yeah, I can't really remember him playing a false stroke.
There was one particular over that Rakeem Cornwall bowled to Jaiswal, Cornwall bowling from the Billy Doctrove end, where Jaiswal just looked a little bit frustrated. The ball spun past his outside edge. On a couple of occasions he attempted the conventional sweep, didn't quite get hold of it, but then there was a discussion with Rohit Sharma and himself just to keep his composure, and that's the other good thing I've recognized about him. He's not full of himself, he doesn't have a very big ego, he's coachable, because you can see Rohit Sharma communicating with him throughout the course of this partnership.
We've just had a bit of a delay there with the ball being changed as Roach begins a new over from the river end, running round the wicket to Jaiswal. It's a short of a length delivery, but beautifully controlled. He plays the pull shot right into the ground, out to Warrican at square leg, or deep square leg. And a further run to Jaiswal, he moves on to 109.
The other thing that I like to recognize about this innings, he's the first Indian player to score a Test match 100 on debut in the Caribbean. No one else has done that previously. So that to me is the sign of a player who is able to jump out of his comfort zone and produce his best. We haven't seen a lot of that from Indian batters over the years. Only the fourth person to score that maiden century on debut outside of India, out of 17.
Wow, that is quite something. So here is Roach over the wicket to the right-handed Rohit, and as we've seen so many times, he handles the short ball so well. Just taps it around the corner from in front of his face down to a long leg for a single. And just on that, Darren, I mean, there was one guy that potentially could have done it by the name of Virat Kohli.
Yeah, he could. I think he scored his first Test match century in the Caribbean. It wasn't on debut.
No.
But he is a class act. We've seen over the years his domination in Test match cricket and across formats. So he's yet to come.
Here's Roach. This is a wide one to Jaiswal, which he chases. It's picked up there at cover by Akeem Jordan, the substitute fieldsman. And one further run to Jaiswal. He moves on to 110.
Look, I feel, you know, for the West Indian bowlers, Kemar Roach, of course, operating now, and in that first session, I just felt that when they opened with Roach and Jason Holder, they were a little too defensive in my estimation. There was need for them to attack early at the start of day two. And when you give quality batters like Rohit Sharma, like Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opportunity to get in makes the job even more difficult.
Here is Roach and Rohit's defending. Yeah, I was on commentary at the time. I made the observation that first over by Jason Holder today, it was just like welcome back to the crease.
And get your eyes in.
Just take your time. You don't have to play for the first 6 balls. And I agree, Darren. Like, you know, I think in the second over he might have come around the wicket, but it was just too easy. Here's Roach once more, and Rohit's, as he's done throughout this innings, he plays each ball on its merit, and he's on 94, 6 runs short of another Test century, and we wouldn't be betting against him doing that right now. He's looking incredibly solid, and yeah, he's got 9 Test hundreds, highest score of 212. But yeah, I just thought exactly the same. I couldn't understand. I'll come back to that. Here's Roach, and Rohit's down the ground, over the top of the bowler's head, down the wicket, hitting down the ground for 4, and that takes him on to 98.
Yeah, a little too predictable there. The line a little too straight as we see the end of the 73rd over. The line, of course, quite straight from Kemar Roach, and a little too full on that occasion. Very little lateral movement at this stage with a 73 over old ball. So it makes for light work for a guy of Rohit's quality. He moves to 98. You did mention his 9 previous Test match centuries. Only 1 scored outside of India, and that was at the Oval against England. So I did speak previously about Rohit Sharma and his slightly weaker record playing away from India. He averages about 61 playing Test match cricket in India, and only about 31 outside of India. So this will surely help strengthen that away record for him as a batter. He's a class act.
Yeah, he is indeed. But yeah, I just thought this morning they could have opened with Joseph and perhaps even Cornwall. Anyway, that's been and gone now. Here is Athanaze bowling to Jaiswal, and he just plays that one away to Roach at point, and there's no run.
More of a balanced feel with Athanaze operating, 4 fielders offside.
Here is Athanaze, and Jaiswal's identical shot, cutting that one away to Roach at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I mentioned those 4 fielders offside. That's in the extra cover to cover region. There is a slip and a long off as well.
Here's another shortish ball. It's cut by Jaiswal, but he finds Roach once more, and there's no run. So Jaiswal's on strike while his captain's on 98 at the other end. And this time he's defending the fourth ball of the over from Athenaeus.
Must also mention that the line of attack has changed with the spinners. Initially they were bowling very straight to Jaiswal, attempting him to hit the leg side, now offside.
There's Jaiswal, and this time he picks out cover. Stopped there by Reefer, and there's no run. Here's Athenaeus. And this time Jaiswal's cutting once again to backward point, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over. It's 224 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, 6 overs away from a...
You're listening to Kari FM for ball-by-ball cricket commentary of West Indies versus India, live at Windsor Park Stadium. Compliments the following.
Ready to experience the next generation of foods? Well, come over to Crispy's and select something from our delicious menu. Whether it's the juicy chicken breast or a fish sandwich laying on a seeded bun, or our new crispy fish fingers, you will be spoiled with our choices. We also cater to any event, no matter the size. With Crispy's, you will be crazy not to try. Our new opening hours are 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Crispy's, we make food good.
With a very patient approach with the ball. India is too good a team for that type of attack.
I just want to ask you, Darren, during this over, we're seeing a bowling change now. Ramon Reefer's coming on. Hasn't bowled a lot at this level. He's got 3 wickets in tests, but his first class record isn't bad actually. He's got 193 wickets at 26, so 7 5-wicket bags. So, but I just want to go back to that point you were talking about Rohit, because as let's say a very, very, very amateur cricketer, I can't understand something. So here's Reefer with Joshua Da Silva standing up to the stumps, left arm over the wicket, it's defended. How is it that Rohit can score all his runs in India, where it turns more, it's a difficult place to bat, right? So how is it that he can be so good there? I mean, obviously he's from there, but it just, to me, it seems, really crazy that he's so dominant, on those wickets. Here's Reefer bowling to Rohit, and there's no run.
Well, what I can say to that point is we're all creatures of habit, and we're shaped by our environment as well. Rohit Sharma hails from Mumbai. He's grown up playing a lot of cricket in Indian conditions, and he's adjusted and adapted his game to suit those conditions. India, as a test playing nation, plays a lot of cricket in India as well, and to his credit, he's been able to dominate playing at home.
Here's Reefer, left arm over the wicket to Rohit, and he's beaten outside the line of off stump, taken by Joshua Da Silva, but no edge. Yeah, but I suppose the other thing I was thinking about is it because he's played there so much and played against the spinners, when opposition spinners come to India, maybe they're not used to bowling there so much, so he has a bit of an advantage over them.
Yeah, quite frankly, that could be one of the reasons, but he also started playing a lot of test cricket quite late in his career.
Here he is again, Rohit, defending. Yeah, he's only played 50 tests.
Yes, prior to this one, and again, a lot of questions were asked about his omission from this Indian test side early in his career. We had MS Dhoni, who took over the captaincy from Rahul Dravid, and then there was Virat Kohli before Rohit Sharma took over as captain of this Indian test side.
Here is Reefer once more, bowling to Sharma, and he's on 98, but once again, waiting for the ball to put away. That one he just guides to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I also think as a captain he will have a point to prove. Of course, India playing the World Test Championship final for the second time against Australia. Wasn't able to lift the trophy, and there's been a lot of debate around Rohit Sharma and the Indian side that played in that game. Now he's really putting his hand up.
Here he is, Rohit, working that one off his pads. He's got time for a single as Athanaze fields, so that takes him on to 99. India 225 without loss here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, and just staying with that conversation with Rohit Sharma, this innings, of course, will consolidate his position at the top of the innings as a test opener. Of course, his partnership as well, unmatched in test match cricket against the West Indies, going past Wasim Jaffer and Virender Sehwag. That opening partnership they produced back in 2006. So a significant landmark, a significant statement as India starts this new cycle of the World Test Championship.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing we have mentioned a few times on here. I mean, Jaiswal's come into the side not to replace an opener. He's actually come into the side to replace, an outstanding player in Cheteshwar Pujara, which is part of their strategy moving into the cycle. Here's Athanaze to Rohit, is on 99. Athanaze has got a huge gap at cover, so Rohit basically just has to tap it here and scamper through for a single, but let's see how he goes about it. Here's Athanaze to Rohit. He's working it into the leg side, but Roach is there and there's no run.
What is not helpful for the West Indies is that illness that we're hearing from Rakeem Cornwall. He's off the field. Jason Holder as well has left the field.
Here's Athanaze to Rohit, and he pushes that into the covers. It's racing out towards the boundary, jogs through for one, comes back for a second, and now he's going to come back for a third, and he's just walking slowly up there to the other end, and he casually raises his bat to the crowd. A little bit different to the celebration by Jaiswal, but Rohit's done it 9 times before. Hug from his opening partner, and well played Rohit Sharma. 103 not out.
10 Test match century for him, his second away from India. First in the Caribbean for Rohit Sharma, following his opening partner, Yashasvi Jaiswal. It's been an innings of composure, one that was relatively watchful, recognizing the conditions and how challenging those elements have been. He's been able to show his true quality. His defense quite solid. He's been selective with his stroke play, so a fabulous innings from the captain.
Here's Athanaze, and Rohit's, I think he's going to be given here, is he? Joshua De Silva took the ball cleanly. West Indies are appealing. And what's going to happen here? Are they going to go to DRS? Yes, they are. Craig Brathwaite signals to the umpire Goff to call for the review. So Athanaze coming round the wicket to Rohit there. He was prodding forward. The ball looped up in the air on the leg side. It was gloved cleanly by Joshua De Silva. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Of course, Darren and I are sitting with our backs to their play, so it was hard for us to see. So we look at the replay here. Oh, he's gloved that. Yep, that's out.
Yep, and it's the first Test wicket for Alec Athanaze. Young man from Dominica made a statement with the bat, and now being that bowler to prize and break this partnership, which has been a thorn in the side of the West Indians. And there we see the umpire changing his decision, and it will signal the departure of the Indian captain.
It's just isn't that amazing, Darren? The ball before, he goes to 100. The next ball, imagine if those 2 balls had been round the other way.
Well, it's the contrast.
Well, he would have been a hero getting the Indian captain out for 99. But just to explain that again to the listeners, so Rohit came forward, the ball came off his pad onto his glove, and it looped up, and Joshua De Silva wasn't the hardest of catches, but he got there comfortably, and Rohit's on his way. The partnership of 229 Rohit's gone for a beautiful 103 off 21 balls. Oh, sorry, 221 balls. And that brings Shubman Gill to the crease. And of course, he has been an opening batsman for the majority of his career. But he's made it clear that he would like to bat at 3 if the opportunity arises. And Darren, I understand from what I've read, they're kind of thinking that Gill may eventually take the number 4 position from Virat Kohli when he eventually retires.
Yeah, I think that's the thinking. Of course, there's been a lot of discussion about players and their roles in domestic cricket being aligned with that of the Indian national side. So I think Shubman Gill favours batting in the middle, batting at number 3, and it's a work in progress, of course, for him. He's really shown his true class opening the batting. Now he'll have a chance to bat at number 3. It allows for the opportunity for Yashasvi Jaiswal to bat at the top with Rohit Sharma and create that left-hand, right-hand combination, which is so crucial. But all credit to young Alec Athanaze. I think we must, also commend the way he has embraced Test match cricket, playing in his very first Test match. He looks very much like he belongs at this level, both with bat and now with ball.
Yeah, and speaking to your colleague on TV, Runat Kapoor, earlier, he was on commentary with us, and he said when they interviewed him at the end of the day's play, I'll summarise very quickly, he said, look, I'm not interested in white ball cricket. I want to play Test match cricket. That's the game that's why I play. Here he is, Athanaze, bowling to Shubman Gill, who's defensively forward. And eventually the noise in the crowd calms down. I mean, it's kind of all the things that could possibly happen, Athanaze taking the wicket in front of his home crowd to break the opening partnership. Here is Athanaze, and this time Gill is looking to play that one away through the leg side. That's the end of a successful over from Alec Athanaze. He has 1 for 20 off 6. It's 229 for 1 here at Windsor Park. And we're going to have a double change in the commentary now. Back on. Thank you very much, Darren Ganga, for joining us. And it's going to be Andy Carter taking the commentary seat, and alongside him will be Lockhart Sebastian.
Yes, we just saw Alec Athanaze picking up his first wicket in Test cricket. The home boy played very well yesterday. Nice to see him getting his first Test wicket, Andy, after Rohit Sharma was out caught at short leg after a brilliant 100. So West Indies have now picked up the first wicket. As I welcome back Andy.
Thank you very much, Lockhart. The silver taking the catch, and Rohit Sharma going for 103. He faced 221 balls, struck 10 fours and 2 sixes, and he featured in that record-breaking partnership with Jaiswal, surpassing the 159 scored by Virender Sehwag and Wasim Jaffer over in St. Lucia in 2006. So good start to his Test career by Jaiswal. He comes on the track, hits it powerfully past the bowler. Roach will get onto the ball. They run 1 and they come back for 2. That's all they'll be. And the Indian total moves on to 231. 231 for the loss of 1. Jaiswal is still there on 112. And Shubman Gill, who has just joined him, yet to get off the mark. Here is Warwick Khan, beats the bats on this occasion. Ball going through to the wicket-keeper. So all of a sudden, there's a pep in the step of the West Indies players. Having got that breakthrough, the crowd has come to life because it was the homeboy Alec Athanaze who made the breakthrough. As Jaiswal pushes it on the onside, gets another run. So Jaiswal is so comfortable, he's on 113 and batting quite well. First Test match. Shubman Gill, on the other hand, has played 15 tests so far, has a high score of 128, 2 centuries and 4 half centuries already in his young test career.
Well, he's another class act, and he's Shubman Gill. I mean, we saw him, he scored the most runs this year in the IPL. He's an elegant batsman. He's done well from the youth level up to, in fact, he played in the same World Cup with Ali Kafan as Shubman Gill.
And when you consider Virat Kohli to come, man who has got 28 centuries, 28 half centuries, as this one is stroked to the chance there, and the return sent in there, the fieldsman there, Hakim Jordan at cover, the Gill was setting up for the run, Jaiswal correctly sent him back, and luckily for him, he had not got past the point of no return.
And we understand that Cornwall hasn't been feeling very well, that's why he's off the field.
Here is Warrican, left arm, draws the Gill forward, the ball peeling off the outside edge of the bat, triggers down to short third man, and Gill gets off the mark. So Gill is off the mark. India 33 for 1. And the crowd erupted at the fall of Rohit Sharma's wicket, caught by the wicketkeeper De Silva, goes on the back foot, punches forcefully there Jaiswal, and finds Roach down on the long on boundary. The over comes to an end, over number 77, 234 for the loss of 1. Jaiswal is on 114 not out. Gill has just joined him, is on 1. And the Indian total 234 for 1, which is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And no praise can be too high for young Joshua. He's played extremely well. Yesterday he started slowly. He didn't get a run until his 12th ball. But today we saw him. He came out after lunch today. He played very well. It's been a very good 100 from this man. And he's a customer making hundreds at this youngster.
An enormous appetite for runs. These Indian batsmen, they play cricket. They are fanatic, they love their game, and even at their junior level, they get big totals. And this one is falling just short there of Warrican at cover, but Ali Kafan almost getting a second wicket. Ball hit uppishly to cover and falling just short of Warrican at cover. Afanaz draws the batsman, Jaiswal forward. In defense there, plays it to the wideish mid-off, or short extra cover if you wish. And Alec Afanaz making things happen from around the wicket. Floats this one, the drive in, beats Warrican at cover, but there is a sweeper. Hakim Jordan coming off the cover boundary, and just 1 run to Jaiswal. He moves on to 115. Gill 1, and the batsman out. Rohit Sharma going for a well-played 103, 10 fours and 2 sixes in his century, his 10th test century. And the second overseas, as we heard Darren Ganga quite aptly described, like the second century outside of India. Here is a delivery to Gill from Afanaz. He turns it to short leg, and the ball rebounds off looks like Chandapal, and there is no addition to the score. India lead by 85 runs. Afanaz from the Botanic Gardens end draws the batsman across his stumps. He strokes it pleasantly, finds the fieldsman at wideish mid-on, Alzari Joseph, and they cross easily for a run. Gill moves on to 2. Jaiswal is 115. On debut, Jaiswal, and still to come another debutant, Ishan Kishan. But before him, we've got to see the Virat Kohli, that man. As the over comes to an end, another delivery from Afanaz. Plays quietly on the offside. The end of Afanaz's 7th over. He has figures of 1 for 22. And India 236 for the loss of 1, the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And Ali Kafanaz hasn't done a bad job, Andy. I think the few overs he has bowled, what, 7 overs? I think he's done an extremely good job. He picked up the only wicket. It's posed some problem for the batsman, and I think he's done a very good job.
Tremendous job by Afanaz in the absence of Cornwall, and I think Captain Brathwaite will be quite pleased because he got Jaiswal to play a false shot, cutting at the ball, and the ball flew off the edge and went past Akim Jordan, who was at slip. So creating an opportunity there, and certainly has done a wonderful job in the absence of Cornwall. Cornwall bowled 11 overs, none for 22. Afanaz has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 22. And we see Jomel Warrican into his 22nd over, none for 59 so far. Bowls, flat delivery. Batsman Gill pushes. He had 2 slips, silly mid off. Short extra cover, deep cover, squarish cover, short mid wicket, mid on, and a long off. Bowls the delivery, slightly back of a length delivery. Gill is comfortable pushing it to Alzari Joseph at squarish cover. So great young talent by India on show as he sweeps down to the vacant backward square leg boundary. It goes 4 runs to Gill, vacant area, and sweeping quite well.
Very bad ball. Outside the leg stump, nobody at deep square leg there. Only 2 men on the onside, in fact. So that's a free hit really for Shubman Gill.
And he took advantage of it, just helping it backward of square leg and into the boundary. So bad line there, bowled by Warrican. He has a predominantly offside field, and to bowl a ball on the legs is just giving away free runs. Here is a better directed delivery, comes forward is Gill, pushes it to Captain Brathwaite at short extra cover, and there is no run. So the lead for India now, 90 runs. Here is Warrican, and is out, pushing forward to a quicker delivery there from Warrican, and he gets the edge, and the catch is taken. India lose their second wicket with the score on 240. Gill goes for 6 runs.
Yes, a very good delivery from Warrican. He turned a bit and they brought the batsman forward, edged it, easily caught that slip. Another wicket for the West Indies. I mean, very good, 2 wickets down now, and that will bring in, yes, you can see turn Andy, very good delivery, well caught there at slip, I think by Ali Kafanaz again, well caught. And we see the master himself walking in now with the great man Virat Kohli, a man who has scored almost 8,500 runs. Virat Kohli walking in, very good test record, and no doubt he'll be looking to cash in after the very good start on the Windsor Park pitch, Andy.
Yes, 8,479 runs. He has played 109 tests, an average of 48.72, high score of 254, 28 centuries, 28 half centuries, and the crowd warms to the presence of Virat Kohli. But for the West Indies' sake, I do not think they would want Kohli to last too long out there.
No, definitely not. And Andy, that wicket, the ball seemed to be spinning, and as I say, it's not really good for the West Indies having to bat tomorrow. But I mean, it's good that the Warrican could get that wicket. It was a very good delivery, brought the batsman forward. Shubman Gill easily caught that slip by Ali Kafanaz.
I was just about to say that he was pushing the ball too much too flat. Then he looped this one, forced Gill to push forward, and Afanaz took a sharp catch there at slip. And Afanaz is in the game, and the crowd is in support of Afanaz. They have come alive here at Windsor Park.
Good debut. He batted well yesterday. He's been bowling well. Just took a good catch. So a very good debut so far for Ali Kafanaz.
Here is Warrican. Bowls to Kohli. Kohli struck on the pad. A loud appeal. The umpire remains unmoved. Umpire Kettlebell. They will think of a review. And Warwick is saying, take it, skipper. And what has he done? I think they will go for it. Rocket.
Well, the captain has a signal, I think signaling now that they're taking the review. Kohli pushed forward. They were not so sure. So when you are not so sure, and it always puts doubts. But we'll soon find out whether Kohli is out LBW. I've seen him been out like that a few times in Test cricket, pushing forward to spinners. I've seen him many times get out to that. So we'll soon watch and find out what's happening when we look at the replay to see Virat Kohli pushing forward. Oh, clearly not out. It doesn't look out to me, Andy. I mean, you look at it.
Where is it pitched, Rocket? Was it pitched in line or was it?
It pitched in line, but might be going down leg side. If anything, at umpire's call, but might be going down leg side. Right?
But we can almost see the free stumps. Let's
watch
the
real.
Going
down leg side. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, clearly missing. Yeah, clearly missing. Bad review.
Well, with things not going their way, they had to try something.
And they only left with one review now, huh? Only left with one. They lost one early on.
Yeah, and you've got to take a review on the great Kohli. If you could get Kohli out for naught.
Yeah, but don't waste it. If you're not sure, don't waste it.
Well, I think it was uncertainty which caused them to take it. Say, let's chance it. And maybe they were thinking at least if it was umpire's call, they would not have lost the review. But as you have it, they have lost the review, and the over has come to an end in all the excitement. 79 overs completed. India 240 for the loss of 2, and we're about to see Afanaz bowling to Jaiswal. Here he is from around the wicket. Bowls a delivery which the batsman forces down to long off and gets an easy run. One more to Jaiswal. He moves to 116. The lead for India keeps on climbing. The West Indies won't want it to go to too many runs. A lead of 91 runs on first innings.
So it's already a lot, and the 91 runs in any form of cricket is a reasonable lead on a pitch which is turning and bouncing.
And they're to contend with Ashwin and Jadeja in the second innings. Here is a delivery from Afanaz. The batsman Kohli plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Bright, sunny afternoon. The crowd is buoyant. They're feeling good after their homeboy has been involved in getting among the action, into the action, I should say. He got the wicket, made the breakthrough, and had Gill caught at slip. There is a delivery, he's turning it, and Jordan, maybe not too familiar in the slip position. He's there at the leg slip, flicking the ball, Kohli, and the ball going past the leg slip, and you could see the ooze and hear the oohs and the ahs from the West Indian players.
But not very often you see a fast bowler feeling at leg slip and or slip, so a bit strange that Jordan feeling at leg slip.
Here is Afanaz. Bowls, the batsman cuts, and well done by Roach, moving to his right at backward point. He has fielded quite well in that position so far. He has saved quite a few runs fielding at that position. Here is Afanaz once again. Bowls, the batsman is driving to the man there at mid-on. Comes across to his right. The over comes to an end. Afanaz completes his 8th over. Figures of 1 for 24. 80 overs completed. So the new ball will be available. The Indians, they lead by 92 runs. The latest score here at Windsor Park. India 242 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and the new ball view, one wonders whether West Indies will take the new ball after lunch. Alik Afanaz has been bowling well together with Warwick. So one wonders if skipper Craig Back won't continue the spinners after tea and see how it goes before taking the new ball.
Yes, so I guess it's going to be the final over before tea. And Warwick, who has just taken a wicket, will bowl to Virat Kohli. Kohli hemmed in by 2 slips and a silly mid-off. Comes forward pushes it, plays it with a dead bat right in front of him, pushes it to the silly mid-off, and Warwican is sending Roach back. There's Roach at mid-off, Holder at mid-on. Here is a delivery played to mid-on, Holder is in the way, and there is no run. So the second new ball is due now, and we may see it. I'm not too sure if Brathwaite would want to take a new ball with Afanaz and Warwican, as Warwican bowls another delivery to Kohli. Kohli plays it back along the track. So Kohli on 1. Getting through it over rather quickly. This one, Kohli plays once again to mid-on. Holder is there and there is no run. So Kohli, a watchful start. Sees his partner Jaiswal was made his debut on 160 knees. Here is Warwican, floats this one. He comes forward in the typical Kohli fashion, just working it, using his wrist there and getting 2 runs quite easily. Kind of wristy player. He watches the ball onto the face of the bat, and at the last moment he uses his wrist and flicks the ball, Lockhart.
Yes, that's a class player. I mean, class player. King Kohli, as they call, as he's more popularly known, King Kohli.
Final delivery of the 23rd over of Warwican. Ball draws the batsman forward again, wrongly directed the delivery on the line of the leg stump. Kohli turns it to backward square, gets a run. He's on 4. Jaiswal is on 116. It's tea here at Windsor Park on day 2. India 245 for the loss of 2. Jaiswal is 116 not out, and Virat Kohli is on 4 not out. 245 for the loss of 2. 81 overs having been completed.
Yes, and the Indians obviously in a strong position in this session. They made 99 runs in this session, and we saw this brilliant 100 from young Jaiswal, the debutant, the captain himself. Rohit Sharma made a fine 100 as well. We saw Alec Afanaz picking up his first Test wicket on his debut. He's bowled very well, in fact. I mean, if Rakim Khan was on the field, maybe we would not have seen him bowling so many overs. But I think he's done very well for his captain. And as we say, India in a strong position. They lead by almost 100 runs. And after tea, it's going to be very interesting whether the West Indian captain, Greg Brathwaite, will take the second new ball.
Well, it will be interesting to see what happens after tea. But I can tell you at tea, India 245 for the loss of 2 of 81 overs. Jaiswal is not out on 116. Kohli is not out on 4. The batsmen out so far. Rohit Sharma caught the silver, bowled Afanaz for 103. He struck 10 fours and 2 sixes. And featured in a 229-run partnership, a record partnership for India against the West Indies in the West Indies. And then we saw Shubman Gill caught by Afanaz at slip off the bowling of Warwican for 6. The score was then 240. So India go to tea 245 for 2. Jaiswal is not out on 116. Kohli not out on 4. Jaiswal, his 100 came off 215 balls and he struck 11 fours. So until it's time to rejoin us after tea, we advise you and request that you stay in tune as we take the tea break. Please rejoin us.
You're listening to Kari FM for ball-by-ball cricket commentary of West Indies versus India, live at Windsor Park Stadium. Compliments the following.
Ready to experience the next generation of foods? Well, come over to Crispies and select something from our delicious menu. Whether it's the juicy chicken breast or a fish sandwich laying on a seeded bun or our new crispy fish fingers, you will be spoiled with our choices. We also cater to any event, no matter the size. With Crispies, you'll be crazy not to try. Our new opening hours are 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Crispies, we make food good.
I drink Daily Fresh because I drink Daily Fresh because I support local.
I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
Yes, and welcome back to Windsor Park. It's Andrew McLean with you, starting off this final session of day 2, and alongside me is Raunak Kapoor, who I'll come to shortly. Just to bring you up to date with the tea time
Ladies
score,
and
India is on 245 for 2. The debutant Jaiswal is 116 not out, and with them is Virat Kohli 4 not out. 81 overs have been bowled in this innings, so the new ball is available should Craig Brathwaite choose to take it. And in the session since lunch, 99 runs were added. Lunchtime score was 146, and the tea time score 245. But significantly for the West Indies, they had their first success just prior to the tea break. Rohit Sharma, the ball after he brought up his 100, his 10th Test match 100, he was dismissed by Alec Azanade. He was caught by Joshua De Silva when he gloved the ball down the leg side. Dismissed for 103, and then Shubman Gill, when Warrican got one to turn, he got the edge of Gill's bat, and Athanaze took the catch at second slip, so Gill was dismissed for 6. So, welcome back once more, Arunak. Thanks for joining us. What did you make of the post-lunch session?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Andrew. Thank you for having me. Absolute pleasure to be here. And yeah, I think we've at least got something to look forward to. Yes, the situation of the game still suggests a dominant position by India, and rightly so. But in the last 10-15 minutes, given that they at least got the wicket of Rohit Sharma, how happy they would be that one brought 2. Virat Kohli also had a nervous little phase. So if Warrican and Alec Athanaze can continue to ask questions, and we can see now as we enter the 6th session of this test match, something is there for the spinners. On the other hand, Ashwin and Jadeja will be licking their lips and wondering how much it'll turn when they get a ball, whenever that'll be, perhaps at some point on day 3. But what the West Indies need to now look at this session from is, we've got one big batter out. Yes, it's a deep Indian batting lineup, but there is something that's happening. So I hope they come out with the same intensity at the start of the 3rd session as they finished the middle session with.
You mentioned when India might bowl, so with the match position the way it is, India has got a lead of 95 runs. So I'm assuming from what you just said, there's no chance that India will finish up today unless they're bowled out.
I highly doubt it. It's because there's so much time and there's a lot of batters in that team, Andrew, that the game context or the game situation is not as important to them as their own position in future in Test cricket. India don't play a Test match for another 5 months, which is a long time. Guys like Ajinkya Rahane are not going to feature in the white ball setup. So I would think that Ishan Kishan is on debut and he would want to try and get a score here. So I think this is now the perfect opportunity for them to bat as long and deep as they can. The only chance that could have been negated was if we felt like weather could come in and possibly reduce India's chances of forcing a result. But forecast looks good and clear. So if there's any chance of a declaration, I see it happening on day 3. India will bat normally now. And I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. Maybe at times where we get carried away with one partnership of 220, and we think, it's so easy to bat. But we saw with Shubman Gill, got a good one from Warrican, Virat Kohli, there was a review, there was some oohs and ahs, there's a sharp chance at leg slip from the substitute fielder. So all of a sudden, if 1 or 2 wickets come in, we may get a better evaluation of this surface and the chances the West Indies may have than what we were perhaps made to believe when Rohit and Yashasvi Jaiswal were batting with so much ease.
Yeah, and I guess also I take your point that there's a lot in this this match for the Indian side by selecting the side that they have, and also they'll be confident, let's face it, of bowling the West Indies out a second time with the quality of spin bowling attack they have. So yeah, and I think for the Test purists, I think a few people are like, well, we know one side of the world would be just going after it right now, but it doesn't have to be that way.
100%.
And this wicket is taking some turn. Obviously, we should also mention to our listeners that
The West Indies are actually down a man at the moment. We're down two actually. Jason Holder's off the field, but more significantly at the moment, Rakeem Cornwall's off the field. And I think Darren Ganga alluded to the fact that he's got an illness just before we went off air. Did you catch anything about that?
Yeah, all we know is that he's struggling with a chest infection, Rakeem Cornwall, so we're hoping that he's all right. It's nothing too serious, but if he's been absent for an entire session, and I think the other challengers will have to check in with the officials, but I don't believe the chest infection would allow him to come in and bowl right away. So if he's missed a session, that may be it. As we just have a look at the West Indian fielders take the field post-tee. Luckily, at least thankfully, Jason Holder is there, but no Rakeem Cornwall. So it wouldn't, I'm guessing if we do the math, that we may not see Rakeem Cornwall at all for at least the rest of the day.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on commentary, Renak, and that's just a rule I don't agree with. Like, why should they be penalised for a chest infection?
100%, 100%. And we saw that even with Nathan Lyon and the severe injury he took in the Ashes test, that we already have the substitute in place for concussions. Why not for genuine injury too?
Here's Athanaze beginning the first over after tea, bowling round the wicket to Virat Kohli. And he plays the ball out to Warrican on the mid-wicket boundary, and there's one run. Yeah, I just don't understand that rule at all, because, you know, the guy's clearly not well. You know, if he was well, he'd be out there, and he just wants to rest for a bit because he's unwell. Here's Athanaze bowling to Jaiswal this time, and takes an awkward bounce, and Athanaze can't field on his follow through, but it's picked up at mid-off by Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. Athanaze wide on the crease, rolling to Jaiswal, played into the offside, and there's no run. It's a really, really crazy one, that. I mean, if a player wants to go off to have a rest, that's one thing, but being sick, something completely different. Here's Athanaze, and Jaiswal opens his shoulders, drives that through the covers, out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just going to be the way he'll play now. I mean, if he's just cleared his front foot and opened up a gap on the offside, there's no one in the deep over cover, so he's gone inside out to a degree and just played that aerially. That's more the T20 Jaiswal that we all fell in love with at the recent IPL. So I wonder if he's had a cup of tea, he's satisfied, he's got his debut dream of 100. Athanaze loads up the 5th ball of the over, this time Jaiswal solid in defence, straight back to him. Whether he's decided that he may just play with a little more liberty. Just to come back on that point though, I think the only challenge there is Athanaze slightly shorter in length. Jaiswal punches straight to mid-off, no run, ends the over with India 250 for 2. Is we trust that players and teams will honour the rule and not look to circumvent it, because what stops a fast bowler from saying, oh, I've got a hamstring tear? It can't be diagnosed instantly, can't be done at the ground. So I guess once you put in a rule, and it's a unique sport, as there's a reason we don't have substitutes as freely as football does, as a lot of other sports do. Hockey does. You could use them tactically. We're seeing T20 leagues bring in impact substitutes or super subs. We've tried the super sub in our game, but it could open a can of worms if you have a fast bowler who's not having a good day and suddenly picks up a bit of an injury and says, oh, I've got a terrible ankle twist or a hamstring strain, or I've pulled my back, and how do you diagnose the legitimacy of that? So unfortunately, some genuine injuries will have to be casualties of that.
I've got a solution. We
Sure, go
get
on.
another match official that has to make the assessment.
A doctor,
Mate,
you mean?
Mate, you've got to come back to that. Here's Warrican beginning a new over, bowling to Kohli, surrounded by close men, 2 slips and a silly mid-off, or a silly cover really, isn't he? He's not a point, he's not a mid-off, he's a close catcher, let's call it. So it's Warrican. He's got 1 for 66 so far today. Bowling to Kohli.
Ooh.
Kohli's back and cutting, but he can't beat Jason Holder at cover, but he does have time to take a single. No, so you could have a situation where you have like a doctor, and then the doctor says, what's the problem? Oh, doc, this or that. He's like, mate, this is the deal. You either go back out there if you want to keep playing, or, I mean, that's just a idea I just dreamt up. But I take your point. If you're having a bad day, you go off and say, I'll be better tomorrow. Here's Warwican bowling to Jaiswal, and he plays that one up to long on, where Kemar Roach does the fielding. One further run to Jaiswal, he goes on to 121. But Cornwall, I think, he went off early yesterday as well. So he's doing it tough, but unfortunately his team needs him right now, and he can't be out there, which is a real shame. Here's Warwican around the wicket to Virat Kohli. He's watchfully forward, repeating the stroke after he's played it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a balanced solution for it. I think you should, or the game should look to consider it in Test cricket, just in Test cricket, as Warwican bowls short and wide. Kohli looks to cut, but doesn't find the gap on the offside. In Test cricket, if you lose a bowler, for instance, what if Cornwall can play no further part in this Test, like Nathan Lyon did? That's an off-spinner who now will play no further part in the second innings, possibly in the next 3 days. Limited overs game, yeah, I think too bad. If you get it wrong, or someone turns up sick, as Kohli defends nice and solid off the front foot to finish the 83rd.
So it's 252 for 2 here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, so I think Test cricket, there should be some kind of balance where perhaps you could introduce a degree of medical provisions that would allow.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network, as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies India series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Hi, me llamo Christopher, and today I discovered that NCCU's land loan is now at 6.5%. Yes, 6.5%. Dominica, it is easy. Buy the land and you build on the land within 3 years to lock in your 6.5 rate.
Visit or call any of our 7 branch locations for more information. The National Cooperative Credit Union Limited, helping you put down roots in Dominica. Terms and conditions apply.
Once more. It's not bad, is it?
Not bad at all. Test cricket's easy. Test cricket's easy. Don't worry about 250 for 2 in 84 overs.
There's Jaiswal this time. He's cutting, but straight to the man at deep point. That's Warwican out there. That's the end of the 84th over. The second new ball hasn't been taken yet. It's 253 for 2 at Windsor Park.
Yeah, so I mean, just to put an end to it, I think if you can allow for the same rule in Test cricket, that gives you time overnight. Cornwall could have a scan or two that could just confirm the severity or the legitimacy of his illness or injury, and then you should be allowed to introduce a new player on the next day perhaps, because at least it gives you, this is already tough for the West Indies, but at least it keeps it 11 on 11 for 3 days of the Test, which right now Cornwall isn't to play any further part. Let's just assume, I'm hoping it's not so severe, but let's assume if it's something serious, if he's not going to play any further part in the Test, that's not a contest either, is it?
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. Yeah, I think the bit I don't like is if he had to go for a scan now and it came back and he was okay and he was feeling all right. I don't think he. Okay, let's just leave it alone.
Yeah.
Okay, here's Warwican beginning a new over, bowling to Jaiswal, and he looks to have played that one away. A fine leg glance, running down towards the boundary. It's chased down there by Blackwood, and it's actually 4-leg byes. So good commitment there from Blackwood. We've seen that a couple of times today from him. Got his trousers dirty as a result, and both times it's actually ended up being 4. So that's 4 more to the total. India now 257 for 2. Extras 20. 9 leg byes, 4 wides and 6 byes. I've got a question for you, just changing tack. What did you make of, just after this delivery from Warwican? And he's bowling to Jaiswal. There's a huge gap in the offside. And Blackwood runs from slip to pick that up at cover. So 1 run to Jaiswal. That brings Kohli on strike. Kohli on 6 off the 16 deliveries. And just before tea, there was a shout for leg before wicket against Kohli. It was going down leg side, but significantly from a West Indies perspective, he was beaten, and it just shows that Warwican is toiling away rather well here in his 25th over. This time Kohli's forward, plays the ball to short leg, which is Chanderpaul. Sorry, silly point, which is Chanderpaul, and there's no run. This time Kohli's back, but he picks out the man at point, which is Holder, and there's no run. So just a little bit of pressure mounting here on Virat Kohli. He's obviously he's been in this situation many times before, but he's not going to get flustered. He just defends once more as Warwican bowls a very tight line. His 5th ball of the over, so we've had the 4 leg byes and the 1 so far off this over. And here he is bowling his last over, his last ball of the over, and it's defended once more. So at the end of the 85th over, it's 258 for 2 at Windsor Park. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Raunak, what was your impression of Ishan Kishan's debut in the match so far?
Yeah, I think it's not easy to keep in Test cricket to Ashwin and Jadeja, especially when it turns, and it did turn significantly on day 1 of this Test match. He's an improved keeper, Andrew. He obviously is in this team more because he offers plenty more with the bat, and he's played just 6 first-class games in the last 4 years post-COVID. So he's not really a first-class player, and he plays in the white ball team, so he's travelling most of the time when our domestic season takes place as Alec Athanas starts a new over and Jaiswal goes down for the sweep. There's a big appeal. Umpire says no, and the batters manage to go through for a leg by as the ball goes to where short third would field. But yeah, he's playing some shots. Yashasvi Jaiswal survives those, probably outside the line as Athanas is bowling round the wicket to the left-hander.
Just have a look here now. It looks like he was struck comfortably outside the line.
Yeah, so Kishan's in this team to fill the void of Rishabh Pant. And he's an improved keeper. Pant himself was not a safe keeper when he started. Neither was MS Dhoni.
Right.
But they do improve over time. Their batting is the reason that they are preferred in the Test team.
Yeah, Athanas comes in again to Kohli, and he just works that one into the gap at mid-wicket. Warwican fields coming off the boundary in front of the scoreboard, and 1 further run to Kohli. He moves up to 7, and yeah, that was kind of what I'll come back to that in a moment. As Athanas bowls the last ball of his over, this time it's defended by Jaiswal. So at the we've got 1 more to go.
It's been a long day.
Sorry, we've got 3 more to go.
Poor Athanas, he'd love to finish off now.
Here's Athanas bowling to Jaiswal, and he's just defending, and there's no run. Picked up by Holder, just wandering over from his position at short, it's a sort of a short square cover or short cover. Here is Athanas. And this time Jaiswal's just playing it into the gap at square leg, just by umpire Kettleborough. And it's picked up there by Chanderpaul, and 1 further run to Jaiswal. He goes on to 124.
You know what they say about keepers, right? As long as you take the ones that are nicked, you'll be fine. So he missed a few, but everything that took a nick, I know a lot of my friends in the West Indies say Ridley Jacobs was like that. He might have bobbled a few, but every time it took the edge, he caught enough. So that's all you need from your keeper.
Well, that's the thing. Ishan Kishan, he had two that he had to catch, and he got them both. Albeit one, he looked more like a juggler than a keeper.
as long as it lands eventually in the gloves.
Yeah. Right. This time I've got it right. It's the last ball of the 86th over now. Athanas round the wicket to Virat Kohli, and he's defensively playing it to mid-wicket where Blackwood does the fielding, and there's no run. So Athanas now has 1 for 32 off 11 overs. It's 261 for 2 here at Windsor Park. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know too much about these the two options they had for the wicket keepers. One's a debutant and the other's only played. Barrett's only played 5 matches.
Yep.
So, but I guess then I had a quick look and just had a proper look at Ishan Kishan's record, and that was my thought too. It's like, well, you're missing Rishbhar Pant.
Yeah.
So why not give the guy a chance? But yeah, he just looked a bit untidy. But yeah, I take your point. Everyone's.
Yeah, and I think that's the modern way now, Andrew. You're going to see a lot of keepers being picked not because they're necessarily great glovesmen. Gone are the days of your Bob Taylors or your Marshes, and you're essentially looking at guys who will add value with the bat, and you're willing to let go of the odd chances. Jaiswal defends the first ball from Warwick in a new over. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, and that's just how it's going to be now. KS Bharat is not a bad keeper, but he clearly is out of his depths against good quality bowling, and that's what was exposed against Australia. So they've gone for Kishan.
Here's Warrickins bowling to Jaiswal. He's struck on the pad, but he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, so very little chance of getting an LBW when it's bowled so straight and directly as that. So, well, actually it was perhaps pitched in line, but it was spinning down the leg side. So a leg slip as Warrican comes in once more to Jaiswal, and he's defending. Yeah, I take your point. It's like New Zealand uses Devon Conway in the T20 format, and he wouldn't even be in the top 5 keepers in New Zealand, But it's enough in that format. As Jaiswal plays this one behind point, there's no one there, so Blackwood has to chase that, and he gets one further run, goes to 125. But it just gives the team more flexibility.
And, I've got a question for you. I don't know why New Zealand outsource their keepers and their batters from South Africa as much these days. Didn't happen for a lot of years, and I see a lot of them.
Yeah, well, BJ Watling was born in South Africa. Glenn Phillips was born in South Africa. Devon Conway. Here's Warrican once more, bowling to Kohli. He's defensively forward. Yeah, well, Glenn Phillips, I saw him say recently he actually doesn't like keeping wickets, but
he's gone in the field. I could see why.
He's a brilliant fielder, so fast. Here's Warrican bowling to Kohli. He's defending to cover. Brathwaite fields, and there's no run. That's the end of another over. Getting through them very quickly here with 2 spinners on. It's 262 for 2 at Windsor Park. I'd never really thought about it like that before. but on the case of BJ Watling, he was an opening batsman who kept a bit. Then he became a very good wicketkeeper and a number 7. So even Tom Blundell, he's turning into becoming a really good wicketkeeper now, but he wasn't always a wicketkeeper. So yeah, it is an interesting trend. Here's Alec Athenade bowling a new over from the Botanical Gardens end, where Michael Goff is officiating from. It's played by Jaiswal out to Jason Holder, and there's no run. Here's again Athenade, and same ball, same result, no run, as Jason Holder fields at cover. There's Athenade, and Jaiswal, it's probably about the most ugly shot he's played in a whole entire innings. He looked to pull that, but didn't time it at all. And,
slowing up the surface, evidence of it slowing up.
Yeah, well, Rohit had one like that a bit earlier when he tried to play a pull shot. Here's Athenade, this time he's driving his Jaiswal back to the bowler. Yeah, could well be. Raunak, he's timed everything. He's on 125, and then suddenly he mistimes one up to mid-on when he's trying to pull it through the leg side. As he defends that next one from Alec Athenade, and just the 1 ball left in this over. So on track for a maiden over here. If he can bowl this one tidily. But in fact, yes it is. It's driven up to mid-off by Jaiswal. Craig Brathwaite does the fielding, and that's the end of the 88th over. India now 262 for 2 here at Windsor Park. So just going back to the topic of when India might bowl again, what sort of lead do you think they'll want to? Because that's always one way of thinking about it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
what's the lead do you want?
I think if it's in their hands, then at this situation, they'd probably be saying, yeah, we could easily bat just the once, so you can outbat the West Indies. But I think it'll be more a case of time. As we've seen, you look at Kohli's first 24 balls, he's got 7. Jaiswal took 16 balls yesterday to get off the mark. So run scoring, it hasn't been at a canter. Even that opening partnership took a really long time as Warrican starts new over, just took the inside half of the bat, some oohs and ahs, but it went all along the ground to Virat Kohli. So perhaps the slowness, we just spoke of Jaiswal in the last over, it's not been as easy and it's only going to get slower. So this might be a Bunsen burner of a game. It might simmer its way, but there won't be a lot of quick run getting like Bazball has spoiled us to believe as Kohli defends one more.
It does feel a little bit attritional, that's for sure. Yeah. Especially as a commentator where it's 6 balls, no runs.
Yeah, we've got you another coffee. Again. Come on, I've got you another coffee. There you go.
Triple espresso, please. Here's Warrican bowling to Kohli and he prods. And it's on the bounce for the second slip, which is Athanaze. Just looking at this again, Warrican gets one to turn, but Kohli played it down really beautifully and so it was all under control. So the close catcher at second slip. Here's Warrican this time. Kohli's working it wide of mid-on. Jason Holder's there, cuts it off, but Kohli gets through for a single. He moves on to 8. Yeah, 8 off 28. He wouldn't make the England team with this scoring rate. How is the whole approach? They call it Bazball, but I just call it aggressive cricket.
Yep, sure.
How is it perceived in India?
I mean, it's exciting because I think it's coincided with success. As Warrican to Jaiswal now works it comfortably for a single, fielder at deep backward square picks up. Yeah, I think it's just because it's given us entertaining cricket, which has also been successful, and you've been able to convince players and pick players who play that way. You can only think that it's a good tactic, but I agree with you. I've spoken to Ian Chappell about it, and he hates the social terms like Bazball. He says England are playing smart cricket because they're looking to get results. That works as long as you get results. And with the way the Ashes stand now, England have their work cut out as Warrican bowls outside the off stump. Kohli lets it go. So if this mantra succeeds for a long term, it'll be revolutionary.
Okay, and that's the end of the 89th over. It's 264 for 2 at Windsor Park.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, if they go down in the Ashes now, all of a sudden, the genius that it seems to be the narrative around Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes, and this New England team, I think that bubble will burst a bit because Australia have just played normally, played the better cricket, and they're rightly ahead in the series. So it's testing times. They're going to come to India next year, Andrew. Sorry, but they're going to come to India next year on our surfaces. If they're going to step out and hit Ashwin and Jadeja at 5, 6 and over, good luck to them.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too I find quite amusing is that the Ashes it's 2-1. So they haven't lost yet.
Sure.
They drew 1-1 in New Zealand. We beat them in one match.
Yeah.
And the funny thing come back to that, here's a new over being started. This time it's Craig Brathwaite and Jaiswal plays a cut shot of that, gets a bottom edge, runs past slip, Blackwood chases back and they get through for 2 runs. In fact, it's a bye, so another bye, so he actually missed it altogether and De Silva couldn't collect it. So Craig Brathwaite's brought himself on, went low and through his legs. Oh yes, that is a worrying sign, unless of course you're Ashwin and Jadeja.
That's encouraging. Ashwin and Jadeja.
Here's Brathwaite bowling to Jaiswal and he just manoeuvres that one between point and cover, picks up a single, moves on to 127. But yeah, England almost came unstuck at the Basin Reserve.
making a declaration, but you know that declaration isn't getting as much focus because it was only New Zealand. You know, the declaration at Edgbaston became a national talking point, or a global talking point.
You bet.
You know, I mean, the Bazball thing conspired to lose after making New Zealand follow on. Here's another run to Coley as he just works one from Brathwaite behind square for a single. Yeah, New Zealand had to follow on and they won.
Like I said, it seems good as long as it lasts. How long it lasts, whether it leads to long-term success, that remains a question yet to be answered. So I'd like to see if that's the way they play. And that follow-on you speak of, I mean, whatever you're trying to do and achieve, that was just against your own interests. And I'm glad it caught up with them. I'm not waiting for England to fail, but it was a nice reality check, and perhaps it'll just temper their approach a little more.
Here's Brathwaite bowling to Jaiswal, who plays it all the way along the ground out to Warrican at deep point, and there's a further run to Jaiswal. Goes on to 128. I think also it's really unfortunate that one of your colleagues actually coined the phrase, and it's just stuck. It's just like, you know, here we go. Here's Brathwaite.
He should have probably put an IP on it or something.
Yeah,
that would have made him popular. Yeah. Andrew Miller, the English writer.
I looked up Wikipedia the other day to see what it said about it, and here's Brathwaite bowling to Coley, and he's defensively forward. And that's the end of the 90th over. It's 269 for 2 here at Windsor Park. But the Wikipedia article about it is actually very interesting.
Yeah.
If you want to do a little bit of bedtime reading, I actually recommend it because it talks about all these different facets of what it actually is. So someone's gone to a lot of trouble to try and describe it. Anyway, I just like I say, it's just to me, it's just aggressive, positive cricket.
And I learned something that apparently the phrase has now been Googled so many millions of times.
Yeah.
That's a record for Google for a word that did not exist before it was first coined. So it was nowhere in the lexicon of anyone's vocabulary. Now it's been created. Now everyone's writing about it, talking about it, tweeting about it, and suddenly a word that didn't exist 3 or 4 years back has been searched millions and millions of times.
Yeah,
it's funny how the world works.
But it is funny with the words because, you know, I thought back to, you know, things like declarations, but like when Shane Warne was playing, he would when Australia was batting third, you know, he would often get asked by whether it be Steve Waugh or Ricky Ponting, how many runs do you think we need? Like. Sorry, no, it'd be the other way around. He would say to them, how much do you think we need? And Warren would say, I reckon if we've got a lead of 180, that will be enough. You know?
That's easy, yeah. And
I'll be able to bowl them out in that time.
And I'm all for coaches playing an important role, but coaches and getting the runs with the wickets, right? So you call it Bazball, essentially coined after the head coach. Wonder if Duncan Fletcher would have come up with the idea, or John Buchanan, or Gary Stead at New Zealand. I don't think they would have been making a headline-grabbing term for a coach with perhaps a little less public appeal.
Anyway, we're talking West Indies versus India here at the moment, and it's Warrican bowling from the river end, round the wicket to Jaiswal, who's finally been taking his helmet off. This is what I just don't understand about modern cricketers. Why do they wear helmets to spinners? Jaiswal has taken his off and put his cap on, and the spinners have been bowling, well, for a long time as he defends another one. You see if the MS Dhoni always does it.
He goes no head
on, off, you know, like just.
Yeah, he goes without any headgear.
Here's Jaiswal defending once more, back to Warrican. But yeah, I just don't understand. It's like super hot out there. Kohli's wearing a helmet. He's facing a spin bowler at both ends. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I just think it's a comfort thing. They get used to it. Sometimes batters get so used to how they feel under that helmet that the cap is almost a bit of a distraction. And or not wearing it is a distraction. So it's perhaps just that.
Yeah. Here's Warrican bowling to Jaiswal, wearing his first Test cap. Maybe that's part of the reason. It's just he's proud to wear his cap.
I mean, if you're Kohli and you've got all your runs wearing the helmet when you didn't need to, it's not a bad ploy as long as it gets you runs.
Yeah. Jaiswal moves on to 129 with that single off Warrican to backward square. So there's 2 balls left in this over. So Raunak, thanks very much for joining us, giving us some more of your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
We're going to be having a change in commentary at the end of this over. We'll be welcoming back Andy Carter and Lockhart Sebastian. Here's Kohli facing Warrican once more. He plays it over to mid-wicket and there's no run. Is the crowd a little bit quiet now? It was quite lively at tea time and just after tea time, and everything's a little bit silent at the moment. Here's, oh, it's a stumping, is it? Oh, it's a Kohli there. West Indies now, what are they going to do? Are they going to review this? We've got 7, 8 seconds left on the DRS. They are reviewing it. I just didn't quite pick up what happened there, but I think it was an appeal for a stumping. So let's take a look at this. Kohli certainly lost his balance. There's absolutely no doubt about that. So here we go. Here's Warrican to Kohli. It's a very full-length ball. Oh no. He's beaten. The ball hit his pad, went to first slip. I know they're appealing for a catch. They're appealing for a catch, and it's out. He's nicked it. Kohli's nicked it. So that ball from Warrican was outside the line of off stump, or angling in from the outside the line of off stump. Touched his bat just as it was going through to his pad. He lost his balance, but he's nicked it onto his pad, and it's deflected away. What? How was that given not out? Wow, I'm sorry listeners for that. I was absolutely certain that he'd nicked that. It looked like he nicked it on ultra edge. Anyway, that is the end of the over, the 91st over. It's 270 for 2 here at Windsor Park.
And West Indies have no more reviews, Andrew. They've lost a third review now, so they have no reviews anymore. And now they have to depend now on the umpire's decision, because there are no more reviews. They have burnt all 3 reviews, so they have to depend now entirely when decisions are given by the umpire. Andy, as I welcome back Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Lockhart. Good to have Raunak with us, Raunak Kapoor, there with Andrew McLean, giving us some good insights on cricket. Here is Barfoot, floats this one up to the left-handed batsman Jaiswal, looks it down to square leg and sets up for a run. He moves on to 130. India 271 for the loss of 2. They lead by 121 runs. And interestingly, the new ball has not been taken.
Yes, and it's been due what, 11 overs now?
Yes. Would you have taken it, Lockhart? But we'll get back to that after his delivery from Barfoot, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But you have full seamers. I see no reason why you shouldn't take it instead of having the likes of Barfoot bowling. So you have full seamers, you have to try something. See if you can pick up a wicket or two with the new ball.
Barfoot balls to Kohli. Kohli again strips to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So at lunch, 146 without loss. Jaiswal was 62, Sharma was 68. They went to tea at 2, and they lost 2 wickets before the T interval. Get back to that as again he strokes it, bids the man to his left at mid-wicket. Jabin Blackwood. Walton comes off the deep mid-wicket boundary and the batsman cross for 1. So Kohli is now into double figures. He's on 10 and he has faced 37 deliveries so far. There's Doug in there, can see signs of a man who wants to play a long innings. Here is Bradford from around the wicket, pushes his delivery, firing it into Jaiswal, but Jaiswal was batted for 282 balls, so 130. Golden sunshine here, good crowd at the Windsor Park as he's going down the track and driving, finds the man at extra cover, fields well. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 92. India 272 for the loss of 2, which is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and the other upset there. 3 seamers, you have Holder, you have Joseph, your cricket bowler, and you have Kima Roach. So if you have 3 seamers, your main spinner, Cornwall down the field. So I think Skipper Bradford should consider taking the new ball, see that although sometimes Andy runs might come quicker up the new ball, but at least you have to try because you're already down by 122 runs. India is leading by 122 runs, so you have to look to pick up wickets now to cut down the lead.
Yes, there's no Cornwall. You've got Azari Joseph, you've got Holder, you've got Warwick.
Well, you see Kim Roach Lindbergh as well as Jason Holder.
Yes.
Look at them, so that might be a key to the West Indies taking the new ball very soon. You see them Lindbergh up, Roach, Holder. Let's look at Azari Joseph. Is he on the field? Azari Joseph, I'm not seeing him. Let's see. Azari Joseph not on the field. No, have you seen him?
No, I'm searching around, yes, no.
Yeah, so Jason Holder and Kim Roach are Lindbergh up. But Azari Joseph is not on the field. Cornwall is not on the field. So we have 2 substitutes. So let's see, we have Jordan and let's see if it's Mackenzie. Mackenzie might be the man that's in it off, is it?
No, that's on the ball. Mackenzie may be in the slip position. No. Where is Mackenzie? Anyway, we'll get back to that as we see Walton drawing Kohli forward, pushes it to sail it off, and there is no run.
There's 9 minutes. Let me see now.
No, the 11 minutes. Walton draws Kohli forward in defense, solid defense, and
might be Mackenzie at backward point. Might be, or is he at sealing it off? Trying to make it out.
Here is Walton once again. Bowls a delivery on the legs of the batsman, and Kohli would have felt that he missed out there. Vacant leg side, and that's Kohli's bread and butter shot. And
yeah, but normally he's not a batsman who sweeps, so that's why if he sweep would have swept the ball.
There's the only man on the onside, a shot mid-wicket and a mid-on. Goes on the back foot, steers the ball to the man at squarish cover, and there is no run. So is it Imrak on the field at squarish cover? Because it looks like a strange face on the field. Swan trying to hoist it, ball striking on the pad. For sure, the player at a squarish cover is one whom we have not seen.
Kevin
Imrak might be just be the man there. Here is Walton. 2 slips on the silly point. He drives, finds Akin Jordan at cover, and he can score. So the over comes to an end. Over number 93 completed. India 272 for the loss of 2. They went to 3 at 245 for 2. With Jaiswal not out on 116 and Kohli not out on 4. They lost their 2 batsmen. Rohit Sharma was caught by the silver of Afanas for 103. Struck 10 fours and 2 sixes. Batted for 221 balls, and India lost their first wicket with the score on 229, and when the score was on 240, we had Shubman Gill caught by Afanaz at slip of Warrican for 6. And these are the only 2 wickets to have fallen so far for India, and India enjoying a lead of 122.
And they have been watching a story there of young Jaswal. He left home at the age of 10, and he was training at 10. He sold Golkapas to race fund, and then he fulfilled his dream of playing for India. He slept in a tent for weeks and months, and this youngster, and he fulfilled his dream of playing Test cricket for India. What a story.
Indeed, indeed. This is a remarkable story of someone who knows what they want, and they set off to get it, and no matter what, they finally achieve it. It's a great achievement by Jaswal. In his first Test match, he's on 130, and he's not showing signs that he wants to throw it away anytime soon.
Well, it looks, as I said earlier, the highest first class score is 212. The way he's batting, he wants to surpass that, or equal it.
So we're about to see order from the Botanic Gardens end. I'm not too sure if the new ball was shown. I'm not sure if I missed it. Or is he continuing in the new ball? With the old ball, I should say.
Well, we haven't seen the umpire signal in the new ball yet, so maybe they still continue with the old ball.
Here is order. From around the wicket to bowl to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is driving, not getting hold of it as well as he would have liked. Ball played there to cover, and there is no run. So Jaiswal on 130. The other debutants on the Indian side, Ishan Kishan yet to come out. We have Alik Afanaz, the debutant for the West Indies, played quite well for 47, but now watching Jaswal, he would have wished that he had stayed and contributed much more as this is still opening the face of the bat. That would take quite well there at slip and prevents the ball from going past him. Had it gone past him, it would be interesting to see if Warrican from backward point would be able to get onto it. The most runs in Test, Sachin Tendulkar, 15,921, and Dravid there, and I'm sure Virat Kohli is somewhere right up there as Oda goes a little outside the off stump, and the batsman allows it to go through to the keeper, the saver. So here it is again, Tendulkar, Dravid, Gavaskar, Rachman, Seward, and then Kohli, Ganguly, Pujara, then Saka, and Mohammad Azharuddin.
A lot of outstanding batsmen on that list. You see Seward, you see Laxman, the man himself, Sonny Gavaskar. A lot of top batsmen in that list.
What a list of Indian players, solid players. Drive in, finds the man at mid-on, and he can score.
Right, if you look at the West Indian list, you will see a lot of great men dwell in that. You probably Sobers, Sandapur, Lara, Richards, you will see all these names in the top 10 as well.
Yes. A player I used to admire was Mohammad Azharuddin.
Oh, he's a class. Remember, he made 3 successive hundreds. You see, when he started his Test career, classy batsman.
Indeed. Here is Holder from the Botanic Gardens end. There is a lifting delivery, and Jaiswal watches it, sort of tennis ball bounce on this occasion. You could see not much pace there, but the ball bouncing, and Jaiswal goes down and does some gardening, touching the spots, because not much pace, Rocket.
No, there hasn't been pace since yesterday. It has been slow. The balls have spun and bounced, but it hasn't been a quick wicket.
Let Jaiswal outside the off stump. goes to the wicketkeeper. The over comes to an end, over number 94. India 272 for a loss of 2, and the Indians lead by 122 runs. You know that they would want to bat only once. They wouldn't want to have any runs to get in the second innings. But in that sort of position, there's no thinking of batting in a second innings.
The only good thing is we might have some cricket on Saturday. We should have some cricket on Saturday.
But when you think of it, West Indies posted a score of
300. West Indies, having won the toss, should have made at least or batted till the second day. But we didn't see that. We saw a few reckless shots, as I said, some batsmen gave away the wicket. So what's what? But when you make 150 runs on the first day of a 5-day game, you're really thrilling. You're thrilling.
Imagine West Indies scoring 250. The lead will only be 22 runs. And
300.
Yes, the 300 is much better and the more the merrier, they say. But a lead of 122 runs now. There are some people who believe that India can declare any time and still.
No, I don't think we should bring down the West Indies standard so low. I mean, it's true the wicket is spinning, but I think there are people who are capable of making runs. Afanaz could make 100 in the second inning.
Yes, they can console by 2011 when Shandapur made 160 and Kirk Edwards.
Exactly.
And
they could make 100 and Craig Bathwood in the second inning.
You would really love to see something like that happen. Here is a delivery from Walken, plays it to the man coming off the wicket boundary and limits the batsman just to the single. So Kohli moves on to 11.
In fact, and Shandapur has made runs for a while. Even he, by the love averages, is due for a score. He has made runs for a while. So Shandapur, Craig, Afanaz, we could get Rifa himself could make runs. You just never know.
Well, we would really love to see the West Indies put up a fight and bring the game. And it's coming forward, a round appeal. And the batsman isn't really allowed to show anything, but he's showing that the ball is his tummy. But
the match referee, you could be reported for that, you know.
Yeah, he does not have to indicate anything with the decision to the umpire.
Well, there's no more review, so West Indies could review it.
Walken from around the wicket, the batsman is dancing down. Jaswal gets to the pitch of the ball, and when he gets there, checks the shot and plays it back to the bowler. Watch it again on the monitor. No bats involved, and
the umpires have been good, Andy.
Well, two of the best umpires, and the whole team, a very good team.
Rasmus, the third umpire, is an outstanding umpire as well.
Yes, with Richard Kettlebrough and Michael Goff, two of the best umpires in the business. Here is Warwick Handler in a flattered delivery, and you could see the intensity of Jaiswal thinking of getting on with it. He's an attacking batsman by nature, and with 130 to his name so far, he seems to be looking to attack the bowling, but Walken is bowling quite tightly so far. Bowls a delivery slightly short of a length, strokes it there to mid-on. Buffett picks up at mid-on. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 95. 273 for the loss of 2. The lead is score here at Windsor Park.
Yeah, another man open from Walken. That's what I'm thinking coming down the track. There was an appeal for Cotton Sutton, clearly, from looking at the monitor. There was nowhere close to the back. And he bowled reasonably well, Andy, so far, Walken.
Yes, Walken keeping things tight for the West Indies. He has bowled 30 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 74.
Not bad economy rate, Andy, not a bad economy.
Yes, under 3 runs per over, which is very good considering the circumstances. So no new ball as yet. Buffett has decided to use Warwican from one end and Holder from the other end. Holder holds to Cody. Cole comes forward, plays it to the man there at cover, picks up, and there is no run. So Cody taking his time, 45 balls faced so far, only 11 runs. This is Jaiswal, debutant, is on 130, looking quite relaxed on the non-striker's end. It's now Kohli for Holder. 2 slips go down. Bowls and the batsman plays it to mid on, and there is no run. And looks like Azari picking up the ball there. We were looking for Azari. I think Azari is there.
Just came back on the field. Was he on the field all the time?
No, we searched.
He wasn't there, yeah.
Yeah, so number 8, Azari Joseph, there at mid-on. Kohli waits now for Holder. 2 slips go down. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Both are delivered on the legs of Kohli. And we have to be quick, and the signs there looks like the reaction of the West Indies players had Akin Jordan hit the stumps. Maybe
clearly would have been out. Clearly.
Yeah, watch it on the monitor. Yeah.
Clearly would have been.
Yes, clearly.
By a long way would have been on.
So these are the sort of things that people like Jadeja on the field will make you pay for these sort of errors, you can call them, if you can call them that. Bad judgment in running, and people like Jadeja, it turns the game around, cost you a wicket. Order from around the wicket, goes to Jaiswal. Jaiswal gets one which tucks him up, plays it to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 130 for Jaiswal. 100 came off 215 balls, struck 11 fours. Rohit Sharma on the other hand, 100 came off 220 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes. Sharma is back in the hut for 103. Here is Holder. There's a sharp rising delivery there, and Jaiswal seeing the ball as big as the proverbial breadfruit, just allows it, ducks his head away, and allows it to be straight to the wicketkeeper.
And that guy has good temperament, Jaiswal. Good temperament. You could see he was looking to bat as long as he can. He's not ruffled. He leaves the balls he shouldn't be playing at, and he does look like he wants to bat for the rest of the afternoon.
In there, they've got an opening partner for Rohit Sharma. Gill, not that Gill was doing a bad job, but with the advent there of Jaiswal, it will be interesting to see. I don't think they will make any changes pretty soon. Maybe use Shubman Gill, but can tell you the overs come to an end. India 274 for the loss of 2. The lead scorer at Windsor Park.
And just now have bowled very well on day. Very canonical. He's bowled outside the off-stump. He bowled one line, just looking to bowl outside the off-stump. And I think they have done a good job for his captain.
Yes, Holder has bowled 14 overs, 5 maidens, none for 28. Has not taken a wicket, but he has kept things rather tight for.
Loans and introduce a fresh rate of 5%. Calling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have advised the president of the NCCU Board of Directors to dissolve the 6.5 interest rate on mortgage loans and introduce a fresh rate of 5%. Calling all constituencies, the SNAP application campaign has started. We vote in NCCU for the best products, services, and mortgage rates. It's 5%. Visit your nearest NCCU branch office today for more information. NCCU, one big family.
Terms and conditions apply.
and Kemar Roach on the long-off boundary. There's a flatter delivery. Cody comes forward, plays it back along the track to the bowler. The crowd absorbed in this cricket can hear a pin drop as they watch this contest.
Few more people have come in the Robert Phillips and Adam Sanford stand.
And looking at the Kerry Laura and Clint John standards, quite a well populated locker.
Yeah, decent crowd, and well, after this ball.
There is Walton goes to Cole. Cole plays it to the right of the man at mid-wicket, sets off for a run, gets it quite easily in the end. One more to Cole, he moves on to 13, and India now 275 for 2, a lead of 125 runs on 15.
By West Indian cricket standards, Andrew, and these have been a good crowd. I mean, when you look at what's happening in the other territories, this crowd at the Windsor Park makes a pretty decent crowd.
Yeah, I've seen the stadiums around and they're empty.
Because there is nobody.
And Wednesday and Thursday to have that sort of crowd, it's volumes of the interest of Dominicans. They love their cricket, they've loved it for many years. When the Gardens, when the play was at the Gardens, and Clive Lloyd, Ron Kanai came in 1971 to the Gardens as this one from Walton draws Jaiswal forward, pushes it to short leg, the over comes to an end, over 97, India 275 for the loss of 2, and Drinks is summoned down to the ground by the umpires. It's 58, so 175 for the loss of 2. Jaiswal is on 130, Kohli is not out on 13, batsmen out, Rohit Sharma for 103 and Shubman Gill for 6. Kohli is now out there on 13, 97 overs have been bowled, we have not seen the second over ball, and look at, I leave you as we go about to bring Andrew McLean to you, but after some words from you, we'll have Andrew McLean and then we will hand over to Western Charles.
Yes, and now I'll stay on top of the tennis. As we look at the crowd, Andrew, I feel that 2 more people have come in, and maybe we have probably 4,000 people at the ground now, and like I said, by West Indian cricket standards, in terms of test cricket over the last few years, that's a pretty decent crowd, and full match in Dominican populace. West Indies haven't been doing well, they haven't done well so far in this game, so you have to give full match to Dominican public. They came to see the hometown hero, Alec Afternoon yesterday. He didn't disappoint, he played extremely well, made 47, fell 3 runs, shot about half century. He's bowled reasonably well today, and took a catch as well. So on his debut, he's done very well. On the other side, young Joshua, the Indian debutant, Andrew, has done a fantastic job. He's on 113. He looks like making century, like drinking water for this young man.
Yeah, super impressive indeed. I mean, it's also the powers of concentration. Sebo, he's faced 299 balls, and he's just looked an absolute class act out there today. But as a couple of comments people have said during the commentary, that he's actually an all-format player already. You know, he's played for White Ball game, talent, third highest run scorer in the IPL, now he's coming out playing test cricket, and what an effort on Denver, you know. Look at his partnership with Rohit Sharma, they played 455 balls.
And you could see it from the way he played. He wanted to make 100, and he could buckle down, was prepared to work long, he batted a number of balls. Even when he tried to hook the ball down, he was determined to make 100 at the Windsor Park Stadium.
So we're into the last section of play, and once again on the monitor they're showing these beautiful photos of Dominica. See, there's so many things to do here. I'm hoping I'll get that opportunity. So it looks like it's going to be Jermaine Blackwood to bowl now. So wow, everyone's getting a go it seems. Blackwood's got 4 wickets to his name in Test cricket. So here he comes, Blackwood bowling to Kohli. It's a short of a length delivery. It's played out to deep mid wicket where Warrican does the fielding. In front of the Windsor Park scoreboard. Kohli moved on 14.
Bit surprised though that they haven't taken a new ball or Azhar Jeff happened there for a while, haven't we?
Well, they could have taken it 17 overs ago. Here's Blackwood, Jermaine Blackwood, bowling to Jaiswal, bowling right arm.
Off break it looks like.
Off breaks, yeah. And a classic off break action, I think you're right. As this one is defended by Jaiswal, back to Blackwood. I think I've finally got his name sorted out.
Not Malam,
Jermaine Blackwood. Rolling to Jaiswal, this time he's playing from the crease, forcefully. He's looking to find the gap to the man at long on, but all he could do was find Craig Brathwaite at a wide mid-off. Once again, exactly the same shot, playing off the back foot. Brathwaite fields and there's no run. It is again Blackwood, and this time it bounced a little bit there. Jaiswal was lured into a shot, but he didn't hook the fish, and that was the end of the over here. It's 276 for 2 at Windsor Park.
In fact, let's say Blackwood finally there's a wide delivery. Don't know what Jaiswal was really doing. He could have easily have gotten an edge and got caught behind that delivery, but that's what people like Blackwood do. That you bring them on and sometimes they could pick up a wicket or 2 for you. But we see Kima Roach now coming from this end, so one wonders if the new ball is going to be taken. We see Kima Roach knocking off his run, and it's going to be coming from the back of the net.
That's a good question. I haven't seen the new ball being handed over yet, I don't believe. Bowling with the old ball. Okay. Anyway, here's Roach running away from us. Approaching the crease and bowls to Kohli. Kohli reaches for that one and drives it out through the covers. Jamal Warrican comes round from a deep point to collect, and Kohli has time to pick up 2 more runs. He goes to 16, batting at a very sedate pace of 16 off 53 balls. Of course, there's no requirement to score it. Run a ball, plenty of time. Here's Roach to Kohli, and once again playing away from his body. Square this time, and Warrican comes in to field that, and Kohli goes through for a single. They're a little bit surprised that, I don't know, sometimes you see this, they give the bowler an over to sort of get ready and then go for the new ball, but it seemed a little bit odd to me that I don't think they've taken the new ball anyway.
No, we didn't say the same, and in fact the scoreboard has 98.2 over, so we surely haven't taken the new ball.
So Roach changing his line to the left-handed Jaiswal, bowling around the wicket, and Jaiswal is forward as he's been so often in this epic innings, which is now up to 305 balls. Just playing defensively into the leg side where the replacement Akeem Jordan does the fielding. Here is Roach once more, bowling to Drysdale. It's a good tight line and length delivery. Played on its merits by Drysdale, and it's no run again. So tidy start to this. Oh, it's just flashed up on the screen. The second new ball's available. So if the TV says it hasn't been taken, I think I can safely assume it hasn't.
Well, the scoreboard, you got 98.4 overs. If it was taken, they would have taken down the 98 and put 1 or 2.
Yes. Here is Roach. Bowling this time again to Jaiswal. He's defensively forward. Ball rolls its way slowly up to mid-on. Where Jason Holder reaches down from that great height that he possesses. And there's no run. There's some murmuring in the crowd at the moment.
They probably want wickets and they want action. They want wickets. Go.
Oh, just spotted an Indian flag in the crowd. It's over there. Yeah, that's Dominica's side. There's Roach, last ball of the over. And that's outside the line of off stump. Jaiswal leaves it alone, and so at the end of the 99th over of the innings, it's 279 for 2 here at Windsor Park.
Yes, tight over from Tim Roach. Look at this. Jordan Blackwood going to bowl a second over, Andrew. So no sign yet of the new ball, the second new ball. Still experimenting. Go back with people like this, Jordan Blackwood, looking to pick up a wicket from like Afanaf Gideon, although Ali Kafanaz I fought very well. But using Blackwood, let's see if he can pick up a wicket and then maybe even take the second new ball.
It's quite interesting too, if you look at all, apart from Joseph, all of these guys have got really solid economy rates. They haven't made it easy for India. I think we should give them some praise in that sense. As Blackwood bowls to Kohli and he whips it through the leg side out to Warrican, who seems to be forever out on the boundary and doing a lot of fielding out there. There's one run to Kohli. But yeah, the West Indies bowlers have toiled away hard here, and they haven't made life easy for India, so I think we can at least say that. As we're going to have a change here in the comments position. It's goodbye to Lockett Sebastian for today. He'll be back with us again tomorrow, and Heston Charles will be joining me just in a moment. So Blackwood's next delivery is played defensively by Jaiswal. So just looking at this field, we've got a deep mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg on the leg side. This time Jaiswal cuts and he beats the man at cover. He didn't time it as well as he might have liked to, and Warrican gets round and restricts the scoring to 2. And Jaiswal moves on to 132. Good afternoon, Heston.
Good afternoon, Andrew, and good afternoon to the listeners of Cotton Drive and providing technical support. Local radio station Kari FM. It's good to be back. And Jaiswal certainly has been living up to the standards of his name. Jaiswal is like a walk.
Indeed he is. He defends another one up to Brathwaite. Wow, his coach was the original walk, Rahul Dravid. Well, apart from Pink Floyd, of course. Yes. There's Blackwood going over the wicket this time. And Jaiswal just plays that one into the ground. That's the end of the over. Blackwood second, and it's 100 overs bowled now. India at 282 for 2.
Yeah, I was just wondering, probably you can help me. What was the plan by the West Indies when they gave Roach a 98 over whole ball? I was just trying to analyze. Maybe you can help me. I'm trying to figure out what was the reason to give him so much hard work to do. 98 over whole ball.
I think I know where you're coming from. It's like, they are taking the
it didn't make sense to me to give Roach a 98 over all ball.
Yeah, I mean, Sometimes you see it. I mean, not often, but sometimes I've seen it in the past where they'll just give the guy they want to give the new ball to just one over to warm up.
To listen him up?
Yeah, okay. And because he's only bowled 11 overs.
I understand.
He's only bowled 11 overs in this innings.
So just to get it in the groove.
Yeah, he's bowled a 4-over spell, a 3-over spell, and then another 3-over spell. So he actually hasn't bowled very much. So that's the best I can offer Heston. Is Wace comes in with the new ball in his hand. And he's struck on the pan, is he? He's certainly in a appeal. And just watch the umpire's signal, and indeed it is, it's a leg by. A ball ran down.
Could have been going down leg. Listen the leg stop.
Yeah, he came from very wide on the crease too, didn't he? Oh, it's going well down leg side. Yeah. Hit Cody on the knee roll. But it's just the angle. Roach has actually got I've noticed he's got a very unusual style. When he's bowling over the wicket to a right-hander, he goes wide on the crease to the right-hander. Then when he's bowling to the left-hander, he gets in really close to the stumps when he's bowling up around the wicket. I've never seen this before. Here he is again, Roach to Jaiswal. And with the line that he's running in on, with the angle, it's almost as if he's running towards the slips. And at the last second he's straightened so he doesn't run on the wicket. It's quite unique. And of course the angle that we're sitting on with that commentary position, you can see exactly where he's running. Here he is again, Roach. He turns at the top of his mark. Charging in, the new cherry in his hand. That one's outside off stump, and Jaiswal, as he's done so often in this innings, just let it sail through the keeper. So
this young man Jaiswal, he has proven to be a young man with a lot of mental fortitude. Very disciplined.
Very disciplined, yeah. I mean, even just to get off the mark yesterday, it took him 13 balls, but it didn't faze him. There's Roach to Jaiswal, and he's on the back foot this time to a good length delivery, short of a length delivery, and it's defended and there's no run.
He was on 140, and he stood there and faced 1 and 3 overs on 140, and he still wasn't phased. He didn't. Not only that, he remained in 150 for 1 and 3 of us passed, and he just there. He's just there.
Yeah, you use the word mental fortitude. The other one would be like just temperament.
Temperament, yes.
There's Roach to Jaiswal, who's looking to drive but doesn't time it. It's fielded at mid-off there. Brathwaite there at mid-off, yes, it's the captain. But yes, he seems to have a very, very good temperament to me, and determination too. Because, you know, when he got to 100, it was a huge celebration. And of course it was going to be, it's his first test, but I think it was an outpouring of relief and emotion as he lets this next one from Roach go through to the keeper. That's the end of the 101st over of the innings. It's 283 for 2. It wins a part.
Yes, 142 in 318 balls.
Just well.
I felt that I faced 118 balls in my whole cricket playing career. And I'm 47. So it says something about this young man. But young, developing cricketers looking at this have a lot to learn by just watching Jaiswal.
Well, the other thing too, as we've mentioned many times, it actually doesn't come as a surprise. He's played 15 first-class matches and scored 9 runs. Wow! The first-class amateur 8 match. So it's going to be Alzarri Joseph, who's been a bit expensive. Well, very expensive compared to all the other bowlers, who's in the Connery rate of 5.09 off his 11 overs so far. But it hasn't been a match for the quick bowlers, it must be said. Well, here's Joseph from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to Kohli with 3 slips. Kohli just has that one come onto the face of the bat,
in his career, he can show so much maturity. Certainly that signals well for Indian cricket.
Indeed. So here's Joseph, right arm quick bowler over the wicket to Jaiswal, and that one squares him up slightly. Athenade comes across and cuts that one off, and it's just one run to Jaiswal. He moves on to 133. With him is Virat Kohli on 19. So I'll be interested to see if Alzari Joseph, who's probably the quickest of the West Indian bowlers, can get anything out at all out of this.
I think on top of he hasn't seen any results. We hope that before the day is over, he can probably get a wicket for the West Indies.
And they've just taken out a slip too, so there's now 2 slips for Joseph to Kohli, and that's played nicely off the back foot, down behind point. It's Ramon Reefer out there who picks it up, one further run to Kohli, moves on to 20.
Situations like this, you ask yourself, what would be the ploy to sort of get the batsman a little bit off? What do you do? I mean, you've got to try something. And if you're a captain of West Indies, you try to figure out, especially Jaiswal, you try to find out exactly how you get around him.
Well, I would say crowd the batsman. That's one approach. It's Joseph. Comes in again to Jaiswal, and Jaiswal's edging, where it bounces just in front of Blackwood at second slip, who makes a great stop, and there's no run. But that's the thing that I've noticed with Ben Stokes, like when there was nothing in the wicket at Rawalpindi, for example, last year in December, he just crowded the batsman, and that's what created the pressure, just having many fielders. There's no pressure on these guys out here.
It's easy cricket. They're cruising, they relax, they're chilling.
The bowlers or the fielders or the batsmen, as Jaiswal plays another one with a late dab, and it bounces just in front of Blackwood again, and there's no run. So one ball to come on this over, so Joseph working up a bit of pace here.
And I like what he's trying. He's trying to get it away from the batsman, more into his field. He has 2 slips in place, and and he's trying to see and get the batsman to edge the ball.
Here's Joseph steaming in, and this time it's a false shot from Jaiswal. He looked to drive that one, missed it, and it went through to Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. Very good over there from Alzari Joseph. A few false shots, and the score here at Windsor Park is 286 for 2.
Well, it's after 4 in the afternoon, I believe, and it's the time when most people leave work in Dominica, Andrew, and so persons are encouraged to come to the Windsor Park. Don't go home. There's still cricket left, and we have a man who has scored 130 odd runs, looking to score 150, and he's looking good. So you can come and see some good cricket, even if you're somewhat in West Indies, but you can come and see some good cricket.
Oh, and you've got Virat Kohli, one of the world's greatest batsmen, at the other end. Here's Roach bowling to Kohli, and once more he just takes a run to point. There's a gap there. He moves on to 21. It's very interesting though, isn't it, that you just look at a guy like Virat Kohli. I mean, I know he hasn't had a great record in the last few years in Test cricket. I don't know exactly what his statistics are, but I know he's had like 100 in the last 3 years. But, I don't think he's nervous or anything because he's so experienced. But it's the way he's going about his innings. He's just turning the strike over. It's very impressive. Here is Roach bowling to Jaiswal, and he plays that into the leg side. And he thinks about a run, but Kohli quickly sends him back. Probably a pretty good call, because I think Kohli would have been run out by a mile there if he had carried on. And Kohli, he's just going about it in such a workman-like manner. There haven't been any flourishing drives or anything. He's just taking his time. He's
59 balls now.
That's very crucial. A bowler bowling a maiden over doesn't mean that you're a bad batsman.
Here's Roach on the Jaiswal and leaves it alone outside off stump. No need to play that. Says if you want to bowl there, fine, bowl there. It's a new ball. If you want to waste it, waste it.
Exactly so. I mean, so most batsmen feel that if a bowler maiden over, it reduces their score rate or it reduces the status. No, it doesn't do anything to you. Once you have your wicket in hand, you're still there to see another day.
Yeah, we remarked earlier today on commentary when Holder bowled the first over today to Jaiswal, he was able to let all 6 balls go. Here's Roach bowling the Jaiswal. Big shout, going to the umpire Kittleborough is unmoved. He's don't have any reviews left now. Roach. You can really call that one was out. He hasn't moved from the middle of the pitch.
So there's no reviews left for West Indies. Wow, this is a tough one.
Unfortunately not.
This is tough.
See a replay here, so...
That one looked very close to me. Looked very close to me.
Oh yeah, the back leg. Yep. I think... Oh, that's completely out. Yeah. Oh, wow, you got to feel for Kumar Roach there. No wonder he was disappointed. So that was a ball bowled from around the wicket, listeners. Jaiswal was beaten. The ball hit his back leg. The ball would have hit the top of middle stump, and it was given not out by the umpire. And everyone on the whole ground now knows it was out. Here's Roach. He'll be fired up. And Jaiswal's driving, getting off strike as Brathwaite does well to field the ball and hit the stumps, but Jaiswal was comfortably home. Now that's heartbreaking, isn't it?
Very heartbreaking. I mean, Roach has been laboring and, working so hard and not getting paid. And you know how that feels, working so hard and not getting paid.
Isn't there a Dolly Parton song about that? Actually, just a slight correction there. Probably was hitting a bail between middle and
bias call.
No,
this one.
But no, it wasn't umpire's call. It was out.
It was out.
Yeah, it was out. Yeah.
Well, they had no reviews left, so they wasted the reviews.
There's the next one from Roach to Cody, sails through to the keeper. He's left it alone. That's 282 for over here with the mark. But the other thing too is
I think the umpires may have thought that it was coming around the wicket to him into the batsman.
This is what I was saying earlier about the way Roach bowls. Like Stuart Broad, for example, goes wide on the crease when he bowls round. The ball angle. Roach gets very close. Very unusual. He doesn't have the same amount of angle. The telltale sign there was a ball in the back leg. So his back leg is generally out. That's just too high. But what I was going to say is Richard Kittleborough is recognised as probably one of the premier umpires in the world. He must be tired now. What? He's been out there all day. I mean, we're sitting here in the commentary box, with a nice breeze. There's no sun on us. Here's Joseph beginning a new over. And Jaiswal lets that one go to Joshua De Silva in his no run.
Well, much to the disappointment of West Indies, they would have loved to see the back. Jaiswal, he has just been there like a wall. And here he lives to see another day, Andrew.
What it felt, just carrying on that analogy, it felt like Roach felt like he's been running against a brick all day. He knocked the brick out of it, and it's stuck. Here is Joseph this time. Bowling to Jaiswal. He's playing from the crease to a ball on the line of the middle stump, and it's defended away up to mid-off, where the replacement, Akeem Jordan, does the fielding, and there's no run. So they're
very spread field here. I guess it's understandable. Joyce was around 134. But I don't really understand why he's a deep square leg, for example. You could have a short cover or something. And here's Joseph to Jaiswal. He works this one off his hip. Roach is down there. I'm surprised he didn't hurl that one in to the keeper even harder after being hard done by in the previous over. That's the problem with the review system, isn't it though? Like, you can't review it and you can see it's out. The whole crowd can see it's out, so the umpire must feel terrible as well.
The reviewer, yes, it has improved. There's two sides to it, because it also has cause umpires to be a little bit laid back in terms of, if it's close, they just don't give it out, because they think that there's a review system to confirm when it's out. So that's what modern day cricket is like these days, because of the fact that you have the review. Back then, I think the umpire would have given it out.
Here's Joseph again to Kohli, and always timed that beautifully, but straight to the man at mid-off. That's the skipper, Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. These West Indian players look tired, don't they? They would be. There's no talk, there's very little energy in the field.
The sun has not been kind enough to it. I mean, from morning, from the first ball, the sun came out in all its glory, and it has been hot out there.
Beautiful day here, and also here's Joseph. This time Kohli's working off his hip, and he looks to come back for a second as Warrican comes racing in. Kohli there, look, he single for Kohli. He goes on to 22. That brings up the partnership between them here. 150 balls. That gives you some idea of the scoring rate. Yes. It's very slow going. Very, very slow going. Which is...
But this is test cricket for you. There are balls that you have to just let it pass, let it go. And then when it comes to hit, you hit it. If a bad ball, hit it.
This one is a short on the hip of Jaiswal, who defends it to Chanderpaul at that's 292 here at Windsor Park.
280 for 2 here at the Windsor Park. Paul is coming in as we move to the 5 o'clock hour in the afternoon. The shadows are creeping in. West Indies in a lot of trouble. 290 for 2. India is in a very commanding position. We saw a lifeline being offered there to Jaiswal. On the review, it appeared that it may have been out, but West Indies was without review, and the Carter will give us more of his thoughts on this, and it's good to have him back to the microphone here this afternoon at the Windsor Park Stadium, and we've just seen Cody, the child, was dabbing this one there, and he gets 2 runs, so he moves on to 24. Let's welcome Andy Carter. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Heston, Charles. And India going along the merry way, 292 for 2. Jaiswal stayed there on 135. Survived a very confident appeal, and the review showed that there were 3 red marks, pitching in line, hitting the stumps, but unfortunately the West Indies had no more reviews, and the decision stood as not out, as Roach bowls the delivery outside the off stump to Kohli. Kohli allows it to go to the wicketkeeper. So at 245 for 2 of 81 overs, Jaiswal was on 116, Kohli was not out in 4. Since then, Kohli has advanced to 24. Having faced 64 deliveries, Jaiswal moving from 116 to 135. He has already faced 330 deliveries. Here is Roach, bowls a quick delivery just slightly back of a length. Batsman covers up Kohli and pushes it to Afanaz, who is fielding at squarish cover.
Yes, I'm just thinking of the bowling action of Roach and why the decision umpire may have not given it up, probably because it's coming along the wicket, swinging away from the batsman. Probably that may have been the reason why the umpire had a bit of doubt.
Well, whatever influenced him, he gave the decision not out, and clearly the replay showed for everyone to see on the big screen that the batsman was out, the ball was hitting the stumps. As Roach bowls outside the off stump, Kohli allows it to go to the wicketkeeper. So a 52-run partnership between Jaiswal and Virat Kohli. So a 229-run partnership, an opening partnership, breaking the previous partnership in the West Indies for India. The previous record was held by Virender Sehwag and Wasim Jaffer, who made 159 in St. Lucia in 2006. And today we saw 229 scored by Jaiswal and Rohit. Outside the off stump once again from Roach, and Kohli allows it to go forward to the wicketkeeper. Sharma, the captain, out, caught by the wicketkeeper, the saver of Afanaz for 103, his 221 balls, struck 10 fours and 2 sixes, and then we saw Shubman Gill going when the score was 240, caught by Afanaz at slip of the bowling of Warrican for 6. Since then, these two have added some over 50-run partnership. There's George. The batsman is driving firmly to Roach, who fields well in his follow-through. Firmly struck there by Kohli, and Roach in his follow-through quite well to hold on to the ball. Yoga comes to an end. Won that over number 105, 292 for the loss of 2. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, on Roach, they have been laboring very hard, and you would feel a little bit dismayed, Andrew Carter. You would feel a little disappointed that he didn't see the back of Jaiswal. And we're coming down to the end of play for today, Andy Carter, in the last session, and right at this time you would expect more persons to come in the park, because 4 o'clock is the number of time when people leave Bukit Dominica. The shadows have crept in considerably, Andy Carter, you can see it, and we will encourage persons, rather than going home, just come to the park and view the last session of play.
So it will be Alzari Joseph from the Botanic Gardens end. Windsor Park bathed in sunshine. Bright sunny day. We've been blessed with 2 beautiful days, and the cricket is absorbing. As here is Alzari, bowls a delivery. The batsman is steering it down to the 5th man boundary. 4 runs it is. On the back foot and playing it down to 3rd man. Another boundary there to Jaiswal. He moves on to 139, and India now 296 for the loss of 2.
Jaiswal again, he has begun a new innings, Andrew Carter. Since he scored his 100, it's like he started all over again from 0. You can see his whole approach.
He has batted quite well, quite resolutely, not wanting to throw his innings away. Seems to have an enormous appetite for runs. He's making his debut, but has had a wonderful domestic season, averaging over 80 runs over in India. This one is playing out, loud appeal, umpire Michael Goff remains unmoved. There isn't any more reviews for the West Indies, and let's watch it on the monitor. Play out.
That will become. This is not out.
So no edge there, but West Indian players excited. They would want to get a good throw. You can see the spikes when the bat hits the
ground. No reviews remaining for the West Indies. India remain 3 reviews. So it's all in India's favour now. 296 for 2. Azari Bose, the batsman is driving. Jaiswal misses the ball, goes to take to the wicket keeper. So one of the few occasions that Jaiswal has played and missed, and the ball was there. Similarly for Jaiswal, he may have been disappointed not to have got back onto that ball. Very disappointed indeed. So a lead of 146 runs on first innings as we approach the end of the second day's play. Can't seem to want to forget that the West Indies dismissed yesterday for 150, and India at the close of play yesterday were 80 without loss. They went on today to get to lunch at 146 without loss. Jaiswal was 62 and Sharma was 68, and then they lost 2 wickets. Sharma going for 103 when the score was 229, and Shubman Gill going for 6 when the score was 240. So they went to tea at 245 for 2. Jaiswal not out on 116, Kohli not out on 4. Here's Azari Joseph, gets a short rising ball, and the batsman Jaiswal gets on top of it, plays it to cover. Afanaz is in the way and he can score.
Yes, and that's one he just dubbed it, and again he sort of reset himself, sticking to bat. So we see another inning, and we cannot say that the play showed he was out. Is it safe to say that he's batted another inning?
Well, you could say that the highest scores on debut, Dhawan, Sharma, and now Jaiswal has joined them. That's illustrious group of players, Indian players. Joseph goes to Jaiswal. Jaiswal covers up, plays it to mid-wicket. Chandapur fields, and there is no run. The over comes in there. Over number 106, 296 for the loss of 2. And that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and India is in a very dominating, and again I should say, reiterate on the dominating position, almost 150 lead. Should I say about that? 150 lead, I believe. Almost 150 lead. 148 about. Yeah, 148 runs, and that is certainly a good position to be in. So they may look to bat tomorrow up until lunch, probably up until tea, having probably close to 350 to 400 lead, and probably be clear, Andy.
Oh, I'm not certain if India would be thinking of any declaration pretty soon, unless if they are thinking of if the weather will hold fair for the final 2 days. They may want to get this match over in case there is rain. But the first delivery from Roach is driven, and fieldsman the cover prevents any run. But you watch the Grayson Chillingford and Irving Chillingford stand, well populated. The Kern John and Caleb Laura stand well populated, and I think the Dominica Cricket Association should be well pleased with the attendance. Again, he pushes it to cover, straight to Warrican, and again he can score. On midweek, Wednesday and Thursday, to have this sort of crowd. It's very imagine Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and this game would have gone to that stage. How it would be like. And with Afanaz still to bat in the second innings, I dare say if the game goes to Saturday and Afanaz is anywhere around batting, this place will be packed.
Yeah, and especially the folks from Gambia. Good afternoon to the folks from Gambia.
Roach balls, well up delivery, Kohli drives, well knocked down there by the bowler, fielding well in his forward throw. Seems to be a good fieldsman to his own bowling, and it's not an easy task to be a fast bowler running and in your follow through. The ball is coming back rapidly at you, and you've got to react very quickly. Reacts
quickly is Roach. There is Roach once more. Goes to Cody. Cody gets a delivery right in the channel there. Corridor of uncertainty they call it. And this one stung the wicketkeeper.
Yeah. The silver looked like this one stinging.
And he's calling for some treatment there. You can see someone is leaving the Billy Doctor's pavilion and attend to the silver.
Does that say something about Roach, Andy? Does that say something about him that he could cross the ball to sting the wicketkeeper? Does that say that Roach still has some fire?
Not much fire, but sometimes it's where you actually collect the ball. If you do not collect it in the sweet spot, as they would say, of the gloves, you could get, and not in the webbing or thereabout, you would feel that pain, because Roach is not extra space, and he has collected balls from Alzari Joseph without much stinging happening to him. But on that occasion, he may have just not got the gloves in the right position, and that caused him some.
But he was a bit too casual.
I doubt it's casual. I wouldn't put it too casual. But Kohli and Jaiswal, they use this opportunity to have a drink, have a word, mop up their brows, see them with the towels. Taking the opportunity to take a breather, as you would say. Kohli has faced 72 balls for his 24. Jaiswal 386 balls for 189. A mammoth innings there for Jaiswal on his debut, and anyone making their debut in any sort of cricket could be schoolboy cricket, and you have 139 to your name. You have to be feeling quite proud.
Of course you'll be feeling quite proud for this, accomplishment. This is a major accomplishment for any young man coming into cricket. Your first test and you're scoring your 139 not out only. So that says you can go on to score 150 or even 200 if you please. I say good afternoon to the management and staff of Sutton Place. And do you know Sutton Place? Sutton Place Hotel is right in the city there, just next to Cox Dominica. That's where our friend Andrew McLean is staying. That's where he is. Having wonderful accommodation, if you please, at Sutton Place Hotel. So good afternoon to Christoph, manager of Sutton Place. Also Fredo's Taxi. You know Fredo's Taxi?
First side Agama test. Second one will be played in Trinidad and Tobago, and you are listening to the commentaries via Cotton Drive. Here is Kima Roach. Goes to Kohli again, getting a delivery right in that channel there, and allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So we've seen some work done on Joshua De Silva's fingers, and he's back there and did not have to leave the field. Over there at slip, ushering the boys on. The vice captain is at second slip, Jimin Blackwood. Akeem Jordan mid-off. Craig Bradford, the captain, at mid-on as he comes forward is Kohli. Strokes the ball to the man at cover. The over comes to an end. Over number 107, India 296 for 2. They lead by 146 runs. And that's the way to score here at Windsor Park. 296 for 2 India.
The 296 for 2 and I'm thinking that the fieldsmen should cheer on the bowlers a little bit more. The bowlers are laboring very hard. And when you look at the stats of the bowlers, they have been quite, moderate in terms of the scoring against them. They're not expensive if you please. And when you look at it, they're quite disciplined. And I've found that, the fieldsmen a little bit too, objective is, if you please, cheer on the bowlers, move them on to get a wicket. Cheer them on to get a wicket.
So we have already seen a change of bowling from the Botanic Gardens end. We're about to see Raymond Rifer, left arm medium fast bowler, operating from the Botanic Gardens end. Then we'll go to the left-handed batsman Jaiswal, who is on 139. Keep on reminding you that India lead by 146 runs as we come to the close of play on this, the second day of the cycle pure Agakafi test match played here at Windsor Park. Here is Rifer, who is a delivery which the batsman allows to go through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
I'm just getting a message here that suggests because it was the second new ball, it would mean that West Indies would have re-effected their reviews on me. Is there any truth to that?
Well, you are the umpire. You should be able to give me that sort of information. I don't think so. And I don't think you should repeat something like that being an umpire yourself. Pushes it on the onside, sets off for a run. The fieldsman shies at the stumps, misses, and the batsman counter for a run. Jaiswal gets another run. He is 140. And it was in the new ball that Roach had the wicket, which was not given, a judge not out, so you could have made your own inference there that he had the new ball, and there was a review, you would have taken it.
Yes.
So you make your own conclusion. You don't get drifted and sidelined by anybody on WhatsApp. And this.
They like to do that, don't they?
Yes, but you've got to be careful, Aston.
Yes.
You are an umpire, you should know better than that.
Yes.
The lead is 147.
I like that rappel.
297 for the loss of 2. Korean 24. Jaiswal 140. The West Indies have decided to try Raymond Rifer. Bowling over the wicket, left arm. Bowls well up delivery, pushes it to the left of Akin Jordan, comes in quickly, but can't prevent the batsman from crossing. You see the batters right now, so
they say batters because we don't play cricket, so they sort of have a generic term to ensure that you accommodate the women, so you say batters.
Yes,
because ladies play cricket.
I still believe when the ladies are playing, you use batters, and when the men are playing, you use batsmen. But I agree. I think the ICC has recognized that batters is what that will be used as Rifer bowls to Jaiswal. He plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. So most runs in test, again shown on the screen.
Tendulkar,
15,921 runs.
That's a lot of runs.
A lot of test matches, 200 test matches. Durability at its best. Here is Rifer. Bowls a delivery, which on this occasion doesn't rise, it keeps low. Bowls goes through to the wicketkeeper. The over comes to them. Over number 108, 298 for the loss of 2 India.
Tendulkar also had the benefit of playing on test cricket very young and so he had the opportunity, he had the privilege to play a lot of matches and that allowed him to score a ton of runs. Here we have the next part there, and West Indies scored 19 and 14. It's trickling in and people are coming to the last session, the remaining overs of the last session of play. We are really hoping that sort of a fighting spirit from West Indies and the Canada, something that can really bring the fans back here tomorrow, because it's so important that there is a contest. Because if there's no contest, people will be discouraged. But if there's a contest, there is something to look for. There is something to pay your ticket for. And people want something to pay the ticket for. And hence, West Indies need to put up a fight. They need to show some resistance. They need to be a little bit more defiant. And that encourage the crowds to come out, Andy?
Yes, indeed. I certainly agree with you. The more fight the West Indies can show, the more the public will come out and support. We see the introduction of the reintroduction of Jomel Warrican from the river end. There's been to 31 overs, 3 middens, 1 for 75. Balls to Kohli, the first delivery, struck to there to cover. Out Afanaz fields well, and there is no run.
The fielding has been considerably good by West Indies.
Warrican pushing this one through batsman Kohli playing back but keeping his eyes on the ball, and in the end playing it quite well. Warrican again draws Kohli forward, good length delivery. Kohli
gets a perspective in place.
In defense, 25 years, 79 deliveries he has faced. To come to the end of play on the second day of the Cycle Pure Gabafi test, first in the 2-match series. Warrican?
Yeah.
Warrican. Ball is a delivery which the batsman just pushes, plays it with a dead bat in front of him. Wicketkeeper bats from behind the stumps, picks up, and there is no run. Warrican again from around the wicket. He's driving his Kohli, beats the man at extra cover, down to the boundary it goes. A glorious shot coming forward to delivery, flighted, and Kohli playing it to extra cover for 20 times.
A glorious shot by Kohli. He wanted with the batsman that you should allow to settle on you, because if you settle on you, you will live to regret it. So West Indies need to be very careful. You need to put Kohli under more pressure.
So here is a squarish cover, extra cover, man on the long off boundary, and the mid-on comes forward, plays to seal it off, and there is no run. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 109. India 302 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and that's the position that it takes a brave fieldsman to field. Have you ever fielded there? Because you have to be brave to field in this position at this season down. And so we see Kohli getting into his form, and he's settled now. He's on 29, and Dikata he's considered the world best batsman, and to have this man there certainly is more trouble for West Indies.
India lost the second wicket when the score was at 240. So these two have added some 62 runs between them. As the batsman is guiding this one down to third man it goes. They run one. German Blackwood gives chase from sleep, but the batsman cross comfortably for 2 runs. Jaiswal playing this one late. They're showing the wickets. Sharma going cut the silver, bowled Afanaz for 103, playing bat onto the fly, and a good catch taken there by Joshua De Silva.
Very good catch. He was very alert to take this catch.
Giving Afanaz his first test wicket in his first test match. Here is Rafa. Balls, the batsman is across, Jaiswal playing it straight to cover, and there is no run. And then we saw Shubman Gill caught Afanaz at sleep, bowled by Warrican, coming forward, pushing with hard hands at the ball, and Afanaz holding on to the catch and congratulated there by his teammates. Here is Rafa from the 7th. Balls to Jaiswal is whipping his ball down to mid-wicket. Chandapur will come off the mid-wicket boundary, and get 1 run. Jaiswal moves on to 143. 305 for the loss of 2. India lead now by 155 runs.
Yeah, I would think that West Indies should try hold there. He order it, you know. It has not been expensive, and have a few maiden overs, and we just create trouble for the Indian batters.
Well, the silver, the wicketkeeper, comes up to the stumps as the referee bowls now to Kohli. Kohli is playing this one beautifully, beats the man at cover. There's a chase there for the fieldsman. They run one and they come back for two, and Kohli is a man who runs the first run very quickly, and if there's any hint of a second, Kohli is the man who will capitalize and get the second. He gets 2 runs, he moves to 51, and India now of 307 for the loss of 2.
Looking good.
Here is referee. This one beats him as he was trying to glide it past the slip down to the vacant for third man region. Misses, and a good clean take there by the wicketkeeper. De Silva. Fine take. And Raymond Rifa, we can see the scoreboard saying 3 overs and 1 ball remaining in the day's play. And so we'll all wait because the clock is ticking on to 4:59. Balls to Kohli. Kohli pushes it on the offside. Akim Jordan runs across to his left. Can't prevent a run. Kohli gets another run. 308 for the loss of 2. And Kohli is 82. Jaiswal is 143. India 308 for the loss of 2. The latest score here at Windsor Park.
I think the silver noticed that Kohli is batting right on the crease, so he felt it would be necessary to see he could force a stump out by coming up close to the wicket and the cutter. And you notice Kohli is batting right on the crease, so you see that probably the most balance in the secure stump out.
And that is a way from preventing a man like Kohli from leaving his crease, keeping him entrenched in his ground.
Keeping him there in his ground. We notice that he's batting on the crease, so putting some pressure on him.
We're about to see Jomel Warrican in his 33rd over, and we see on the scoreboard 3 overs left in the display. So 3 overs with Warrican bowling might just be here till about 10 or 15 minutes after 5. Here is Kohli driving, finds Akim Jordan at cover, and there is no run. So Kohli a patient knock, 82 years. Waits now, gets a good delivery from Warrican, pushes forward, and there is no run. Crowd absorbed into this proceeding so far. Intense cricket as Kohli gets one, he works it to the right there of the substitute fieldsman. Looks like Tevin Imran, and the batsman calls for 1. So 1 more to Kohli. He's on 33. Jaiswal is 143. India lead by 159 runs. So what is on the scoreboard, after this one we'll have 2 more overs, and it will complete a successful day for India, having resumed overnight on 80 without loss, then 309 for the loss of 2. Here is the Jaiswal coming down the track, and maybe Warrican seeing him and trying to push the ball wide, but Jaiswal was equal to it. Got the full face of the bat onto the ball. Here is Warrican once again. Balls is driving and missing. Delivery just outside the off stump. The left-handed batsman Hussain will drive. Not showing any signs of tiredness. Jaiswal 143 years. That's the delivery which he plays back and across, pushes it to mid-off, over the fields. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, India 309 for the loss of 2.
Yes, India would suddenly, we and even when we saw the review, that was a life offered to George Wall. And so to see the back of George Wall would have been refreshing for the West Indies team. And they are out there leading, and it looks like India may have a solid lead going into tomorrow and the Carter. We go into Friday, and we hope Dominicans like Friday and the Carter. They call it TGI Friday.
About to see Al-Tafanas from the Botanic Gardens end. We had the wicket of Rohit Sharma. He's struck in front. A loud appeal, the crowd roars. And the umpire, Michael Goff, remains unmoved. It's one we would love to see again on the monitor. Pitched on and hitting the back leg.
Oh my God. Can you everything about that?
Here is another delivery from Afanaz. Afanaz is moving there on the legs of Kohli. Kohli strokes it to mid-wicket. Warrican picks up. Kohli gets another run. 34 years. Jaiswal is 143. And a very close one. That's all I can see at this point in time.
Very close, indeed. Very close.
Here is Afanaz, bowling from along the wicket. Right arm off break, goes on the back foot is Jaiswal, finds Roach at squarish cover, and he can score. Monumental knock by Jaiswal. 40 was overnight, now 143. Goes on the back foot and the Roach again, effecting a wonderful stop there. How well he has fielded at that cover point position.
Not out. Not out. Pitching outside the next stump, so far out.
And this one spins away from Jaiswal. Good delivery there from Afanaz, and certainly bowling very well for his captain here today. Spinning away and going into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So I can't really rely on the judgment of Heston Charles. That's why I remain silent when he asks his questions. The over comes to an end. A good one by Afanaz. Just one run coming off that over. Complete splitting over. And 33 runs have been scored on it.
Well, I didn't say the ball of it. Well, we see the energy there with the music and the background and the crowd. Certainly very pleasing. We may have at least 4,500 persons there on the garden. Probably 5,000 here about.
That again is Heston's judgment. I dare not go into that. I already called these things to Heston. Maybe knows figures much more than I do. But what I can say, on a Thursday, it's a very good crowd.
Very pleasing.
Good crowd on the Glen John and Kellen lower stand. Then City Grayson Chillingford and Irving Chillingford stand. Well populated. Cricket has been intriguing, intense, although not in favour of the West Indies. But Dominicans love good cricket. As Kohli goes back, plays towards mid-wicket, Akin Jordan gives strings, and the batsman crossed comfortably for 2 runs. So 2 more to Virat Kohli. He's on 36. India 312 for the loss of 2. We lead by 162 on first innings.
So they're looking to really pick up a good total there.
Warrican goes to Kohli. Kohli is stroking it back along the track. The bowler fields, and there is no run. Possibly this could be the final over of the day's play. Warrican 1 for 82. Left arm goes Kohli. Kohli is played back. A good judger of length. Playing back. Judges the length well. Plays it to short leg. Shandapur fields, and there is no run. Warrican again. From the river. Quick flop delivery. Once again, Kohli is compactly behind it. Plays it back along the track. The bowler fields, and there is no run. So with 2 more balls left in this over. Here is Walton. Will he flag this one? Let's watch. Flags this one, but Kohli is equal to it. Plays it on the offside. Playing for the close of play, Kohli. An experienced campaigner. One was made 28 centuries and 28 half centuries on the list of the highest scorers for India, along with people like the coach Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar. Long list as here is a flighted delivery by Warrican, brings about the end of the over. Kohli is walking away. Kohli is not out on 36. Jaiswal not out on 143. 143 of 50 balls. Kohli 36 of 96 balls. And a session where we had 32 overs, 67 runs were scored, and the West Indies did not take a wicket. So that stands on the second day of this final Hyderabad test. The Indians lose on 312 for the loss of
John Ball joins and declared by the Indians.
Yes, they would have come out here with a crowd, and they've lost only 2 wickets, and they belong to Jaiswal. Jaiswal not on 143 of 350 balls, and one of his debutant as had here at Windsor Park Sports Stadium.
Yes, he was on pace from the time he came out to bat there as an opening batter there, and Rohit, stayed there with him, the more experienced Rohit, and the cat. And the two went on to score a century, but that's where he's still there, and it appears that he will come back there tomorrow looking to score his 50, because he's about, I believe it's 45, 46. Yes, so he will look 143, so he needs another 7 to get 150. So certainly he will be looking to eclipse the 150 total. So here we are at the Windsor Park Stadium. The day's plays have come to an end, and apart from West Indies' poor performance, from what we have seen from the Indians, we can say we have had good cricket here at the Windsor Park.
Yes, good day, cricket. Jaiswal and Rohit added 229 of 55 balls. Here and Jaiswal only added 11, and an unbroken partnership between Kohli and Jaiswal of 205 balls. At the end of the second day's play, India 312 for the loss of 2. The bowling Roachboot 16 overs, none for 58. Joseph 14 overs, none for 65. Cornwall, whom we did not see, 11 overs, none for 22, sustained some sort of injury. Walton, a long spell of 34 overs, 1 for 82. Holder, 14 overs for 28 runs. Rafiq, 6 overs for 12 runs. Afanasbun, 13 overs, and picked up the 1 wicket for 33 runs. Warrican, the other wicket taker, 34 overs, 1 for 82, and these were the 2 wicket takers for the West Indies. So there you have it. West Indies all out for 150. Afana is 47, Buffett 20, Cornwall 19 not out. Ashwin took 6 wickets, and Jadeja 3 for 26. 6 for 50 for Ashwin, 3 for 26 for Jadeja, and yesterday we saw India beginning to bat. They resumed overnight on 80 without loss, with Jaiswal not out on 40. He has ended the second day's play on 143 not out. So a very good knock, accurate and patient knock, showing he has what the temperament required at Test cricket. So that's the position here at Windsor Park Sports Stadium. Still bathed in brilliant sunshine. We have to praise the Almighty for blessing us with wonderful weather, and we have come to the end of the second day's play in the cycle pure Agapafi test, the first test here at Windsor Park, the end of the second display, and just to repeat, West Indies are out for 150, India 312 for the loss of 2, the highlight being Jaiswal 143 not out, he struck 14 fours, Cody is leaving 46 not out, we saw Rohit Sharma the captain getting 103 of 21 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes. So until you join us here tomorrow for the third display, we all bid you goodbye from Windsor Park Sports Stadium. Thank you.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies India series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.
That's it from the Windsor Park Sports Stadium here in Roseau, Dominica. Live coverage of the very interesting cricket match, West Indies versus India. We invite you to join us again for day 3 of the match tomorrow. We hope that all will work out well. We are hearing that it might just end on Friday. It might go until Saturday. Some believe it will go on Monday. But your guess is as good as mine. So let's see how it goes through tomorrow. On behalf of all those who made the broadcast possible, we want to thanks again for watching the genuine sound of Dominica. Thanks again for listening. Thanks again for watching. At this time, we want to acknowledge our sponsors before we get back to Master Control. Thanks for making today's broadcast possible.
Snap application campaign has started. We're voting NCCU for the best products, services, and mortgage rates. It's 5%. Visit your nearest NCCU branch office today for more information. NCCU, one big family.
Terms and conditions apply.
I drink Daily Fresh because I support local. I get my daily boost from Daily Fresh.
I drink Daily Fresh because my health matters.
A variety of refreshing flavors. 100% natural, local fruit juice. Daily Fresh. Find your reason.
Now is your season. You need a loan with no hassle, no security, and an attractive interest rate. Clearly, we understood the assignment. Come to NCCU and get it now. Get it now, seasonal loans of up to $10,000 at affordable monthly payments. Get yourself in season and get it now.
Terms and conditions apply.
Did you hear about the National Cooperative Credit Union Limited's cash secured loan?
Oh yeah. Walk in, apply, set your terms, get your cash.
Okay, so you know about it. But did you know that it's now at 4.5%? You didn't.
Well,
NCCU's cash secured loan is now at 4.5%. Contact any of our 7 branch locations for more information. Call 255-2128 or send us a WhatsApp message on 275-3418. Terms and conditions apply. Sing it, baby.
I will survive. With NCCU 4.5, I will stay alive. I'll stay alive.
Hi, me llamo Christopher, and today I discovered that NCCU's land loan is now at 6.5%. Yes, 6.5%. Dominica, it is easy. Buy the land and you build on the land within 3 years to lock in your 6.5 rate.
Visit or call any of our 7 branch locations for more information. The National Cooperative Credit Union Limited, helping you put down roots in Dominica. Terms and conditions apply.